Stream elements. Welcome to my channel. S.W.Frost is now live streaming Helldivers Digital Scammers Counter. So far Elden Ring Coop was fun, too bad ain't no people to play with. Test. Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
Here we go. So by now you've probably heard about some of the controversy surrounding the 2.0 update for 7 Days to Die. And it doesn't matter where you look, players are simply not happy. YouTubers are rightly calling out the fun pimps, and kudos to Jawoodle for having the courage to do so. The 7 Days subreddit is a never-ending flood of negative sentiment, and the official forums are the exact same way. Reviews for the game are at an all-time low, and player counts, they've barely surpassed the numbers that we saw after the Alpha 20 update in December 2021. So is 7 Days to Die dying? Well, maybe not yet. In response to the criticism, the developers have held their first ever town hall livestream to address the people's concerns and lay out their plan for how to turn things around. And today I'm going to recap what they said and what it means for the future of the game. But first, I want to get everyone up to speed on how we got here and how the 2.0 update is really just the tip of an iceberg of problems for 7 Days to Die. You see, the criticism for 7 Days really stems from three things if you ask me. And first off, it's the removal of features over time, in particular survival-based features. And to be perfectly honest with you, I was going to make a video that went over all of these things and what they were, what they did, why they might have been removed, what they were replaced with, but let's just go through the list real quick here. They have removed the wellness system, learn by doing, temperature survival including wetness, snow, radiation, and the hazmat suit, dynamic item quality and combining items for higher quality, zombie corpse loot and gore blocks, zombies smelling food in your inventory, building materials such as wet concrete, rebar frames, wood 2, flagstone, and stainless steel. Many zombies were removed, such as the cheerleader, football player, cowboy, and behemoth. And the funniest thing is that those were removed because they broke immersion, and then they went and added the frost claw and the plague spitter zombie. Forge molds, the blood draw kit, giant hornets and hornet nests, different meat types depending on which animal it was harvested from, and individual recipes for each one, biofuel, log spikes, and the table saw, which was merged with the workbench. The next big criticism for 7 Days is the constant reworking of existing systems or replacement of existing systems. We have a progressive enhancement to zombie AI to target exploits such as targeting supports in power bases or digging holes to get to underground bases.
We like to support as much play styles and freedom as possible, keeping the sand in the sandbox. However, sometimes we need to change or limit some features so the majority of the play styles are not hindered by supporting that particular play style, or there's an exploit like, oh, I don't like it when zombies dig underground. Well, we don't like exploits in our survival game, so we're going to close loopholes like that.
Farming has been reworked a couple of times, not just in planting and seed harvest, but also the removal of the iron hoe and tilled soil. Of course, there's water with the removal of empty jars and the addition of the dew collector. POIs are constantly being reworked, and I just want to say real quick, POIs, I have no problem with the direction that POIs are going in. I just mean to highlight the fact that there used to be non-linear POIs where you would just go in and explore yourself, to now the new standard is a linearized POI where there's a specific pathway that in many cases you have to follow, or else you won't find all of the zombies, or all of the zombies won't spawn in and you might fail your quest that way. Character creation has been reworked from full customization now to pre-made characters. The clothing system's been reworked from an 8-part dyeable system to a 4-part system. Vehicle crafting used to be part by part, and now it's just a one-click craft. Loot gets reworked with almost every single update. It's now very flat and linear with really no element of luck to it. Weapon crafting used to be multi-part, like you'd have shotgun receiver, shotgun barrel, shotgun stock, and now it's just a single part. And then there was like the blunderbuss rework, which was basically transitioned into a full set of pipe weapons. And you know what? Despite all of the reworks, all of the nerfs, all of the changes, all of the balancing efforts, I personally feel like the game has never felt so imbalanced and broken in my entire stretch of playing the game. And I would say the third major criticism is essentially the lack of new end game specific content. Don't get me wrong, a lot of things have been added over the last several updates, but I looked back at the Alpha 19, 20, 21, and 1.0 patch notes, and I was surprised to see that a lot of the new content was actually just reworked or replaced old content. And the theme here is that they're simplifying the game. You know, sure, there could be technical challenges to some of these systems, and so they were removed, or maybe some of them were just placeholders and had to be replaced eventually, and others might have had a performance impact that they couldn't solve. But by and large, I believe that the dumbing down of 7 Days to Die was to make it more appealing and accessible to new players. You see, 7 Days to Die is one of those rare games that's not only been relevant, but it's been increasing in popularity over its lifespan. It's getting better and better. More and more people are playing it. More and more people are buying the game. And that presents a bit of a unique challenge for a development team. How do they continue to make their game relevant and accessible and popular as the years go by?
TFP has big debates over designs that we think are very important to everyone, the team, the players, and our goal is always to try to do what's best for the game. You know, if something turns out bad, we'll fix it, and we know that some changes have been met with skepticism, yet each alpha exceeds the concurrent player peak and daily active users of the last alpha, which to me is a good indicator that we're on the right track.
But they also have an overarching business plan that's probably influencing
We cannot let the enemy any closer.
And in my opinion, that plan has been to make the game more beginner friendly and more accessible to new players. And what that's meant over the years is a constant deterioration of complexity in favor of a more streamlined experience. They're basically trading the grit that 7 Days to Die used to have for the glow that 7 Days to Die currently has. But then finally the 2.0 update came out, and it finally dawned on me. I realized that 7 Days to Die is not the survival sandbox game that it used to be. And I don't know what it is or what to call it now, like what genre of game this is now, but honestly, this is not the same game that I started playing back in Alpha 19, and I'm not particularly excited for the 3.0 update with bandits or the 4.0 update with story mode, given how things have been going. That is, unless the developers can turn things around, put the sand back in the sandbox, and get rid of this goofy, gamified progression treadmill that the game has become. So, with all that said, let's dive into the developer town hall and see what the devs have to say. All right, the town hall just concluded. It's now very late at night, so I'm being a little bit more quiet, but yeah, it went really well. They said all the right things. I think that they are going to turn things around after all. They're going to bring back immersion, sandbox elements, new game options, and they're going to make some changes to the Plague Spitter, the Frost Claw, to the Storms, to the Smoothies, all of the things that we've been complaining about the 2.0 update. It looks like they've heard us. So what I'll end up doing is I'll play a little soundbite from the devs, and since this is a recap, I'll paraphrase afterward.
We want to thank you all for all the feedback that you've been giving us, and you know, we wanted to let y'all know that we're listening. The team has been reading feedback from Reddit, the forums, social media, influencers, and singled out a number of topics that we think we could do better on. You know, 2.0, we tried a few new things, and some of it went well, some of it could be better, and to that end, you know, we're going to get into some details in the stream.
The first topic that came up was the biome loot stage caps and how they are being removed.
After listening to the community and examining the system, you know, we agreed this is not needed and removed it for the next patch.
And they also talked about why that was implemented in the first place, and basically they hinted toward the story mode, about having to kind of guide a player along the story path, and part of the way that they wanted to do that was to force the players to move from one biome to the next, but they kind of recognized that really was already
against the enemy's
with a biome loot stage bonus for players to travel from one biome to the next. Next up, they talked about the biome challenges.
The biome challenges are going to be changed, and will be unlocked in any order.
Orbit synchronized.
This on.
Launch initiated.
Go now, Helldiver. Let our enemies take no step that is not hindered by the corpse of their comrade.
Calling down a walker. Requesting tac pack.
Calling down a walker.
Support weapon inbound. Requesting tac pack. Calling in an eagle. Thank you.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Supplies.
I'll take it. Objective located. Northeast. 100 meters. Objective located. Northeast. 100 meters. Tagging location.
South.
Objective critical strike fabricator. West. 50 meters.
Calling in a hell bomb. Objective located. Northeast. Close. Box. East. Engaging terminal. Hell bomb on.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way. Outpost cleared.
Objective located. Cancel that.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Enemy elite. Requesting tac 50 meters. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Got a sample.
Requesting
Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Heavy. Southeast. Close. Mag's empty. I got the terminal. Requesting air support.
Administering freedom. Orbital inbound.
You want reinforce?
Reinforcing. Affirmative. Engaging terminal.
Objective completed.
Affirmative.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Found something.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Got a sample.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Heavy. East. Close.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Sample collected.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Objective located. South. 100 meters.
Calling down a walker.
Tech pack inbound.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Orbital inbound.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Sending.
Attack underway.
Have a taste of democracy.
Got him.
Affirmative.
Found something. Reinforcing.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Hell bomb arm. Clear the area. Dropping item.
Calling down a support weapon.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Calling down a support.
Sending down support weapon.
Requesting tac pack. Mag's empty. New mag.
Sending in an eagle.
Tagging map. Southeast. 100 meters.
Are you being squished by the walker?
Spot outpost.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Automaton outpost destroyed.
Dropping a pin. South, 200 meters.
Calling in reinforcements!
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Heavy, south, 50 meters. Orbital inbound.
Objective critical stratagem available. Bot assets destroyed. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
Reinforcing.
Throwing supply beam!
Deploying equipment package.
Objective located. Southwest. Requesting air support. Supplies.
Calling down a sentry.
Reinforcing!
Orbital inbound.
Tac pack inbound!
Dropping a pin. South. 50 meters.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Nice. I got pushed out of the map.
Pack's empty!
Calling in reinforcements.
Thank you. Reporting to the front.
Calling down objective equipment.
Tagging map. Southwest. Close.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Aiming at an eagle. Package acquired. Dropping package.
You man! Dropping a pin. North. far.
You have ignited the torches of liberty. Extraction awaits.
You can call for the exfil guys if you want.
Got a sample.
Requesting air support.
Say hello to democracy.
Found something.
Get some. Get some. Orbital inbound.
Extraction is available.
Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling in extraction.
Thank you.
Yeah, do that.
Requesting air extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Back inbound. Calling down fortifications.
Mark, never mind.
Dropships.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting orbital.
Marking. Calling in reinforcements. Requesting tac. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Messi Marchand. Welcome to my channel. Chief viewers on streamambu.com remove the space away my chief.
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Reinforcing.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Requesting. Rare sample acquired.
Attack underway. Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
Bag's empty.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Can't get that. North.
Requesting sentry. ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Marking location.
Calling down a walker.
Marking extraction point. North.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Democracy prevails once more.
Bože, kakvi slepci.
Gdje si bre?
Gdje si štima?
Evo brate, napravio sad je lada nes pa da startujem. Malo Helldivers pa ću posle solidnu zmiju.
Čvrstu zmiju.
Da. Već sam probao malo keca, pa je cool. Odradili su super.
Jel to onaj Twin Snakes remake, jel taj?
Ne, baš kec.
Ne. Twin Snakes je manje više original, samo ono malo napređen. Kao Resident Evil.
Streamovat ću ti brate, kad radim ima neki tactical eksponaž, ima neki integrate verzija, onda naravno VR misije i nemam pojma, ima od tog keca 4 verzije. Pa onda ima dvojka, to nisam ni probao i trojka.
Dobro.
Solid Snake koliko hoćeš. Ima da se igra da oči da mi spada.
Ovi slavci ni ne skupljaju. So nobody is collecting samples, you don't need them?
Nikim ne trebaju samplovi.
Gentlemen, good luck. Nikom ne trebaju samplovi. I sve samplovi koji su bili ja sam izdao smak.
Pa da. Pa to je glupo malo, ne pomaže ljudima, mislim.
Ne, ovaj je 30. level. Ovaj što je kao vođi ekspedicije. Ovaj je, ne znam, 50. Ovaj je 70.
Pa ne mogu, nisu oni skupili sve, nema šanse.
Ne verujem.
Mislim, nema šanse.
Ne verujem. Bar dvojice nisu skupili sve. Bar dvojice. I to još igre devetku, da igraju četvorku, peticu, pa da su upgradeovali otprilike pola brode. Makaki. Nema šanse.
Šta si igra, kakav je Major sad?
Koji gore ćeš? Nema kako si. Pobedili smo ona. Nevjerojatno smo pobedili, nameštaljka je bila dobro.
Ne mogu ja da verujem da smo pobedili.
Ne mogu ni ja. Klasična nameštaljka.
Bilo je stvarno bog.
Pobjeda. Pobjeda!
Ali evading Major, ba dobro.
Dobro, nema veze.
Kako dušice miriše ta lubenica, lepo čoveče.
Orbit synchronized.
100 mi se trese, veruš. Koliko burgija ispred kuće.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
To sam ti namerno radio.
Siso jedno.
Nisam znao da će da uspije da spala. To mi Kecman radio. A dobro, ali ja uradim emoji, ne uradim nikad ono da pritisnem dugme, ja uradim svoj emoji na onaj tvoj.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Eksplozije, eksplozije. Na mjesto voljno. Brale, 100 mi se trese. Ju. Pod nogama mi vibrira. Koliko drnde.
Šta igramo, kažeš ti meni? Da znam šta da nosim od luda.
Ne znam. Šta hoćeš da igram? Dam ti da biraš.
Ne, meni je...
Htio sam Chlorel da skembamo.
Može, sve jedno. Zaista sve jedno.
Chlorel je skoro pri kraju. Taj ćete reći koliko je. 90%. 9,9%.
This planet calls out to be freed from the robots that enslave it. Choose where you will shatter its shackles. This operation would strike a mighty blow against the enemy.
Ovo će biti interesantno. Spread Democracy, to je zastavica da držimo, dobro. I Geological Survey. Nigde nema konvoja. To mi je okej, ali malo stresno za moje staračke nogice.
Za nogice?
Da trčkam za roboti dok oni begaju. Može i to. Pozadi.
Imamo, brate, robota kao free.
I jeste. Koliko hoćeš. Koliko imaš municije. Kad isprazniš onda sledećeg. Zanimljivo, jel te?
Veoma. Kao, kad hoćete da me kontaktirate kodekom, pritisnite select dugme. Znaš, ono, priča čovjek.
Da.
A gore piše press the touchpad. Jel nema select ovdje? Ima select, ali tu je skraćenica za streaming, za broadcasting. Tako da su te sitnice odradili, nije ono. Pa prvi deo sam startao, i nisam upecali ni još nijedno, ali samo sam startao.
Jesi lomio vratovi ili si ih samo ono, imaš da ih obeznaniš da se ne svesti?
Ma još dotle ja nisam stigao, čoveče.
Nisi izašao iz vode?
Došao sam iz vode, popio sam se u ovaj... kako se zove? U lift, u bazu sam ušao kroz onu šaktu i opet... Ja nisam promenio sekundarno oružje, ja sam jebao.
Nije da sam te požurio.
Aj, slušam ja tebe jebao, pa sad ću ono malo.
Ne palimo ništa, gledam.
Mislim da je tu hold, brate, iza. A?
Brale. Tu imaju neki resursi unutra, se meni čini.
Ima, ja sam razvalio termin. Aha, malo
Učić.
Ili ja naređujem ti tamo već.
Reci Dragička. Ovo ti nije Incident Corp, to ti normalni automatoni. Pod znacima navoda normalno.
A dobro,
nemaju one ječine sa vatačima plamena. Bat one ga zoveš, da, i oni su shotguni. Ni Master Cool.
verujem, ti na... Meni si naš znaš, a?
I have been asked by the same thing thousands and thousands of students.
You know, dobro bi bilo, brate, da pričamo tako sad kad uđu ovi.
Da. You know. La 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 Portable bomb delivery service. Right on target.
Malo, da ću malo da šerim, okej?
Okay. Jebote medaljon. Može vodi izgubim ovdje. Okej. Runner. Call in.
Okay.
Tagging location, southwest. Requesting air support.
Oh. Slepac Mary. I've been killed by a slepac, a blind fucking man.
Slepac.
Cunt, you might call it.
Dry there.
Yes.
Calling down a walker.
Ne mogu da se pomerim. I can't move, guys. Fuck. Thanks! Thank you! Got him.
Break dance.
Roger that.
Snake.
Yes.
Jammer.
I know. That's why I called the nuclear bag. Slavko!
Okay.
That's why I called the fucking nuclear bag. I got this.
Marking location, northeast.
Dropping a pin, east, far.
Roger that.
Roger that.
Roger that.
Vidi gore, vidi gore.
Džaba mu ga koristiš in-game voice chatu. Tvoj optimizam je vrlo pohvalan. But sadly...
People don't talk too much.
People don't talk.
Supplies.
Čutu, čutu.
Džaba se trudiš, bre! Rekao sam ti 100 put. Kad vidiš da ja pričam s njima, možeš ti da pričaš s njima. Niko ne da bekne. Prošli put jedan lik pričao, mikrofon kod je u bulju nabio. Ništa se ne čuje. Slepac. Bravo da idem po...
Heavy, east, 100 meters.
Možda ga zoveš.
Ne, ja sam džemovan.
Calling in reinforcements.
I got you, buddy.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Take that.
Ja sam se sjebo se.
Found something. Mag's empty. Reinforcing. West.
Evo malo mire i tišine. Pičku materinu. Treba support oružje.
Ma tu mi je negdje čujemo, samo desno se. Gdje me nagnali. Evo vam. Nema potrebe, ću idem po njemu.
Uzmi raketni, uzmi ovo. I kreni na džemu. Ajde, jedan će da uspe od nas dvojice. Ajde! Budi hrabar vojnik. Znaš kako se aktivirat, znaš?
Pa samo isto kao jump, samo duže držim. Kao warp, duže držim, ili tako?
Pa kao kad daješ sebi municiju sa onim resupplyom. To je tako izgleda.
Heavy, east, close.
Mrtav ga.
Mag's empty.
Samo evo, oni deaktiviraju ili ja.
Nema veze. Možda nam zatreba.
Heavy, on my position. Freedom never
Bio sam glavni zalitio.
Nisi, evo to.
Onda je pobegao. Od straha.
Mag's empty. Thank you.
Hvala vi, thanks.
I got the terminal.
North, close.
Yeah. Marking location, bot fabricator, southeast, 100 meters.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Sending an
Requesting air support. Dropships.
Engaging terminal.
Calling down
više me...
Reinforcing!
Uzmi si šta ti treba zapravo. Može to, slobodno. Počas.
Tagging map, northeast, 100 meters. I'll take it.
For prosperity!
Reinforcing! Back empty!
Evo ti oprema.
Not today!
Objective located. Never mind. Northeast, boss.
Throwing supply beacon! I got the terminal! Tag pack inbound!
Ja imam terminal, vidim.
Znaš, imam pogrešno.
Kad bi mogu, brate, od ovih eksplozija da vidim bilo šta. Ali dobro.
Got a sample! Boss, northeast!
Marš, magarčin.
Engaging terminal! Boss, never mind. Cancel that. Boss, northwest. Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters. Enemy in
Dolaze slepci.
rare sample acquired.
To je jedan mlad čovjek, fasciniran kupljenim samplova.
Walker, west.
Ljudi, osveplalite cijelu bazu, ja ne vidim.
Ustrani Walker raket. Juuu, čoveče.
Raketa mi je uzela produktiju.
Ali si mraz. Jebem li mu mamu. Gledaj ova dijabola iza mene. Ajde bre u pičku mater.
Calling in reinforcements!
Može neko da gađa...
Nadaniska. Welcome to my channel.
dođe i ovaj Warpack sljedeći, jebat ću mu mater.
To da budeš ono, žrtva razumno sisteme što se kaže. Dođeš pogodi, podim. Ako ne mogu da me prate, ne mogu da me ubiju. Ćao!
Ovo se tiša vam. Ti su pišač, da. Ovako bre, jeli što, hvala Bogu. Pa ja sam u setio, rekla mi riči, piču kluna. Opet.
Supplies.
A drži ovo.
We've got equipment.
Imam ja rezervni.
We've got equipment.
Uzmi ovo.
Sam da vidim gdje.
We've got equipment.
Imaš ekvazarku pored.
Calling down a support weapon.
Kvazar Kena se promašio. To, pić. Kaže ono, make the legend come to life. Mislim što da me nagnava kad mogu da mu odskočim kao ping pong loptica. Imamo ga odključanog, mogu bi da ga koristim.
Calling down a walker.
Kineza. Dobro.
Calling down objective equipment. Requesting air support north.
Ovo je vrlo impresivna količina otpada.
Heavy, west. 50 meters. Never mind. Heavy, west. Sending it. Reinforcing.
Upravo sam uskočio s teleportom ispred tenka koji počeo da me puca ono trapao.
Requesting air support. Pack inbound.
We've got equipment.
Ajde jebem ti familiju, nađi ga.
Nađi igrača! Au.
Gore, 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 gore.
On my position. Canister's empty.
Našao ime sam ga koknuo.
Ne.
Sa Crisperom, onim zvučnim batačem plamena. Stao sam ispod njega i u stomak sam ustašao, jedan i pokrenuo. Nepo na dva. Zapalio sam u stomačići. Onda on dade i 2-3 dnevno.
Ne jebem ti mater. Vidim.
Ovo već drugi. Nice! Ne znam šta je puklo, dala mi kao onu platku da neko aktivirao. Možda su pukli onaj nuklearni ran. To mi sve uradili, jesmo?
Još.
Pa oni su i tank izbacili. Ja savjetujem izlazim. Jedan tank, drugi tank.
Blaze X. Welcome to my channel.
Go, go, go.
50 meters. Affirmative. Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Životi su ovdje relativni i onda smo sa jednim životom uspjeli da izađemo. Sjećaš se? Ja sam pun.
Rider.
Možeš da mu pobegneš, imaš onaj ranac.
Mogu, gledam da ga ubijem, ja ne da pobegnem.
Ma deš da gubiš, jurite sve živo.
Znao sam da ćeš se prevariti ovdje.
Ako imaš mudar, ti probaj sa onim bacačem plamena da mu zapališ. Mudar. Mislim da sam našao bunker. Da pa nam teleportom živi.
Što je ovo dobro za bežaniju. Reče Jovanović ispred. Lele, svi smo. Niko. Dobro.
Žao me je žao. Sjeri da šta ćeš?
Neko ga žao.
I'm coming. Našao sam sve super sample. Do you need super samples, by the way?
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters. Southeast. Never mind. I'll take it.
To bunker cetno, i turet.
I turent i ovi od uzgore, nemamo gdje.
Ja ću reći. Treća pa pogodi robota pa onda tebe, znaš.
Reinforcing.
I got you, buddy.
Reinforcement budget depleted.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Good. Hey, S4. S4, come to me. Take that.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Support weapon.
Primetio da imaš svaki put kad ti skembaju taj emancipator sud dobiš novi. Koliko se brzo puni.
Rider, ja.
Pack inbound. Walker, west. Walker, follow me. destroyer, north, 100 meters. Found something. Supplies. Bots. Southeast, close. Tagging location. Cancel that. Rare sample acquired.
Additional reinforcement funding approved.
Samo da skempam ovu bazu pa idemo mi izlaziti. Mnogo ima ovih. Mnogo ima ovih. Kako se zovu? Kopova okolo, znaš. Baš i gej. Baš i gej.
Northeast, 50 meters. Affirmative. Tagging map. East, 300 meters.
Yes,
Throwing supply beacon.
Šta me bije? Mamo ti jebem bre, debilnu.
Bag's empty.
S kilometra me po nogama gađe.
Supplies.
Evo, završamo.
Izlazi.
Ma da bre, pamet.
I'll take it. Requesting it.
Democracy's on its way.
Extraction is available.
Sending it.
Attack underway. Eagle 1 withdrawing to rearm.
Trajde bre. What?
Heavy, northeast, on my position.
Zovem ja, to je sve.
Marking
Da.
location. Marking extraction point, northeast.
Zoj,
Never mind.
došli ti
Calling
na
in
pravim ljudi.
extraction.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Da budi tenek dolazi, ne znam da li ga vidi.
Heavy, I'll take it. Heavy, southwest, 50 meters. Heavy, southwest, 50 meters.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting tag pack.
We got super samples also.
Tagging location. Never mind.
Selects.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Reloading. Heavy, northwest, 50 meters. Bag's empty! Marking extraction point. Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Da vidim cenu. Telefon.
These samples will help fund upgrades to the Super Destroyer.
Greetings, Helldiver. The Galactic War.
1 second.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Oh yeah, I have to select the next.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Hellpod launch initiated.
Okay, cancel that. Objective located. Northeast.
Mother cock. Slavko!
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Freedom requires firepower. Requesting tac pack.
Wait. I got a special delivery for that jammer.
Freedom requires firepower. Deploying SOS beacon. Freedom requires firepower. Requesting tac pack.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Reinforcing. Deploying SOS beacon. Last reload! Box east. Never mind.
Dropship.
Requesting air support.
Eagle 1 leaving combat zone to resupply.
Requesting orbital. Mark, cancel that. Requesting fortification. Calling in reinforcements. Mag's empty.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Orbital inbound.
Mag's empty.
Tagging map. West, 100 meters.
Out of ammo.
Outpost cleared. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Eagle
Calling down a
back.
support weapon. Tagging location. Cancel that. Northwest. Objective located. Northwest. Requesting advanced weaponry. Objective located.
Motherfuckers.
North. Main objective.
Calling down supply. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 200 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Heavy. Northwest.
I'm
50
coming,
meters.
close, I'm coming.
Injury. What injury?
Oh, we can D3, can you reinforce him?
Calling in reinforcements.
Thank you.
Jednog sam ti skinuo, Ilija.
Thank you.
Guns! Guns! We are jammed! We are working on it. Pa daj repeat.
Još jedan.
Punch!
A jebi. Telepromptovao sam se unutra na fulka. Top.
Heavy.
One moment please. Kako se teleprompter?
A gdje sam vidio trčkan ka tebi?
Heavy. Northeast. On my position. Northwest. Never mind.
2 sled, 3 sled.
Mag's empty.
See ya, suckers!
I got the terminal.
I need 2 inputs to disable this. 2 inputs! To the left one. To the left, I repeat. Jer istuči levo. Van dometa, nemam pojma kako hoćeš.
To je drugo levo.
Pali ti 2 inputa ga isključi.
Pa vidiš šta ispred mene, da li si normalno?
Levo. A ja sam protičao pored toga.
Ali ja nemam ništa, nemam ni paket, nemam ništa.
Imaš gore tamo, na vrhu, uspješ da se popneš. Levom stranu, tuda. Možda imaš 2-3 kulka gore.
Da.
Možda imaš 2-3 kulka. Nice. Jesu ga to meteori uništili svega? Daj pile. Ándale.
Tactical asset near your position.
Mislim da ga meteorska kiša isključila, ali...
Rare sample acquired. Marking location, northeast. Tagging map. Reinforcing! Allied destroyer has left the squadron. Box, northeast. Tagging location. Cancel that, northwest. Heavy! Affirmative.
This is dropship.
Objective completed. Enemy tactical asset within range. Objective critical stratagem available.
Bye bye baby, bye bye. Daj Sauron.
Pod asset destroyed. Objective critical strategy. Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver to combat zone. Moving a pin. West. 200 meters. Orbital inbound. Heavy. West. 50 meters. Got a sample. Heavy. Northeast. Close.
Sending in an eagle. Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
Automaton outpost destroyed. Calling down fortifications. Heavy. Northeast. Close. Calling in reinforcements! My life for Super! Marking location. North. Thank you.
Morning. Fortunate.
Heavy. Tagging location. Never mind. Northeast. Reinforcing. Eagle.
Reporting to the front.
Marking location. Cancel
my
out.
God.
North.
Look at that.
Heavy. Got it. Fix. Thank you. Affirmative. Calling down a support weapon.
Чизени.
Crazy.
Tagging map. Southwest. 200 meters.
We have to go back.
I'll take it. Meg! Injury? What injury? Affirmative.
Matter. Welcome to my channel. Mika man, I can draw a painting of you and your pigeon for only shekel.
Shekel. No. Don't draw my cop.
Sending it in. Our asset destroyed. Main objective nearby. Throwing supply beacon.
Dropping ammo.
Mag's empty. Bots, northeast. Last reload. Tagging map, north, 300 meters.
Oh, fuck.
Dropship. Bots, southwest, 50 meters. Mag's empty. Sending in an eagle. Rare sample acquired. Got a sample. Heavy. South. I'll take it. Requesting orbital. Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Box fabricator. Southwest. 50 meters. Box. Southeast. 50 meters. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
Našu super samplovali Strider i Ozan.
Roger that. I'm coming.
Tackling. Welcome to my channel.
Box. South. 100 meters. Tagging location. Never mind. South.
What's up?
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Die.
Box fabricator. West. 50 meters. Requesting air support. Democracy's dignity maintained.
Yes, who cares?
Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Spot outpost. Sending in an eagle.
Affirmative. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Requesting air support.
Calling down supply. Backpack inbound. Calling down a support weapon. Ending it.
Eagle 1 rearming.
Marking location. Never mind. Last reload. Reinforcing.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
Jebi ga.
Zvolite ja. Ajmo kurac. Pus.
Requesting tac back. Requesting
Let's
advanced
feel
weaponry.
secure, guys.
Got a sample. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 300 meters. Requesting sentry. Supplies.
Dropping item. Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters. Calling down fortifications!
Na milimetar si se teleprompao.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. 100
Stvari
meters.
si ti vamo u ovom pravcu.
Ne, uzu sam ja reinforcovao sam.
Okej.
Tamo pokupi samplove, super samplove tamo.
Affirmative.
Roger that, roger that. Jo, Slavko! Bestar traf kamen.
West. Mag's empty. Calling down a sentry. Box, northwest. Supplies. Cancel that. Supplies.
Steam pack.
Ili aj doći imamo... Pa da imamo ovaj gor, dolpa i sad.
Ovo ja i sam. Dolazi. Daj budeš napred, kroz vrat. Znaš?
Evo ovako.
Ne, gledaj, samo gledaj. Skoči unutra, ajde, samo pored mene.
Čekaj. Ili ga je... Zove me Slavko odmah. No, don't do that.
Calling in reinforcement.
Slavko, ubići se, zove me. Guys, thank you.
Sending in an eagle.
Lost.
Zove me. Sorry. I don't have shit. Can't help.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
We're going. We're on way. I got killed by bullshit. Let's go. Regroup and try again. No worries.
Heavy, southwest, on my position. Box. Heavy, southwest. Box, requesting air support. Tracking location, west. Sending in an eagle.
Watch out.
Throwing supply beacon. Box, south. Box, southeast. Last reload. Thank you. Supplies.
Samples.
southwest. Requesting fortifications. One life for Super Earth. North.
Drive. Drive.
Not today!
Ja pucam u Fredera. Who is covering my ass? Oh, my ass.
Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe destruction. Thank you.
EMP.
Heavy, southwest, close. Rare sample acquired. Marking location, north.
Top vamo, Ilija, top vamo.
Where? I repeat, where?
Tagging location, northwest. Heavy, north, close.
Negative.
Reloading. Supplies.
No, no. Oof, I took everything.
Bag's empty.
Let's go. 3. Mustn't let them nagnać. I hear a tank, I don't see a tank. What the fuck is it?
5, northeast.
I cannot take it. Fuck. Zagledao si.
Kad si naš?
Razpazem lokaciju.
Supplies. ETA T-minus 1 minute. Mag's empty! New mag! Sending in an eagle! Calling down fortifications! ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Drop ships. Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Guys, can we exit? Can we like exit, please? Stop fucking cock blocking! Stupid bots!
Hulk iza tebi, Ilija. Hulk.
I know.
Heavy, south, on my position.
Of course it's a Hulk.
Marking extraction.
Oh. Guys, let's go.
Marking extraction. Takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Democracy prevails once more.
Evo ga. Ćeš da ostaneš još jednu, to ti je na Eradicate.
Ajde, može.
Ja sam tu mislio prekidam kad završim to. One more.
Samo do veća dođa.
Aj. Thanks.
Now that was what I call a profitable use of resources.
Mission coordinates locked.
My friend XP went
Hellpath
to a
Prime.
toilet. He'll be back like in 1 minute.
Stani.
Op. Šta je sad? Koji hoćeš? Wisely spoken njegović sama.
Launch initiated.
Remember, if everything fails, hug the wall. Defend the wall.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling down a sentry.
Tagging location.
Calling down supplies.
Drop ships.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting sentry. Line. Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry. Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Requesting air support.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Box. Northwest. North. Drop ship. Northeast. Heavy. Northeast. 50 meters.
Calling in. Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area.
Drop ship.
Artillery, huh? That's some brave tactic.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy. North. Close.
You are planning to kill us, right?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Requesting air support.
Hvala vi.
Ilija, iza leđa nam jebu mater vam.
Yes, I agree.
Reinforcing.
Ime čovjek sa artiljerijom, nije mi ni jedan post ubio.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Calling in reinforcements.
I got you.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting orbital.
Thanks! Fuck off!
Mag's empty. Calling down a sentry. Bots. North. On my position. Calling down supply.
Shoot him in the ass.
Requesting sentry.
We got you.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry.
Hack the wall. Oh my god, tanks are coming.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Get some! Get some! Heavy, northwest, close. Last reload! Another triumph for managed democracy. May liberty guide your safe destruction.
Yeah, that's EMS for you.
Pelican 1 awaiting Helldivers. Please enter the extraction radius.
Reloading! Requesting sentry! Requesting sentry! Mag's empty! Tagging location. Support weapon. Got a sample.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Marking extraction point. North.
There we go. Easy peasy.
Thank you. Marking extraction point.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Joj, koliko godina imate. 100 godina imate, pričate gluposti.
Victory was never in doubt.
Usrali smo. Samo da ti kažem, Shield je zaštitio Turente dosta. Jebeš nas,
Pre nego što si ga bacio na moj auto Canon, da! Jeste. Toga nije zaštitio, priznam.
Jebi ga, ako je palo, stvarno nisam...
Nema veze, tako padaju ne Pokemon loptice. Ti je baciš ona od skakuće i gde padne, jebi ga. Ne, kad baciš strategen, znaš da se kotrlja po podu i onda se negde otvori gde nisi ni hteo. Klasika. Thank you very much.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Svi odoše, a ja ostah, nema zvezde danice.
Gledaj, pa trebaju da izađe novi ovaj Rift za DBD da vidim šta je. Pre pola sata.
I šta misliš da?
Nemam pojma, nisam teo ništa da gledam.
A šta je Rift? Kao neki mini event?
Pa Season Pass ovaj, nova sezona, 3 meseca.
Season Pass, tu sam te čekao.
Pa imam ja već za Season Pass, tu nema šta, ja to zaradim igranje.
Naravski.
Ovaj sam obrnuo dana, sam ga završio, zadnji dan. 10 levela neki mi trebali i to sam sve odradio. Neki iridescent kozmetike sam uzao. Deep Riftu. Da vidimo šta kaže sad. Ja.
Fino. Lepo, lepo. Za tebe uvek bit ću tu i tebi uvek daću sve. Kad god poželiš nikad neću reći ne.
Da vidim samo pa ću se tušnem na brzinu, treba sinovi da mi dođu. Pa onda sam tu posle.
Dobro, Slavko. Onda čujemo se kasnije.
Važi, važi.
Zdravlje.
Ćao.
Ćao. Ona mene radi, ne znam zašto to... Zašto moj kum to radi, ne želi da bude... dobar saigrač. Fucking earthquakes. Okay, I'll be right back. But who the fuck? Why? I didn't do that. That's the way you need it, any way you want it.
Sandbox gameplay. So you can go straight to the wasteland and go and do that challenge first if that's something you feel like doing.
Next up, they talked about biome progression and badges.
Badges? We don't need no stinking badges. So we're going to do away with the badges. Badges are going to be changed to various survival kits to have a more immersive theme, and they will include different themes of personal protective equipment. You know, smoke survival kit for the burnt forest. You're going to have a firefighter respirator.
The last stage of the challenge would allow you to craft the item, and it would also allow you to craft one for your friend who joins, so that he wouldn't have to go through the biome immunity challenge himself if he didn't want to.
In the desert, you'll craft a heat survival kit. You know, it'll look like something like a bandana and a hat and sunglasses, and that'll negate the ambient heat hazard found throughout the desert biome. And then the player model will not show any of these items, but you'll have an icon and the description of it, and it'll be an object that you craft.
Next up, we're going to talk about these stupid smoothies and their plans to fix this.
The burnt smoothie will now become a black lung serum. It's going to be an injectable animation that we have that's really cool. So you'll inject this. The Oasis smoothie is going to be called Sunstroke Tonic. Frostbite smoothie is now going to be Scorcher Stew. And then the Atomic smoothie is going to be called Fallout Flush.
Next up, they're going to talk about how they're going to change storms to make them less of like a player timeout and something that's maybe a little bit more possibly rewarding, risk reward, we'll say.
Biome Storm's going to have 2 stages. Stage 1 will have a unique debuff per biome. So in the burnt forest will be smoke inhalation, desert will be sunstroke, snow would be frostbite, and the wasteland would give you radiation sickness. All the stage 1 debuffs recover over time when you're sheltered.
So 2 different levels of storms, mild then severe. The mild version of the storm will give you a biome specific debuff, so that's like radiation poisoning and sunstroke and frostbite and stuff like that. They also went on to say that, for example, if you're in the snow biome and you're cold, if you stand next to a campfire or have a torch out, you'll warm up, or if you go into the water, you'll get too cold and you'll become hypothermic more quickly. They also said that the storms would be a shorter duration overall, there would be less damage over time, and also there's a possibility that the zombies will have an increased chance to drop loot bags. And they also went on to talk a little bit about armor, because we used to have those old armor mods. Remember the insulated liner and the cooling mesh mod? They're talking about bringing those back basically so that you can apply those into your armor and have basically just another layer of protection against the storms.
Thinking insulation mods and possibly tiers of those that will increase the amount of time that you can be out in a storm during stage 1.
Next topic of conversation was the Plague Spitter and the Frostclaw zombies, which apparently are being entirely reworked.
So yes, we've already started on that, and we're modifying the Plague Spitter to fit our kind of central Arizona lore with a Native American looking Indian. And if you guys haven't noticed, a lot of our bandits are Native American, so it's really going to tie in well with the fact that there's a lot of bandits.
The game is set in central Arizona where there's the Apache, so we're pulling it back into that lore.
We're also doing the Frostclaw to kind of look more like a lumberjack or like a mountain climbing mountain man badass guy.
Basically, they're leaning into the Navasgain, Arizona roots, where there's a large Native American population, and so the Plague Spitter, the Desert Plague Spitter, is going to be of Native American ancestry, and the Frostclaw zombie, which they didn't tease at all, we didn't get any images or anything, is going to be like a lumberjack, mountain man kind of person instead of a freakish Yeti monster. So I do absolutely approve of this. They did talk later on in the stream about how this is inevitably going to delay the 3.0 update though. Oh, and they did comment on how they are reducing the spawn frequency of these guys, so they're not going to just be swarming you every time you go into the desert or the snow biome anymore. I wasn't expecting to see this though. This is our first look at the official third-person mode that will be coming within the next few weeks or months in one of the point updates before 3.0. I personally think this looks really good. There's a feature where you can change shoulders, so you can kind of aim from side to side. And there's another feature where if you go into an indoor area or you're crouching down, the camera kind of zooms in and tightens it up for you. So, yep, looks pretty cool. On to the next thing, though.
So tinning is coming back. We just didn't have time to do it, but we're committed to it now. So we're going to bring back tinning for the player clothing and or armor.
Yeah, so in the past you used to be able to apply dye to your clothing and you could make yourself look, a number of different ways. And they kind of, when they implemented all the new armors, I guess they never had time, or they never got around to implementing that system for all the new armor. You know, you could do it for the vehicles, you could do it for the weapons, but they just didn't have it done yet for the armor sets, so they're wrapping that up. That should be available for one of the updates soon. So they were kind of bouncing around here. The next thing they talked about are some new questing types and questing options, and the first one was
flat spot code.
Flat spot code. So what does that mean? Basically, the game engine, there's some code in there now to identify small flat areas that are most suitable for airdrops and for dig quests. So no longer are you going to hopefully find airdrops in the ocean or on top of a POI or, you know, in other real like difficult to get to areas. The buried treasure and buried supplies and stuff like that will be in a kind of like flat open area that's easy to kind of retrieve from. And apparently they want to implement some new quests around that specific code. But then they also get into another new quest type they're looking at, and I'm not sure if this is going to be for 2.0 or 3.0, but it's a destroy building quest type where the whole objective is to go inside, plant charges, hit a button, and just detonate the entire building, blow it up, level it. And they also teased that this is going to be the new sort of destruction physics style that the game will have for all structures. So it doesn't matter if you're collapsing POIs or your base is collapsing, it's gonna fall apart in more of like chunks instead of individual pieces from now on. Ooh, next up they were talking about some new weapons, more specifically rare, non-craftable, legendary weapons that you can only obtain through looting pretty much.
We're wanting to make rare legendary drops that have unique names, skins, special attributes, and these items would not be craftable. Adding in you know, legendary weapons and armor and tools.
The next question was, will there be any new workstations added to the game? And surprisingly, yes, at least 3 of them, if not more.
Looking at an apiary, bee farm, we want to do a chicken coop. The other one we're considering is like an electric or industrial stove.
All right, my friends, that's gonna have to do it for this one. There were more things that were discussed in the live stream, and I encourage you to check the Fun Pimps YouTube channel for the full version of the live stream, which I'm sure they will post there at some point. There will be another opportunity, they said, this weekend if you're looking to get the purple Fun Pimp hat. It's a Twitch drop, so you can watch the stream again this weekend and claim your reward for that. Personally, this isn't perfect. This is not the game that I, you know, am dreaming of. However, these are a lot of small steps in the right direction. They might be steps backward in some areas, but hey, at least they're course correcting. They're moving in the direction that us players, especially us veteran players that have been playing for a long time, from the early alphas till now, changes that we really wanted to see, things that are important to us, like survival elements and realism and, you know, diverging from this fantasy setting that the game has been moving toward a little bit lately. So I, for one, applaud the Fun Pimps for not only recognizing the problems with 2.0, but also coming out and exposing all of these issues and coming up with a plan to fix things slowly over the next couple of months and conducting this town hall live stream for the first time. So thank you, Fun Pimps. Thank you all for watching. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. I'm going to bed. I'll see you all in the next video.
Fortunately, we've only had, you know, some pitchforks and, you know, we've had a mob of pitchforks where we were like, guys, calm down, we're gonna fix this, we're gonna balance this. We think just unbalanced. We've shipped some undercooked features before. In the end, when we patched them, people were like, oh, I guess I understand what your intent was now. What it says to me is they care about our game and they love our game, even if it's coming across in maybe not flattering way.
Hey, today we've got word that Arrowhead's CCO Johan Pilestedt revealed they're working on improving the UI, aka user interface. We've also received an interesting flamethrower buff that's exclusive to the hosts. Plus, we'll go over more details about the flamethrower, but that's not all, there's even more to cover. If you enjoy the content, please show some love by tapping the like button below the video. I'd really appreciate it. Let's jump right in. Alrighty, Helldivers, we've got an interesting response from Arrowhead CCO Johan Pilestedt that replied to a post over on the Helldivers subreddit page. Right here, we can see there's a post about the voting poll to change Super Earth's mega city name, which was just recently changed to Gun. Now, this Reddit post basically is talking about how the voting poll shouldn't be exclusive to Discord only, since only a few voices are heard and some cannot vote, whether that's because they're banned or don't have a Discord. Nonetheless, Arrowhead CCO Johan Pilestedt replied to one of the comments in this post. There's a Helldiver that stated that it should be an in-game feature for Helldivers to vote, and that we've already got an option to vote on where to change the Democracy Space Station location, so it shouldn't be hard for the developers to add it. That's essentially what this Helldiver said. Below that comment, another Helldiver chimed in to say that if they did implement that, then the developers would most likely break 50% of the game by adding that one feature. Then finally, Arrowhead CCO Johan Pilestedt replied underneath those two comments by basically saying that he found the comment to be a bit mean, but also true. He went on to say that their user interface is difficult to develop, however, they're working on an improved system that will allow the devs to build a better in-game user interface faster. He explained that they made an early decision to focus on Discord as their primary platform for the community, considering they use it internally for playtests and other games. So that's interesting. Potentially in the future, we could see an improved UI, a user interface for the Super Destroyer. And I'll be honest, we need a voting option. To be fair, I get that Discord is supposed to be the community option for them, for them specifically. However, at the same time, I think there needs to be a voting system, and a perfect place for that would be on the opposite side of the armory, where those terminals are unused at the moment. Nobody can use them, you can't interact with them, so that would be the perfect place. Now, I've seen comments in the past below where some of you said, hey, it's disappointing that I cannot vote. What the heck's going on here? And I don't know, except for the fact that the Discord is their primary place for community interactions, and that's, I guess, one of the reasons. I would like to know your opinions on this post. Do you think there should be a voting option or not? If you do think there is one, drop a response below and let's talk about it. Moving along, we're going to talk about some misinformation about the CRISPR as of late, as well as go over a buff for it. As of right now, we've got no idea if this was unintentional change or if the developer still buffed it without mentioning it in the previous patch notes. However, we do know it's only possible for the host right now. Nevertheless, there have been a few posts going around talking about how the CRISPR is now powerful, inflicting 800% DPS. What I'll do is show you a few tests with it so you can see how strong it is currently. Now, I will say it's not a new anti-tank buff, because previously the CRISPR could inflict damage on factory striders under their stomach, so that's not new at all. However, the damage increase is, and it's only for the host at the moment, like I've mentioned earlier. I'll show you a few examples, like the factory strider. The stomach underneath is a weak spot with medium armor, and the crisp is medium penetration weapon, so it's not inflicting anti-tank damage at all. There have been some misinformation going around about this, so if you see posts claiming it's an anti-tank, it's not. Specifically, the belly is medium armor, not heavy, so it makes sense for the CRISPR to penetrate the belly spot. So again, if you have heard that the CRISPR is an anti-tank weapon now, it's not, because again, the bottom spot of the factory strider is medium armor, and if the CRISPR is a medium penetration weapon, of course it's going to be able to inflict enough damage to basically hurt the factory strider even more. So with that said, we're going to go over some more tests right now. First, we're going to test it on the Hulk, and it only takes 2 CRISPR magazines to inflict enough damage to bring down 1 Hulk. If you're wondering how it's able to dish out damage on an enemy like this with heavy armor, the reason is that with the recent changes to fire, you can now set enemies on fire quickly, and it's obviously cooking the entire Hulk, including the heatsink on the back. Next, the charger is the same. It only requires 2 magazines on a charger, and it'll be defeated fairly quickly. You can tell the flame is cooking the entire Terminator easily, and it's inflicting a lot of damage, considering it now inflicts much more DPS if you're the host. Now, a larger enemy like the Harvester is a 1 mag dump, and you'll be able to destroy the Harvester very fast, quicker than with any other choice in the armory. Overall, we could tell it's for sure inflicting a lot more damage, only if you're the host, like what other Helldivers have been stating lately, so again, it's not an anti-tank weapon buff. With that being said, we're going to continue along and go over the recent dispatch for the minor order. We completed it yesterday, and in the dispatch, High Command informed us that winning the order has spurred citizens to new heights of patriotic generosity, and all Helldivers have been issued a free HMG emplacement stratagem slot. Not only that, but High Command, or rather the developers, have reduced the total number of Leviathan eliminations, as you can see here on screen. Previously, it was 3.75 million eliminations, and now they've reduced it by almost a half. It's currently set at 1.5 million, which is interesting because there was no way we were going to eliminate that many Leviathans in a week. Since they've lowered it by that much, there's a potential chance we could reach the goal. However, yet I think it's very possible we're going to lose this, unfortunately. Okay, switching gears, let's briefly go over a support team member's response to a well-known issue with the anti-tank emplacement. A Helldiver on the official Helldivers Discord said they're stuck in the anti-tank emplacement, and support team member B Vitamin replied that she doesn't know what's causing this bug to pop up, but if this Helldiver can figure it out and reproduce it, she'd like to know. If you've noticed the same issue and have possibly figured out what's going on, I highly suggest sending a support ticket to their support site on Zendesk, or go over to the Helldivers Discord and send her a message. With that out of the way, we have to talk about an issue that's been reported a lot lately, to the point where Arrowhead recently addressed it on their support site. So what's the issue? Well, there have been reports that players have lost their super credits or war bond items, and I'd imagine the Stratagem Hero is included in this. We can see a post there from a support team member answering a question on why players lost their items. She stated that this can't happen if you previously used family sharing on Steam or console sharing on PlayStation. And if you recently stopped using family sharing, you'll automatically lose the stuff you had unlocked. She explained that it's essentially borrowing content, since on your main account you don't have the DLC unlocked. This includes items like the pre-order armors, Stratagem Hero, War Bonds, and so on. Pretty much any type of DLC. When you stop using the family sharing option, it removes the DLC from your account and you won't have access to it. Now, there's some good news. If you've done this previously and unlocked a bunch of items, then if you purchase the War Bond, you'll still have those items that you've unlocked previously. However, if you don't, you won't be able to use them. Hopefully that helps out a lot. Not only do I want to bring up that, but there's also a Q&A here, essentially, for the War Bond token. As you all know, there's going to be a new War Bond token this upcoming month on August 26th. And if you're wondering, can you send in a support ticket to basically claim your 1,000 super credits? No, you cannot do that. They're no longer doing it, as you can see here. So don't send them a support ticket because it's practically useless. So how about we now kind of backtrack a little bit here and go over another post from B Vitamin in regards to ideas. As you all know, there's been several ideas that have been sent to the developers, and even Shams recently has explained that, hey, we don't have enough manpower to actually implement these ideas, and this is what B Vitamin said as well. They don't take player suggestions directly from players for a reason, and it's basically to let you guys know that they do read them and consider them, but the developers are already too busy, and it's not enough. So practically, it's the same situation here. They do not have enough manpower. Now, if they had a lot more developers, they could implement a lot of content and changes pretty fast. But yeah, unfortunately, they can't do stuff like that. And if you have sent your ideas, it most likely won't be used, and they won't be able to implement it because, again, they don't have enough manpower. Alright, let's go ahead and talk about some DPS. Now, as you all know, or some of you may not know, the DPS for the Crisper, the Flamethrower, basically any Flamethrower right now in game, currently has the same DPS, which is 150 DPS, fire. Now, there's a Helldiver that asked about this, wondering why it's all the same, and to be honest, I don't have an answer for that. I believe it's just based because it's just fire, it's flame, I don't know. But it's a good question, and I don't know. If any of you have an idea, let me know. But we do know that there is a Super Destroyer ship upgrade that will increase the damage, so that's something to consider. But yeah, overall, I can't explain to you why it's different. If you have any comments about this, let me know below. Lastly, we've got the top 3 comments. First, from New King 5628. That wrote that the Helldiver that landed on Cyberstand 2 days ago was either General Brash or John Helldiver. Who knows? I can't explain it, honestly. Maybe, perhaps, there's a developer out there that was trying some things out. The second top comment is by Spartan 555, that said that the minor order is probably more important than just the major order, since some of the tasks are impossible to complete, I guess. And yeah, especially with the Leviathans and all that. And you wonder what the reward is for completing the minor order will be. And you already know it's just a free stratagem slot. So yeah, not much there. The last and final comment is by Kilashia 92. And you're wondering if anyone has issues with the evacuation extracts. Yes, I absolutely am. There's points where it'll go underneath, it'll fly around left and right, it'll just hover. It's completely ruined at the moment. That's a bug that needs a fix desperately. Anywho, I hope you have enjoyed the video. If you have, consider tapping the like button, subscribe, turn on notifications. I appreciate your support, especially if you tap the like button, and let me know what you think in the comments. As always, thank you to everyone that watches the videos, from the subscribers, the members, and the Helldivers lurking. If you haven't subscribed and you're lurking, press the subscribe button now. It's completely free and you won't get charged. However, you will help out Super Earth quite a lot. See y'all in the next video.
If you like to read patch notes, you'll know that Vecna has received some pretty big buffs lately. At the start of the match, for example, he now starts with all of his spells available, which he didn't do before, and they also have a shorter cooldown, which means that it's much easier to cycle through them and never be in a situation where all of them are on cooldown and you can't cast a single spell. This would make you believe that this add-on, the Cloak of Invisibility, is now honestly worse. After all, the really nice thing about this add-on is that it worked at the start of the game, because all of your spells started on cooldown, and also it helped you when you were most vulnerable and all of your spells were on cooldown, so it was meant to help you when you had nothing else going for you, to help you bounce back. This add-on shouldn't be very good now, but the thing is, if you go out of your way to spam all of your spells like absolutely crazy, it does mean that you can benefit from the 20 seconds of Undetectable much more frequently and many more times in a single game. This is the strategy that we're going to be using today. We're not going to be trying to use our spells very well. If you don't know how to use them, honestly, it doesn't matter. We're just going to be casting them left and right, constantly running out of them so that we get constant Undetectable and we can spook survivors with a somewhat quiet killer that is even capable of getting grabs out of people doing generators. It's honestly such a stupid little strategy, I cannot believe that it actually works. Fracture Cowshot. You guys remember when this map used to be like, you saw it and you were like, damn, I'm never gonna win this. It was terrible. Alright. Send that there. Use that there. Use this now, maybe. And fly. Now you might be like, why the hell are you using all of your spells? Because if I use all my spells, I become undetectable for 20 seconds. And if I become undetectable for 20 seconds, I can do absolutely nothing because these people are too smart. Okay. Okay. I think I needed to believe right there. Okay, good. Yo! What did they steal from me, chat? Well, let's switch it up a little, chat. Oh, that didn't hit him? No worries. Yeah. Okay, he's... You know what? Let's say him over there. I think my goal is to spam spells a little bit. I want to be undetectable soonish. Am I undetectable yet? Right. No. I still think I have one available. Maybe fly? Maybe fly. Okay. That's alright. Let's check this main and... nearby. Ooh. Okay. Beautiful. So, little explanation about this build. We basically have two perks that trigger when we hit survivors that are not the obsession, and also when we kick a gen and it gets completed. Both of these perks make us recover faster after attacking with a basic attack, so we can focus on just hitting them and not really thinking too much about anything else. Am I undetectable now? Now I am. Perfect. spam spell build. It's like playing Baldur's Gate in like easy mode, you know? Oh my gosh. Actually, I haven't played it in easy mode, so I wouldn't know. Okay, that's good. Oh, little bounce. Oh, she decides to leave it, funnily enough. Let's do this. Oh, she stepped a bit too far out. Okay. The idea, by the way, that is really fun with Dissolution is that if a survivor vaults a pallet, you can vault it with your fly spell, and if they vault into you, which they often do, it immediately breaks, and that's kind of fun. Ooh, imagine it. Wait, he's got spimbers. Wait, what happened? She got her D stuck in a toaster. Hi, Brian. Oh, thank you for the dono. Oh, I'm so sorry. I barely caught that. Let me send that. 1 second. I'll be right with you, buddy. I just need to, yeah, I need to use all my spells, man. Oh, it's gonna happen? Unfortunately... He won't vault it, or if he does... Okay. So, I'm undetectable still for a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's just hoping someone will be there. Where are our friends, chat? Okay. Forget about the undetectable bit for a minute, I guess. There's a window there that should make it. Yup. Sand the balls. What am I missing? I've got this one. Just use it. Just use it. I'm undetectable. Ooh, big time. That wasn't a hit. Oh, she has the... Ooh, this is hard. Flies available. Okay, what are you gonna do? Vault it? Oh. I didn't realize that if I'm undetectable, technically I have no terror radius, and thus this strategy, even though it works, it doesn't work now. I genuinely was expecting that pallet to eviscerate itself, and it didn't. And I might leave a negative review on Steam. Who the hell do you think you are, woman? Who do you think you are? Actually, where do you think you are? Please answer, I'm not sure. Kick the Shen for compromise. Okay. Can I use this on any pallet at all? What the hell? Yeah, just use it somewhere. What if I spam fly? Yeah, just spam it, end it immediately. I'm undetectable. For a long time too. Hold up. They're healing. Let them heal, have been really nice. That would have been really nice. Unfortunately, Steve has this thing called a brain, where he's, there we go, where he actually looked around himself. I hate when survivors do that. All right, good. We have 8 stags. We have a gen compromise, probably one over there being done. Next hit is basically gonna have such a short recovery. It's gonna be pretty wild. So not only can I spam spells, I can also spam. You okay, bud? See, the normal counterplay would be to vault the pallet back. Vault it. You can do it. I'll let you. Yeah, it's okay. Dummy. But is he dead? He's not dead, right? We downed him one time, but I think we didn't kill him or something. He's not dead. He's fine. He's fine. He's just a little crybaby. He's alright. You know when kids hurt themselves and the parents are like, it's alright. It was nothing. Just a little scratchy. Damn, hits like that are so mean on Vecna. Wait, you cannot use it on... I'm gonna use it on Shag. Alright. Yeah. So, how many spells? Oh, flight. Okay, spam it. Just end it immediately. So they don't actually hear me or see me or anything. How much attention are they paying right now, do you think? Oh well. Enough, apparently. Oh, Lithe, I see. She's not looked behind her yet. Okay. Alright. I'm riding her like a pony. Alright, down you go. Alright, so if my calculations are right, that gen should be about to be done in what? 3, 2, 1. Now? Should be done now. 4 gens forever, man. It was nearly done, wasn't it? What the hell do you think you're doing, buddy? Alright, I'm gonna wait for the gen to pop so I have the fastest possible recovery. Come on, 3, 2. Oh, you wanna do? Yeah, okay. Yeah, trust me, I won't grab you. I wouldn't dream. I won't grab you. You're fine. Like, I'm just supervising. I'm just really attached to this bone. This is my grandpa. You know, I need to be here. I need to make sure you're doing it by the book. Go for it. It wasn't my grandpa at all. Whoa. That was fast recovery. What's going on? Oh, what? What's up with my flight? Huh? Why was that so slow? Okay. I have an idea. Okay. Dude thinks he's winning, but what the? Actually, he's walking right into us. I'm so confused, man. This game has been so silly. This game has been so stupid. So, yeah. Now I have the normal flight. What was that? Was Vittorio like? Did he like put a little chain ball in my pocket or something? Why was I so slow? Yoink. Okay. Oh, no, one of them disconnected. I'm having so much fun. Please don't. We're gonna do 2 different Moris. This is the mini Mori that you can only do if they have one of your special items, trunk. And then we're gonna do the normal Mori. Now, some people say, you know, when you send a survivor into the underworld, they say you're sending them to Brazil. And I'm not sure if that's like low-key offensive, but she is Brazilian. So make your own judgment about where she's going. You know, if it's to Brazil, we're sending her home, and I'm not sure that's not that bad, right? Oh, okay, this is perfect. Time to spam. Okay, ball first, then this, then that, then a little bit of fly, but we're gonna fly around the edges of the map. So if they're looking around, they don't see me, and I'm gonna stop the flight right now. And just after all that spam, I now have... No way this works, right? I'm gonna go behind. Oh my god. You saw what this Vittorio was doing? He was actually using his perk, potential energy. So he was probably like really focused on that. Oh, I feel a little bad. That actually kind of worked. Okay. Shack maybe? Someone's here. Wait. Ooh, I didn't hit him, but I saw his aura with my green add-on. We've changed a bit the build, basically, if you didn't see it. This add-on is really nice if you're gonna spam, because anytime you miss a skull, you see the aura of a survivor nearby. So it's nice. What else? Send this ball. Am I undetectable again? I am. Hold up, wait here. Okay. No way, that actually got his butt. What just happened? Okay, so he created a fake pallet and I broke it with the event invitation. And that was really funny. Oh my god, he didn't expect me to be here. Like, I don't think Vecna is one of those killers that when they're standing still, they make a lot of noise. It's one of those things that's not explained in the game or in any guide. But some killers, they just make a lot of noise when they move. Or they make a lot of noise when they're standing still. Like Trapper, for example, goes... breathes a little bit heavy. Oh, you see, I see her aura because my skulls miss. I'm really not necessarily trying to hit them with the skulls. If I get the hit, awesome. If I don't, that's fine. Oh, I see aura. Why? Okay, I think I might do like a short flight. Fly and stop. And I'm undetectable again. No way I pulled this guy out of her. Do you think I could pull him out of this gen a second time? That would be insane. Oh my god, I nearly did! I nearly did! I've never done that in my life! Oh no! I'm so sorry, dude. Do you notice that he has the default cosmetic and he's using a default perk? This could generally be like a new player that's playing this killer, this survivor for the first time. I am so sorry if that's the case. We definitely want to kick some gens at least. Wait, no. We want to kick this gen. What am I doing? Okay, I just wanted to get stuck on it so that I wouldn't be stunned if they dropped it immediately. Oh, okay, what's the plan? Okay, I think that's it. I could have pressed the ability to endure any stun. I'm gonna break that pallet remotely. Okay. I'm gonna throw this just to see her aura. Nice. Because I saw her aura, I could guess that she was gonna do that. She's pretty smart. She almost gets the right play. The right play would have been to vault back through that pallet. Unfortunately, she didn't quite see that right away. Oh, I don't know why she's here. Anyway, she's dead. Okay. 6 stacks to save the best for last. Amazing. Watch out. Anyone dropping this pallet? Let's put her in basement. Why not? Alright, as we come out of basement, we spam some more spells and try to become undetectable again. We haven't been undetectable in a bit. I don't know. These have a big range. Why don't we drop them there? Okay, didn't show anyone. Can I pick up any pallet? Is there any pallet within a 60-mile radius? There we go. If I find the Vittorio there, dude, I'm gonna cry, dude. He doesn't deserve this. Oh. Maybe he does, actually. Okay. Who's this? I can't tell. It might be Vittorio. I'm leaving. I feel a little bad. I'm undetectable now again, so... Surprise. Wait, who's the other fella? Is it Felix? I think it looked like Felix. Yeah, it's Felix. Awesome. We spam spells as much as we can. Ooh. Oh, that's so unlucky for him. So lucky for me. Ball, maybe? He's gonna ball 100%. Problem is... Oh, I got the speed boost! Oh my god. Oh, that's... Look at their recovery after that basic attack. That's crazy. Okay. So basically, when a gen that I kick gets compromised and it gets done, I move faster. I am undetectable. It adds to my recovery after a basic attack. It's pretty mean. Oh. And no. Oh, why am I seeing you? Okay, this guy has had a rough time. I feel like I don't... I mean, we're at 2 gens. I feel like I don't want to kill him, but what can I do? Give him one more chance. Give him one more chance. Where did I hook the other fella? He was out here, right? I'm undetectable still? Okay. He has removed consent from me chasing him. You know how website asks you like, do you consent to having cookies? He has clicked on reject everything. Reject all. Only the necessary. Okay. Alright, after this we kind of have to start killing them though. Sorry, dudes. Maybe we could have given a bit more love to the girlies, but maybe after I hook Ada, it's a pretty nice split. Yeah, sure. Nice. Okay, excellent. We're gonna spam all the abilities. I see her aura. Ooh, that's right, she has life. Oh, that's right, I have flight, which is better than life. Oh! Oh my god! There's nothing I could have done there, chat. Nothing I could have done there. No counterplay. Send the ball, and I'm gonna be undetectable again because I use all my spells, and maybe I can go to Shack. Shh. Quiet. Someone's in it. Oh! Oh, baby! Oh, look at this recovery. I wouldn't really kick that gen when I have a chance. I'm still undetectable. I'm gonna go back. This guy's probably back on it. Kick it, kick it, kick it. Right, spam more. Some over there, why not? I step down on the basement a little bit so they fly close to the ground. Maybe they hit someone. Pick up some random pallet, why the hell not? Fly a little bit. We love flying. That is nasty. Oh my god. Show myself, she's gonna vault. If a survivor blocks the window, half the time they just vault it because they think that you're obligated by law to follow them. So if you just go around, you hit them like that. Oh, actually, this would be really, really good. Why not? And now I can do ball, and now I'm undetectable again, which means I could maybe check on this gen, which we haven't given any attention to. Listen, listen. Oh! Yo, what's up, guys? Oh. It was him, it was his fault. Nah, dude, that was you. Why is he acting like a grandpa that, you know, ran out of the retirement home and he's confused? You know, it's like, why am I here? I'm sorry, dude, you don't get to do that. Oh, now I am. Dude, wouldn't it be really funny if I grabbed the poor little Vittorio like a 17th time? Hold up. There's a chance. Oh, damn it. He was facing me, so it wasn't quite possible. But you could tell that he peed his pants a little bit, so I guess that was part of the objective too. Sure. Alright, about time, dude. Time to go home. This poor man has known absolutely no peace during this match. He's never, ever want to do in a duo gen. He's gonna switch to playing killer. Oh man, it's been really scary for him. He's gonna think that Vecna is a stealth character. Anytime he goes against Vecna and uses the stupid little chest on the ground, he's gonna be like, guys, let's just hide in the basement, please. Poor guy. Someone was here. This gen didn't have this much progress. Hey, what's up? What, you think you're gonna convince me that you're a bush? Right, fire to gas, send this to main. Oh, what? Oh my god! That's so unlucky. Oh my god, we sent a random ball and we got her. Okay. Mind games within mind games, guys. Just like in my Dune novel.
Hello everyone and welcome to 7
Basil Salute.
Escape from Tarkov mod.
Welcome to my
I've
channel.
never played this before, so we're just gonna see how this goes. I had quite a bit of an issue getting it installed. I don't know what exactly is going on. Hopefully everyone else doesn't have that kind of an issue. Yeah, so I see I automatically I'm missing a few things in the menu. I don't think that it actually matters too much, but we will find out how much it matters as we go along. So, I've been really craving 7 Days to Die for a while, and, well, the last mod I tried was called, something like Return to 16, Alpha 16, and it had some nice stuff in it, don't get me wrong. However, it wasn't enough of an overhaul, so I've decided to just go full crazy on overhaul. I don't have a message from the Duke, so I guess that's just gonna be there. Great. But anyways, I just wanted an even crazier overhaul, real quick, that just completely changes the game. Because I truly feel the base core of the game is really good. Like, I love the general idea of buildable environment, voxel, destructibles, zombies, survival horror, resource management. Like, the basics of the game are a really good idea. That said, I honestly think the fun pimps are mismanaging the game really badly, and it's gonna be dead soon if they keep doing that. Like, apparently there's going to be a town hall or something like that soon, and that would be great if it happens, and it would be even better if they actually do something like listen to the players. I'm not seeing any rocks around here. This is actually kind of getting annoying. But anyways, like, listen to the players and hear what they want. Just in general, stop getting rid of stuff. Like, that would be great. How much do I need for a stone axe? I think 5. Yeah. Ooh, okay. But yeah, in general, like, I've just been really dissatisfied with the way the development has been going with 7 Days to Die for a while. And it's not that I hate the game yet. Like, I still like the core of the game. It's just usually something will happen at some point that really frustrates me, and then I just end up dropping the game. So recently I did a full playthrough on YouTube. Well, not a full playthrough. I got to day 15 and into the snow biome, and boy, those new zombies are sure something, aren't they? I kind of hate them. Like, I really, really hate the new zombies. I hate the spitter, it's awful. The Frost Claw, or whatever they're calling it now, not amazing. Not awful, like, it could be way worse, but, yeah. So I don't really have any quests or missions or notes from the Duke or anything, so, like, this isn't going to be like 2.0 at all. Like, normally I would have just read the note from the Duke, done the starting stuff, and then ran off to, where is the mark? But anyways, I would have ran off to do some trader quest. But right now, I don't even know where the trader quest would be. Like, I don't know where to go, and that's kind of refreshing, honestly. Like, I really did think the game was getting a little hand-holdy with the direction it was taking. Like, honestly, your first couple of days are very, very you just have an expected experience. You complete the tutorial, you immediately go to the trader, you do the digging quest. The trader is always wrecked, which I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of wrecked, I don't like it. And, like, yeah, then it's just off to try to get the stuff you need for a campfire, and then from there it's, like, you're probably, well, if you're me, you're looking for, oh, I need to make a spear real quick. If you're, oh wow, there's some interesting stuff in there. Sig MCX spear. But yeah, if you're trying to get the knife, then you're trying to get the
pistol, and it's a very on-the-rails experience. Whereas with this one, I'm hoping it's not an on-the-rails experience at all. It's like we don't even have our usual oh, you're not dead. But yeah, we don't even have our usual skills. Supposedly they've revamped all of this stuff so that they've revamped all the containers so that things that make sense are looted out of did I just get this from? But anyways, things that make sense will be looted out of the various containers. Like you can find appliances in the kitchen cabinets, you can find food in the upper cabinets, that kind of stuff. And I'm really excited for that because that's kind of been one of my big issues with the game so far. Like, it just feels really bad when you can invalidate the first few days of the game just by looting enough toilets. Like, it really should. Oh wow, that did not look great. But yeah, the first few days of the game being completely invalidated just by searching toilets isn't great. And honestly, like, they've kind of hit this bad point, at least to me, where like I always feel completely overpowered or completely underpowered, and there's really very few in between. So, like, at some point I'll have a really nice good feeling about doing a POI where they'll spawn in a wave and I'll barely survive and it will feel really nice. But those are few and far between, and I just looted a pistol. I don't have ammo yet, but I did loot a pistol. Alright, well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, like, of course there's a pistol and a bag of weapons, right? Not a fan of that POV, though. But, I just usually am not a fan of POVs where you kind of see your character. I'm one of those people where if I'm aware that I'm, like, I can see my nose, right? But if I'm not paying attention to it and actively aware of it, it doesn't bother me. But the moment I become aware of it, it bothers me. By the way, to people who have this issue, sorry that you're now aware of your nose. But anyways, yeah, what's the point? Oh yeah, so I'm really not the type who likes to be, oh, okay, big mama. But anyways, I'm not the type who likes to be able to see my character. Kind of hits that same little neurotic ick, I guess you'd call it. So, so far, like, the gameplay loop is a little different. Like, we don't have the quest to guide us, and there's definitely more stuff, and if you get lucky with where you spawn, you can just get a gun right in the very first dungeon, which is realistic, I guess? I mean, like, I complain about how on the rails the loot stage makes you, how on the rails you feel with the loot stage system, and that definitely is one way to get around it, like, just make loot sensible. However, now we also have a gun, and we're not even out of these, what I like to call starter dungeon. Yeah, okay, so we now have a gun and 16 bullets, and we're not even out of the starter dungeon. And, to my knowledge, no mod changes this, but I would love it if we just had a mod that got rid of needing to open, stuff that we should technically already, wait a sec, I'm gonna see if I can modify this onto my... Wow, look at that. Apparently we can't put it on our, we can't put the flashlight on our pistol, but boy, look at all those mod slots. That's actually crazy. Also, look how big our inventory is. That's really nice. Like, I've complained about that in the past. I really don't like how small the inventory is in the base game. I think they should either give you all the slots right off the bat, or give you the peak amount of slots you can have without slowing your character down. Was there supposed to be a key or something here? Oh yeah, there we go. They seem to have gotten rid of all the hand-holding stuff, like, oh hey, cool, I can just admire my gun. Yeah. They seem to have gotten rid of all the hand-holding stuff, which makes sense because, while I have never played... Okay, that's really distracting. Every time I hit reload and I don't need to reload, I just immediately look at my gun. But anyways, that's pretty cool. Like, they have a little animation for, when you're running with your gun, it gets pointed downwards. It's very, it feels very Battlefield, Call of Duty style. Like, I've never actually played Escape from Tarkov. I'm vaguely aware of it. I might play it one day. I'm also very aware that it has, like, an absolutely fanatical fan base. Like, like it seem to really like it.
Kako si zna da
And
čuti.
I don't know if I'm gonna be one of those people. I'm gonna go back and get that
svi igrali samo
real
igre.
quick because I want to make the night.
Nisam vidio da su igre, nego i Iva igrala. Eto vidiš.
Like unlike the
unlike in the base game
where you're gonna be using your melee
Dobro, igra nije kompleksna, ti smo počeli da igramo pre par godina, pre 10 godina. Tako su podnastavili igru da može, nije toliko koliko je ranije bio kompleksan taj deo, da kažem, Survivor. Šta ima? Radio sam kući, ne znam šta je bilo, punjene paprike sam smazao i odigrao sa Slavkom, pomozi mi reći, Helldivere, da, i bio malo live show Rika, onda je njemu došao Rika, uvijek je Rik, i kad ja ne igram penzionerski nivo težine, uvijek stavim malo ispod maksimuma. O, bravo je.
5 bucks, zamisli neko kupuje Fortnite pare je. Zamišljam tebe.
Zamišljam sebe. V-Bucks.
Pay to win igraš. Pay to lose. Dobri moj kumar, lako je tebe. Ti si od 2 doma, jel?
Da. Svaki dan. Svaki dan kad radim prvu.
Dobro, tvoj kumar je upravo došao kući, evo sad je lega. Što mi je što se dešava na mom PC-u. Kako make water purifier.
A ti Iva igrala sa tvojim karakterom?
Da, ne igrala svoj,
Dokle je stigla?
And it's been here since 1973. It was built by Chevron. It pumps out 11 million barrels in its day, but it stays open. It's abandoned now. It's been abandoned since 2022. And it's not the only one out here. There are literally hundreds of these abandoned structures. In Louisiana, to Alabama, to Texas. They're on the continental shelf and stretching out to deeper and deeper waters. My interest in this subject started when I saw all those viral videos of people visiting and climbing all over abandoned oil rigs. I grew up on the Gulf, and it bothered me that these things were...
Ako se naša kompjuter, kad je neko koristio strašno.
Ova mapa koju ti igramo ja i koju sam ja isto igrao svoju varijantu. Ti znaš koliko je velika mapa?
Znam, vidio sam, čim imaš 2 podaca.
Znaš koliko je? 10 sa 10 km. Znači ogromna.
To nije problem kad imaš oscilator.
Kad imaš, i biciklom sam prešao s kraja na kraj. I motorom isto, ali peške... Ne, vrati. Ma satima da tabanaš. Treba će ti sana B... Rek, vremena. Meni se graniči, na mapi koju ja igram, graniči mi se radioaktivna zona sa zelenom zonom, sa zapaljenom zonom. I to nedaleko od spona, da?
Invincible si gledao?
Sam ikad gledao?
Invincible.
Jes, nije loš. Nije za decu. To je jedna od onih crtacija koju bi ti rekao nemoj slučajno si gledao sa decom. Brđe neke odrasle teme. Kao to je crtani, a nije crtani za decu.
interesuje me kad će nova sezona, mislim sljedeće godine.
Invincible. Smo ti gledali onaj Vox Machina? Mislim da smo gledali zajedno. Onoj družini onih avanturista. Pa kad su počeli da ubacuju one LGBTQ pozitivne karaktere, ja sam počeo kolutam očima, ono, ajde kao najvilenjak, pa kao oni imaju tu otvorenu politiku ljubavi, aj šta god, ali brate, nemoj.
Slušaj, čim krene s tim, odmah treba izaći. Ne mi, nego svi.
Gdje izaći?
Izaći iz igre, iz serije, iz svega izaći, čim vidiš LGBTQ i reći, aj mrš. To je to.
Vidi, ne para ovih Helldiveri. Helldiverima nemaš dugine boja, imaš one plaštove, znaš, ne znam da li si vidio kad igram, pa ono, imaš 20-50 vrsta plaštova. Tražili su ovi pozitivno, seksualni, da? Tražili su kao svoj plašt gej. I ovi su developer rekli ne, apsolutno ne. Čak kaže i da imamo ljude koji kao rade u kancelariji, kod nas kao koji su ono, znaš, pripadnici kao tih manjina, kaže ne, kaže igre nisu, kaže ono, poprište bilo čega. Razumeš, tih borbi koji se bore u realnom kao, znaš, apsolutno ne, kaže nema mesta za, kaže, ovakve stvari u igri. Ne podiže, ne doprinosi ničemu. Nema point. To su rekli, pazi, Šveđani, a oni su ono solidno liberalni po tom pitanju.
Baš liberalno. Liberalna je strašna riječ.
Ne, ozbiljno. Mislim... Liberalni.
Znači 2026 sljedeće godine izlazi. Zašto izlazi sljedeće godine?
Over 100 for what? For you to transform. I need to limit my transformations to life or death situation.
Please, trust me. Good. Now change back. Cells are approximately 24 hours younger than reference.
What's that?
It's an advanced genomic engine, actually.
Šta ovo more? Ovo more reka. Jesi vidio reku ikad širine? Vidio 50 metara širine.
The magic curse that is the source of your power has a bug in
Ovo ti treba ili helikopter ili most da napraviš. Nema ti kroz ovo vožnje. Ono što ja i ti svi gledam na Vezginu, poletiš u vodu. Kako ne? Brate, reka...
The digital copy of certain cells before you transform. Then fools the curse into using that reference for your transformation back human. Monster, please. Now back. No de-aging detected.
Does that mean?
It worked.
Ne znam što je laš. Da nije onaj Invincible, ona ženska, što je ork.
Icebreakers relied on sailors using axes to cut through ice, slow and dangerous work. Russia built the first icebreakers with sharp, knife-like bows that could slice thin ice, but got stuck in thick layers. In 1871, German engineers redesigned the bow into a rounded shape. This let the ship crush ice with its weight, faster and easier, but it only worked for light ships. Once loaded, the bow sank too low and failed to break ice. To fix this, engineers made the bow longer and adjusted its angle, so it stayed effective under any weight. Power was the next problem. The engines had limited range and couldn't handle long polar trips. The solution? Nuclear power. A reactor heats water into steam, driving turbines and propellers. Icebreakers can now sail for 3 to 4 years without refueling. Even with enough power, large ice chunks still posed a threat. Engineers added side thrusters to push broken ice away from the rudder and main propeller. Reinforced steel belts were also wrapped around the hull to boost structural strength. To reduce friction, engineers added a bubble system. Seawater mixed with air is sprayed under the hull, creating a cushion that helps the ship glide through ice more smoothly. Over 100 years ago...
Tehnologija razvijanja ovih... Samo pusti dalje. Icebreakera.
To nema dalje. 3 godine može čovječe ljude da...
Na nuklearni pogon, da. Može li posle?
Šta je to za posebno, a?
Pa ne znam.
Ne znam što da radim, uvijek tačno. Mislim ću pamti jedan film da pogledam i...
Učiš mi kao da si game over.
A evo, morio sam se danas tako poločurinu sam radio, baš ono... Jer me spasao to što je bilo vrijeme fino, baš je bilo ono... oblačno, znaš, i onda je bilo super.
Ako je pećina ovdje, znači da trader nije daleko. Uće starta... Da.
Hoće ti prodati na pušti.
Hoće ko da napusti?
BFF tvoj.
Šta da napusti, pa čuo se ja.
Šta si ti čuo?
Od tebe sam čuo. Kapiram ja da pa gotovo je, on je udario limit, ne može on...
Ne može više, a?
Nema on snage, to to?
To toku?
Pa to toku me. Nema on snage.
A u šta ti nosiš u inventar, to je strašno.
Nosim sve. Ovo sam luto, bio je 14. dan horde, znaš. I bukvalno sam se ušao neku vojni kamp. Postavio sam ove kao grede. Ove kao... I se... Šta biciklo? Pa ne, biciklo je...
Šta je biciklo?
Ne znam, da što zabaci miner gear. Kako ne? Akumulator izbačiš.
Akumulator i ubači, brate, 20.000.
Da, izbačim akumulator, da. Pamet. Izbačim akumulator. Akumulator 5. 5 izbači.
Šta mazi?
Radije ću da ne izbačim akumulatora, nego da odem do prodavca i da mu prodam još stvari.
Poenta je... Stani, brate, stani ponemo da ima gdje, brate.
Ko? Francis Ford Coppola.
Majke ti onu drugu sa Betima, ajmo tamo, ako jes tamo jesu, ulećemo odmah. I... Priča s neki, vrat si jada neko.
Da ne izbudeš. Ma nije komara.
Ide do motela.
Nije.
Nešto do motela.
Kumra.
Nije.
Welcome to my channel.
Isto tako radi?
Pa jel to? A?
To tako radi?
Ne znam gdje je drugi trader.
No relation to Kim. He wrote about levels of civilization by what means of energy do you command. And a level 1 civilization controls all the energy manifesting on your home planet. A level 2 would capture all the energy from its host star. And now you build a similar device that captures all the energy of all the stars in your galaxy. That'd be a level 3. And a level 4 would be all the energy of all the galaxies of all the universe. And there's a level 5, I think. Yeah, that's called God.
Znaš za to?
Šta? Za?
Ano, organizacija 4 stadijuma i to.
Za skaliranje moći, da kažemo tako.
Nego kontrolisanje energije, u suštini. Sve se zasniva na kontrolisanju energije.
Da, i u transferu energije. Ako smisliš kako da pretvoriš bilo koju... Da...
Prva organizacija je da kontrolišaš sve stvari što imaš na svoj planetu, znači energetski gledano. To je mi...
to je davno sam čuo to. I? Ajde dalje.
Drugi nivo je u suštini da kontrolišaš svoje sunce. Znači da kontrolišaš svu energiju tvojeg sunca, razumiješ, znači sve ono.
Da slobodno raspolažeš s njom, da je ono...
da kontrolišeš energiju iz cijeloga univerzuma svog, razumiješ? Na kraju četvrti nivo ti je svemir, znači sve kontrolišeš, znači cijela energija što postoji je tvoja kontrola, razumiješ? Da, što je nešto abnormalno, razumiješ?
This suit, everybody knows it, and I was like, I wonder if I could wear that. And so I sent it to Law, and I was like, here. He's like, are you being serious? And I was like, yeah. One of the men who originally made it is with us, and he was like, you know, we can try it, but there's also a world where certain parts won't fit. Like our proportions might be very different. We tried it on.
A ovo sam gledao kome, zašto su...
It fit like a glove, and I think after
zašto
wearing
je
it for
Hollywood
like...
postao, znači, zašto počeli prosečne, ne nego prosečne ove zvijezde da koriste. Znači, nijedna od zvijezda sadašnjih nije super lijepa, nego su ono lupa prosječno neki grobovi. I muškarci su isto neki tropovi, ono, razumiješ, to nije ono, razumiješ?
Zato što su... skontali su da ne vredi da podilaze lepima i bogatima, jer njih ima procentualno manje. Ajmo da budemo tako nekako jednostavno izdržavamo. Treba podilaziti ružnima ili ljudima prosečne, da kažem, prosečnog standarda lepote. Njima treba podilaziti i treba podilaziti gojaznim ljudima. To je taj kao što oni zovu fat acceptance, koji ne radi, a možeš da pogledaš na YouTube klip koji se zove Fat influencers are dying. Kad jedna izjavila u fazonu kao I'm fat and I'm sexy. No, nije čak ni fat, I'm obese. Fat ti je ono, ja i ti otprilike ta varijanta, obese. Znaš šta je obese? Obese ti je kotarlja se. Kad ga vidiš kotarlja se, razumeš, ne hoda nego se kotarlja. Ne vidi mu se, ne znam, genitalije mu se ne vide od stomačića, ne znam. Ima gronik kao ono prase, znaš, prasenice. To ti je to. Šta je ovo? Vojni kamp.
Šta radi ono mlad speed, cigančo? Šta radi od cigančo speeda? Šta kaže fat? Can body fat stop bullet? Ne. Max weight.
Mislim, probaj.
Ne. Probao sam, to sigurno neće fat influence.
Ne, nego probaj da zaustaviš metak. Si vidio rudnik? Hybrid mining, brat. Si do?
Kako da vidiš?
Mamo ti spalim, dođi vamo, barabo. Na Bog da se uključi u strojno kolo. Lokacija se zove Hybrid mining, brate, pravi kamenolome. Ludilo izgleda.
About the hair. It's not just about the hair. Well, you keep talking about the hair. No, it's everything. My suit, my name, my missions. I mean, why would a god take orders from anyone at all? I think you're throwing around the word God a bit loosely. Yeah, no, because you said I was all powerful, invincible, and stronger than a whole team of Avengers, which includes at least one god. So, but I'm starting to think maybe you don't know what God damn it. What I'm capable of. Maybe I need to show you. This is so irritating. You're gonna turn on me.
just like the rest of them.
I'm not afraid of you, Robert.
It's not Robert. Big fair.
It's enough about the hair.
It's not just about the hair.
Well, you keep talking about the hair.
No, it's everything.
Do we talk?
Okay. You win.
O, grdan li si, zeleni gade. Gade, jedan zeleni pušio. Znači, udario sam policijski auto, sponuo se... Ne znam. Zeleni zombi ako hoćeš. Feral zombi.
Here you go. There you go. Balance to the penny. The problem was you weren't adding the check amount. You were adding your address over and over. I thought that number had a lot of words in it. Thanks, Hal. And remember for next time, stamp was on the letter, not the mailbox. Ooh, I'm gonna go. Hey, did you like when Carlo threw you way up in the air and Daddy was screaming, wasn't he? Guys, don't worry. I'll be back tomorrow. This piece of junk. Yeah, well, a lot of ain't never gonna do that one. So, here's the names of the men injured. There's a list of the men who buy Travisay because of their wives' obsessions. Oh, yes, thank you, Mr. Shelby. Lovely doing business with you. That's the name of the list, didn't I? Yeah. They saw me. Only 3 men in Britain's wives. Mr. Frost list. The name of the man who called me must be my enemy. He wouldn't be protecting me. Fine, you fucking believe me? You're fucking not. Yeah, I do. You know, as bad as I am, what the fuck do you do for somebody, mate? If you look straight ahead, you can see there's no track in front of us. It ends. So we're gonna lock in place right here. Yeah. And then the track is gonna disconnect and tilt forward to a 90-degree angle. All that's done in front of me. You got a lot of time to think about this. That's the thing. Psychological warfare on my head. So now we're locked into place, and the track is going. Here we go. We're tilting. We're tilting forward, 90-degree angle, straight down. I'm so not right. Okay. Oh, this is so not right. We're holding. So not right. Yeah, this whole thing is broken. This is great. This is great. Lucky. If you look straight ahead, you can see there's no track. Hey, my man, you ain't no wrestler. What the fuck you got on wrestling shoes for? Whoa, you guys big. Absolutely. Jimmy, you're trying to grind anyways. You guys look like a before and after for a product that doesn't work. We just got a before. What does ADD stand for? Diabetes? I'm first. You guys wear sweatpants and sweatpants. You guys just completely given up on custody? Is that no boy? Wait, what?
Evo, sam da si pogledao čitav
Da.
Rick i Morty.
Zapravo, sad ću da dođi da gledamo, šta?
Ti ćeš za spat. Sutra. Može sutra. Može sutra.
Sutra ću za spat.
Koliko sati?
Ne. Pola sam pravo, sutra.
Sutra.
Ne mogu, mora se.
E-O-Y. Yeah, I had a feeling you'd misspell it. You guys are two of my favorites. Two chins and
Sada dođem kod tebe, a ti nađeš jednom gledamo, ti ćeš samo rek. Spavam.
Hoću znači...
Biće, to tako radi Miki. To.
Ne tako radi. Vreme.
Vidiš kako se kum uspalje.
Dobro, svi kad vidiš ukriveni.
To tako radi, Gagi.
Gagi.
Da, Gagi jebote. Kogra, pozdravit ću te, pošto ja samo što se ne budem
Ajde, bježi. Bježi. Ovo se vidimo sutra. Ćao.
And then eventually you'll have your forge up and ammo will not be an issue. But yeah, so now we have a knife. By the way, it's really weird that we have an email icon, devs. Not the Tarkov devs, like devs, like that's actually in the base game now, and that's kind of. Oh, what's this? Alcoholic, cycling, hunter, medical maniac, special build. Oh. I didn't realize this was something I had to open with the popular little thing nowadays. I'm going to, I think I'm gonna go with the hunter. Oh, my favorite weapon. So I can literally have my favorite weapon right out the bat. I also almost never use bows now because I really hate them, honestly, actually. It's not even that I hate the bows. I hate having to scavenge for bow and arrows, but I might go for it this time. Note from a stranger: whoever finds this everyone is dead. I am dead. No one can survive except Barney. No, not even Barney. Anyways, take my stuff and escape from Navigate. Pain. I don't know how to pronounce that, to be honest. All right, sure, fair enough. So they did have this, I just was being dumb and didn't realize it. Okay, so there is a tiny bit of hand-holding, which is totally fair. Totally fair. I was kind of expecting that to give me like a waypoint or something, I guess it didn't. I'm fine with that, but kind of annoying. Oh, also we should probably start collecting up some cloth just to have it. Oh, we have plenty of cloth. How did I get here again? Okay, I guess we're going up. Okay. But yeah. Okay, so, I don't know if I'm happy with the fact they just handed me a recursive bow and a knife. Like, maybe the zombies are going to be super dangerous, and that's actually going to be important for me. I apparently still don't know where the trader is, so I don't know. But also, that's nice. So we will be using our bow and arrow. How do I reload bow? There. That's such a having to hold down reload to choose your arrow is kind of like really weird. I don't think I've ever actually seen. Well, I think there might be a couple of games. Those games generally want to. So games that have radial menus usually have radial menus all over the place. And the only real reason you'd use a radial in this game is largely just because you needed to change your ammo type. And that kind of always felt really weird to me. But hey, whatever. Like, we are not even a few hours into this. We have a gun with 50. Well, I mean a few in-game hours, I should clarify. We have a gun with some ammo, we have a bow with some ammo, a hunting knife. Like, unless they've really turned up the danger of the zombies, I'm kind of gonna think the first 2 days are way too easy. But like I said, maybe we're gonna get into the that felt really good compared to the base game. I've always disliked how bad the arrows drop in the base game. Alright, we're not gonna waste our arrow. Completely predictable result. Oh hey, I didn't even see you down there. Look at this, we're just slaughtering them. Oh hey, we can also just like loot regular zombies and actually get things again. That's honestly. I kind of prefer how it was in the Alpha 16 mod where the zombies actually seem to have loot, but maybe these ones just don't have anything to loot yet. So we'll find out. Yeah. this is one of my little new favorite little hidey holes. Like, it's not super dangerous or anything. There's not any good loot. I just really like the. It just feels like something you would find somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Like some weirdo would be down here selling something you don't really care about. Also, apologies for that. I just realized I didn't turn off my volume on something, so I'm just gonna turn the volume down real quick. There we go. Firefox. So, anyways, yeah, I always leave my messages with my wife open on the other screen, and I forget to turn the volume off so you get alerts from there. But anyways, that's now gone. I have completely forgot my point. I was saying something about that being a cool little hidey hole, and I kind of like that it's just right off the bat there. That's always nice. Hey, was that 2 eggs? It's been a while since I've just looted 2 eggs, I feel like. Yeah, these guys are not a threat. Like, the fact they just gave us a hunting knife is crazy. Like, I don't know, maybe the hunter pack was overpowered, but yeah. I don't know. Maybe the other ones were a little more balanced. We'll find out. Ooh. I've noticed this recently. It's actually a change in the base game since I want to say 2.0. But, I've noticed the zombies are able to kind of hit you at some angles that kind of, especially from the downward angle. But also, this mod has definitely changed a few things, so maybe it's also something in this actual mod. Yeah, look at that. That's gonna make farming way easier. We can just, like, loot every single zombie we see and have all of the nitrate or nitrate. What is that again?
Nitrate.
What's that? Oh, it's now called K&O. Interesting. So, like, I guess a more technical name, but yeah, whatever. Also, it's I've got basically all the settings I'm using are standard. However, there are 2 things I am not doing. I am not doing biome progression. I maintain biome progression is bad and dumb, and we're not going to be doing it. The other thing I'm going to maintain is I don't actually like dropping, oh wow, already got some metal ingots. But anyways, I don't actually like dropping stuff on death. Like, I don't think it adds anything. This isn't Dark Souls. I don't want that feature, honestly.
Well, you don't drop anything in Dark Souls.
I don't know if they did anything about bees in this mod, but we'll find out. I also do not see any kind of a city, but I am seeing, oh hey, armored zombies. I remember that being a thing, so like we need to specifically target, you know, their head. Interesting, so like this guy just presumably scavenged that from somewhere. I guess we're going this way, following the main road and seeing if we can find a city, and preferably trader. This would actually be a kind of nice, like, base, but like it's not near a trader, it doesn't really matter. I also have not shot this gun once, so next time we find a zombie, I'm gonna just shoot it to see how the guns feel. Okay, that's a lot different from the base game. It felt, from the base game, do not feel realistic. Also, I don't know if my aim was bad or what. He seemed to, like, I'm sure I missed at least 1 bullet, but, like, he seemed to really tank that. It might be a case where shooting zombies center mass doesn't really work, which, fair enough. Like, I would be okay with not shooting zombies center mass. Yeah, I would have really liked to actually, like, I don't know, I go back and forth on this. Like, is it too hand-holdy for the trader to just be marked on your map right away? Or is it just a good way to not waste your player's time? Let's try this one more time. Okay, so we definitely got a hit on her head, and okay, so 2 bullets into the head took her down. That's fairly standard with the, I want to say that's fairly standard with the pipe weapons. This looks a lot better than a pipe weapon, so I kind of would have expected it to be a one and done, but as a really weird fun fact, low caliber guns, if they hit the skull, bullets rather, hit the skull right, they can actually, like, slide along the surface of the skull and come out the back, and it looks like someone, like, shot through the head, but it actually, it actually just like came out the back of the skin, and I watched way too many of those. Like my grandmother was really into watching like CSI and all those crime shows, like the real ones and the fake ones. But yeah, maybe not the best choice for a developing mind, because I was watching those like real detective shows about people getting murdered and stuff from like the age. I honestly don't even know what the age I started watching them was. That it's probably had a pretty big impact on my personality though. We are hungry. Which one provides food? Oh wow, look at that. 50 food. Okay. So, oh hey, look at that animation there. Someone has done some work. Honestly, that's kind of better than the base game. Yeah. I don't want to be too hard on the developers of this game, because, like, I am a programmer myself. I know what it's like. Sometimes your boss just tells you to do something and you don't agree with it, but you're gonna do it because you want to continue making money. However, I also like don't really know what the situation is for the fun pimps. Like, presumably they are fairly financially independent, given they have a pretty successful game out that they've been. Wow, this guy is just kicking me. But anyway, oh hey, I can loot this guy. Morphine injector, interesting. Alright, so this is feeling really nice. I like that I can loot some of the zombies. What's this do anyways? Instant health, damage resistant buff, wow. That seems really good. Yeah. The, as I was saying, like, I don't want to be too hard on them, but on the other hand, like, they've just taken so many steps backwards. They've removed entire systems that they presumably spent a lot of time programming in, and I'm not a fan of that happening at all. Like, that's just wasteful. I mean, I get it. Sometimes a feature has to be removed because you just don't want to support it finally a city. But anyways, you don't want to support it anymore. But, like, removing the hot and cold system and then putting in this storm system, which is, if I'm being honest, not great.
Fuck yourself. Well,
Yeah.
Look who decided to show
It
the
wasn't,
face again.
like, what is their end game for this? And, like, they've had almost 10 years to make an end game. And honestly, a lot of the mods I've heard about have better end games already. Like, as an example, well, I haven't played the end game of Darkness Falls. I hear a lot of people say, like, you know, there's a crazy boss battle at the end. And Darkness Falls isn't what I want. I want a more grounded game, which is why I'm playing the Escape from Tarkov mod. Did I ever set this? Yes. Okay. Anyways, hopefully I've had that set the whole time, but whatever. These zombie bikers are actually pretty tough. And they seem to have really good loot. Pretty happy to start taking these guys out whenever I see them. And it's the gun I actually have too, so that's nice. Hey look, this guy's wearing a helmet, so maybe body shots for him. That's actually pretty cool if like they're going to have a system where different zombies have different armor points and you can't just always go for the head or always go for whatever. I'm up for that. Like, I genuinely think one of the absolute best games was, from an entertainment standpoint, was the disassembly system in Dead Space, where, like, different necromorphs needed to be taken out by shooting them in different places. I am completely up for any kind of system that mimics that even the slightest bit. It's like, I've played shooter games for a long time. Like, putting out headshots is not hard for me. Yeah. Anything that makes it more likely that I'm going to have to think about what I'm doing and play the game strategically, yeah, I'm up for that.
You break any of my shit, you're paying double.
Hey, another gun? This is a Glock 19, and the Glock 19 does less damage, but it has a higher magazine style. Okay, cool. That's a lot of different stuff on there that I don't know what it means. I mean, I'll put it on my bar just to make sure I don't have to get rid of it. Oh, also, I need to make a campfire soon to get to cooking. I already have a grill. That's great.
All that gawking at goods and that's all you buy?
So right now, I think the things that I really want to see out of this mod is just a lot more survival for my horror. Like, this is survival horror, and I want a lot more survival in it. The big thing that I really hate with 2.0 right now is that water is basically going to be solved as soon as you get your pot. Like, there are POIs where you can get 8 to 10 waters in like just one go. Not even big POIs. Ooh. Maybe I'll just shoot you. But yeah, not even big ones. Like even small convenience stores can completely invalidate your. Wow, you are
Even if it is to a
taking some
scumbag
shots.
like you.
Even a small convenience store will invalidate your need for water. Is that a body shot? Oh, I got him in the head. But anyways, I'm really hoping to see that they've corrected that. I want to actually have to think about what I'm doing. I want to, like, if I'm out of water, like, maybe I would actually want to craft a dew collector, because in my last few playthroughs, dew collectors were not necessary. Like, you just kept, I keep hitting it, reload, neurotic tendency, by the way, but anyways, is that a, okay, that's a really cool model for water. But, as I was saying, like, I just loot so much water, it's just not even needed, and I want to see that corrected. I want survival in my survival mode. In this game, I'm kind of unsure where we're going to land on that. I feel like I've looted a lot of water already, but, like, I don't know, maybe they've really ramped up your thirst needs. Oh, wow, I, didn't notice you guys out there. Is that a welder's helmet? Wow. The welder's helmet have a lot of armor on it. That would be pretty cool. We're also going to be completely good for farms after we do some digging, presuming they haven't changed that. Yeah, no, it's basically the same. So, like, my last few playthroughs, like, I build the farm completely out of, basically out of habit. You don't need a farm. You really don't. Like, the only reason you build a farm is because you want even more food, I guess. But, like, just looting POIs and doing missions in the base game is more than enough. Like, just so much more than you do for food. Oh, hey, where did you guys come from? Like, I thought I was being pretty thorough out there. I feel like the, easier to, break those, guys down, actually. So I am starting to get overloaded. I don't know what's actually useful and what isn't in this game. Paint's probably not useful. When you're not feeling you, have a Slickers. I always enjoy when they have stuff like that. Yeah. Old books, are these useful? They don't appear to be, so scrap. Paper useful? Maybe. I don't know what any of this stuff does. I already have 3 balls of acid. That's much rarer in the base game. We don't need cotton. We will just get more cotton stuff whenever we need it. Have a medical bloodshed. Okay, that looks really nice. We'll put this on our bar. I know I'm already overloaded, but I kind of want to just... Oh, wow. Stone shovel, please. Plant fibers. Right, I just dropped those, didn't I? Drop this again. We'll drop this. We have enough plant fibers for a stone shovel. I hope my dog's barking isn't coming through. Like, I think I finally have it adjusted enough that it shouldn't be, but if it is, I apologize for that. Sand. Let's see if sand's actually useful for anything, because I never really sand. Maybe eventually, like, sandbags seem like they could be pretty good as like the outer layer of defense, just to keep everything out. We seem to be looting a lot of ammo. Like, from what I understand, like, after the first day in this game, you will basically not need melee weapons, which I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that, but I'm also a fan of actually having ammo. Like, there is a fine line between having too much and too little ammo in this game. And, right now, it's, in the base game at least, it's definitely too much ammo. Like, there is a ridiculous amount of ammo just casually available in the base game. Like, on the other... Oh, hey! Oh. Okay. We're getting a little, run faster, please. Getting a little, bad at shooting, apparently. The, like, I was pretty close to him and aiming straight at his head, but then missing, which I think, this is a learn by doing system, so I will eventually just get better. Wow, look at all this ammo. That's crazy. We don't have the guns to shoot it, but So yeah, okay, I guess we just don't need to use melee weapons now. Like, I don't know. I love my hunting knife, but like when you have this much ammo, what you gonna do? I shoot everything, of course. What's up here? Anything interesting? Okay. So I'm open down there, I bet. Okay, so my wildest dream for this mod right now is that little alert would summon a bunch of zombies, but I guess not. Like, that system is just there for the taking, but no one ever does it. Like in the jail in particular, like you press the button, and you press the button, and it just kind of like enemies swarm at you. Yeah, enemies swarm at you. Like that's just such a low, that's just such low-hanging fruit. Like, why don't you go for it? But instead you walk into the room and suddenly a bunch of zombies are falling from the ceiling instead. Like, that's just kind of crap, right? I'm not the only one who thinks that. But yeah, there's a lot of opportunity. Wow, this looks like it's gonna get dangerous in here. Oh, cool. I don't think that's in the base game. I'm loving this, honestly. I almost feel like I'm discovering a new game. I bet I put one of these buttons, and I just want one of these buttons to cause a zombie swarm. Oh! Oh crap, did you see how fast that gun shoots? Wow. Not exactly, wow. That was pretty crazy. Like, I'm so used to the guns in the base game shooting really slowly. Gotta be careful with that, like I could burn through ammo really quickly. So, like, we can loot the zombies, but they also drop bags. One or the other, please, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the mod makers are gonna remove the bags later, or maybe they're gonna go to the bags.
It's fucking hot out there this
prefer
afternoon. Chop,
the
chop, dumb fuck.
I personally prefer just like directly looting the zombies. It feels way better. Did I just get a sledgehammer? Yeah, I just got a sledgehammer. I don't know if they're gonna be op in this mod, but from everything I hear, they're just like crazy op in the base game. Like, I don't use them because I just don't. Ooh, where'd you come from? You know, you're supposed to wait your turn. Oh no. Wow, you're not going. Oh no. Dog.
That's all you're gonna buy?
You are not going down. Maybe I'll switch to a knife, because, fun fact, that S.W.Frost are not knife proof. Where did this dog come from, though? Like, I guess it heard the gunshots? Alright. So, I'm not sure if the armor is just, like, passively, like, if the armor is passively, like, giving them, like, damage reduction, or if, some of them just are going to take a lot of shots to bring down. Could be either. And I would honestly be fine with either. I would love it if a zombie popped out one of the bags. That'd be pretty cool. Anything in here? Hey, some medicine. Just look. I mean, it's nice that they have some medicine hidden around here, but like, who would just hide the medicine behind a maze of storage containers and not in like a cabinet or something? Alright, we got some soda. We aren't getting coffee yet, though. Usually I have a bunch of coffee grounds already, and I basically just never drink water. I will take it. Like, honestly, our biggest threat right now is just that we end up being so slow that we can't run from zombies, and gun isn't capable of shooting them down fast enough. Oh, what's up here? No, not that. There's always, I've been encountering this more and more, these oddly wedged in, food piles. It's usually a food pile too, but it isn't always. And, I'm not too big of a fan of that. Like, I don't like the food piles to be just oddly wedged in there, so you kinda have tried that in a couple toys now, and I'm not too sure I like it. Alright, what are we dumping? Plant fibers we can always get more of. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. That might be useful. This is probably useful. This looks like it's going to be really useful. Cool that they put actual WD-40 in there. Old helmet, like, wait, can I put that on my, can I put that on my crappy little helmet right now? Yes, I can. Alright, crappy little helmet now has a really crappy flashlight. I'll take it. What else is in my inventory that I don't want? Oh, hey, we have a hand grenade. That's pretty fun. I don't know if paper is useful in this mod, so we'll hold on to it. Gas could be useful, it could not be useful. It's kind of like random. Or maybe paper isn't useful, because I know one of the main uses is to make cellulose powder. What's that? Gunpowder. Okay. We already have a silver nugget. That's crazy. I have never looted a silver nugget in the base game. Have coffee. Not coffee. Did I make a handbag or a sandbag by accident? I don't know. Weak peroxide. I'm just gonna test this real quick and see if it does the screen blur thing. So quick warning if you are bothered by that. Look at that animation. Look at that. Devs, look at that animation. Okay, so it does do the screen blurring thing. We will not use the alcohol again. Sorry about that if you're bothered by the screen blurring. I'll let you guys I'll let you guys know when it is done if you want to look away from the screen. I've mentioned this in the past, but I'm a web dev. I make websites. I care a lot about accessibility, and I think blurring your screen and stuff like that, while it can be a powerful tool, needs to be minimized. It's kind of sickening for some people. Like, it doesn't bother me too bad right now, but some people would be sick to their stomachs right just from this little bit of screen blurring. Like, my wife is one of them. You need to think about accessibility in your games first and foremost. I think I've looted this place to death, and I can leave now. But accessibility, first and foremost. Never put a screen blur effect in there that will last for a long time. Like, honestly, probably restrain screen blur to only being in cutscenes, honestly. Like, if it's in gameplay, you could mess someone. Hell, hey, whoa! Oh, what the? What in the? You guys come from? Wow, you are a brawler. Wow. Where did these guys come from? I thought I already had this area pretty cleared out. Back up, I just wanted to reload. Okay, so we are now out of pistol ammo, which sucks, but hey, whatever. Where did these, like, this guy was in here and I never opened it, sure, but like, where'd the other ones come from? They're a wandering horde or something? Can I use a different type of ammo in the other gun, or, yeah, I can, so that's my reason for having the Glock. Alright, that's fair enough. I think we already came through here, but I'm not sure, so I'm gonna go up here and see if there's anything. Wow. Okay, so first off, that felt really good to just gun him down with the Glock. Very nice feeling. However, I'm not too much of a fan of the glow eye zombies showing up so early in the game. Like, this is day one. Ooh! By the way, if Tarkov plays half as nice as this, I'm probably gonna play Tarkov at some point. Like, this feels really good. I have no idea where these guys are coming from, though. Like, I guess this is a new section of the base, but whatever. Ooh, oh crap, I should have looted them first. I just did that completely on instinct, even as I started to realize it was kind of dumb to do. Alright, we gotta switch these guns, because this one actually has the ammo. We've been getting a lot of ammo, but we've also been using a lot of ammo, which I think is a fair trade-off. Like, I should have seen these and instantly known that we were going to get brushed by a dog at some point. So there apparently is a lot of ammo types, too, in a lot of guns, so that could be... I see why they probably decided to have so many inventory slots. Like, we have already 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different types of ammo? 8, 9. 9 different types of ammo, and, like, we have raided exactly one place now. like to have just walked out of here, but I guess I have to go the long way around. Oh, hey. Okay, sure. Shotgun Messiahs. So far, they've been pretty good about making the loot make sense. Like, I've been pretty happy with it. We've been looting, like, we're in a military base, we've been looting a lot of military stuff. So, fair enough. Yeah, what's in this one? Ammo box, I'll take it. I'm kind of considering hunkering down here for the night. I don't know if I will, though. Like, I know the nights are apparently dark and dangerous in this mod, but I don't know how dark and dangerous they are. Alright, like, we seem to have gotten a really nice haul on our weapons. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the amount. So, this one does more damage, but the other one shoots faster, so we're kind of gonna just do a, we're gonna do, like, the heavy hitting one's gonna be our base one that we have, and then the other one is going to be our backup one we can spray and pray. Alright, I don't actually 100%... Okay, so the glass is useless, just like in the base game. I don't 100% know what is and isn't good, so we'll just be going through our inventory occasionally and dropping anything I think is useless. We're gonna put this grenade here, and at some point there is a not insignificant chance I am going to randomly blow myself up. Not gonna lie to you, it's possible. I feel like there's gonna be another zombie attack from in one of these buildings, not sure. So this mod is, like I said, I've never played Tarkov, but I'm pretty sure Tarkov's the kind of game that has like anal retentive need to make all of the, wow, okay. That was a pretty good jump scare right there. That was a way better jump scare than you get in the base game, honestly. Was not expecting that at all. What's this? I don't know. I'm not a chemistry person. There's gonna be a rush of zombies from in there. Yep. Oh, what is this? Why is my... Oh boy, that looks like it's gonna be more dangerous. Oh oh no, this is a boss, isn't it? Oh, what the hell? So, we just encountered our first boss. I was not ready for that at all. Please tell me I didn't loot everything. No, I did not. Okay, so I just started right back outside. We're gonna take another crack at that boss, but we'll actually have our guns reloaded and full health this time. And we might also just, like, dump some of our stuff into a nearby chest and deal with him. So, that was our first boss. We did terribly. We're barely moving. I'm going to just, like, I think this might be our temporary base until we find somewhere better, honestly. Claim. Oops. So, I'm super crazy about the land claim box stuffs. So, like, I usually put down an absolute crap ton of them. I don't want any of my stuff to despawn. I've had some traumatic moments with stuff despawning. Oh, no. Right, it's now nighttime. Crap. I probably shouldn't have used the gun, if I'm being honest. But they will hear it. Alright, we need to get inside, because from what I understand, this is going to be a lot darker than the base game. I am in the same place, right? Yeah, this is the place. I just don't know how I got back in it last time. Look at all those zombies. Can I get in through here? Ah, crap. We might be in a really bad situation right now. I might just die straight up again. Like, I'm okay with that, but like, yeah, that's kind of our own fault. Like, we should have known what was coming, and we should have been ready to deal with it. But we kind of didn't. I'm gonna try to climb, I'm gonna, like, try to make some wood blocks and just climb into this place. We kind of don't want to be outside right now. Well, let's just make 15 of them. I'm pretty sure I can just do some Minecraft shenanigans. There we go. Got Minecraft So where was that boss? I don't think we want to deal with the boss at night. However, I don't know if they get harder at night, honestly. Like, they might be the same level of difficulty. I also don't know if stuff's gonna respawn here. Like, I've never done a ploy in this mod, so find out. Oh crap. Oh crap. Wow. This mod's brutal, honestly. Like, I almost feel like I need to start over and just find somewhere else, because I do have Blood Moon turned on. The only thing I have turned off is dropping stuff on death and storms and the biome progression system, which I am going to go on the record on once again is bad. The biome progression system is bad. Where am I? Okay, so I'm over here. Same thing, we're just gonna Minecraft our way in and try not to get slaughtered by every zombie on our way in. We are now very low on ammo, unfortunately. I'm not even sure we can bring that boss down. Like, he seems tough, honestly. Alright. But don't miss, we don't want to lose too much health here, because we do have ambitions of taking out the boss. But also, this is like a high tier boy, so maybe I'm not supposed to take on the boss. Maybe I'm just supposed to hide in here like a little coward. I am perfectly fine. I love hiding like a coward. How did we even get in? Oh, I think we actually went in through there originally. So if we could just retrace our steps and not have everything spawn, that would be amazing. Like, yeah, the darkness, they were not kidding. It is a lot darker here. Very amount darker, actually. Like, this is a horror game right here. This is the kind of darkness I want. So, we're just gonna put our land claim block down here, I guess. Where is our land claim block? We crafted it already, right? The only downside to how big this menu is, or, well, this inventory is that, boy, does it feel oversized. Like, there's so much to look at. Our land claim block down right here. And how big is the land claim? So, like, this tent's just going to be our temporary house, I guess. We just want to move faster. We can just dump stuff in here, I think. Stuff we don't know if we care about. We can dump it. We do probably care about it, actually. Don't know what that is. Don't care right now. Probably care about that. Don't care about that. If we had a gun to use any of these, maybe we would care, but we don't. We'll keep the shovel for now. Keep the shovel for now. We'll dump this. Dump this. This. We'll keep our bandages because we don't have anything better right now. Some stuff here. We're not putting that silver nugget down. That might be really important for us. I don't know yet. We don't have a shotgun. The morphine injector might be like the key to beating that boss. I don't know yet. We're actually just gonna dump like everything. Bullets. Okay, so we need FMJ and PST. I put those away by accident. Like PST, FMJ. Okay. Wait, how many bullets do we get? FMJ? Is that not FMJ? Okay, so this is PST and we need FMJ. It's these ones. Okay, so like they haven't. Those aren't the ones we need. You know what? This. Not gonna lie, a little annoyed with the ammo system. Like it's a little indefinite. Okay, so we have PST for this one and nothing for this one, so that's fine. Just everything but FMP, which is which one? Back to 17. It's fairly obvious. Alright. If you like inventory management, I feel like Tarkov's gonna be Alright, for our fellows on YouTube, I'm gonna call it here. We will go for the boss on the next one, since, by the way, each YouTube day will be one episode. Or each day will be one episode on YouTube. So I will see you YouTubers on the next one. Like, comment, and subscribe.
Kalel, no!
Hey, welcome back to Screen Crush. I'm Ryan Airy, and this is the definitive history of the DC Extended Universe, the interconnected universe of DC films that began with...
Hey, desi.
Vidim, poslao si nešto. Poslao si nešto. Stream.
Šta?
Jel?
Ma da, gledam ovaj... Ma DBD gledam stream, puca im konekcija posle ovog update-a, smejanje.
Puca im konekcija za developer stream.
Za DBD stream. Gledam oca i ono Kensa, znaš.
Pa što ne gledaš njih, ja?
Ma da, pustio da vidim dok mi se skida ovaj jebeni update. 20 nešto gigabajta jebote, nisu normalni.
To kozmetika ili šta je to? Mapa nova?
Pa novi Rift Pass. I kozmetike i nova sezona.
A jel ima neki novi Survivor killer?
Pa ubacili su, sad je tema ovaj Walking Dead. Ubacili su ove likovi iz Walking Deada.
A, Rick Grimes i Michonne.
I ovaj isto, kako se zove, što je u Death Stranding, kako se zove?
Norman Reedus, ali on je skin samo za ovoga...
Da, on je skin, ali dobro. Ali vidim da je tema ono loading screena kao Walking Dead sad, ne znam.
Aha.
Evo i oni se smeju, to štuca server, se čuvaj Bože.
Koga tačno gledaš?
Od smejanje. Kako, šta se dešava ovo piti Boga?
Oh. I'm seeing the future. You're gonna be hooked and you're gonna be dead.
Pa kaže, bit ćeš mrtav.
Dobre. Ovo popravlja generator koji je popravljen. Pa štuca im server, pogledaj šta se dešava.
Oh my god.
Šta je, ne možda popravi generator koji popravlja?
Oh my god, it finally happened.
Slušaj.
That was like 2 minutes held hostage.
Šta, teleportuje se?
Pa vidiš, sečka im puca, čudor.
She's in a time loop. Oh my god, dude.
I don't know whether you can awesome. Okay, I found it all. Alright, I'm about to get on. I survived.
Bro. Are you even... Okay, Hans, you wanna know something funny? When you walk through the door, it's gonna like... It's gonna think that the door's not open yet. And you're gonna rubber band out, right? Wait, try to run through it. Maybe you can run through it while it's still up. Bro, the timer started though. The timer started. You're gonna die in 2 minutes. Oh my god.
Šta je endgame je počeo kao taj kolaps?
Pa da, ali vidiš, ne mogu da otvore kapi uopšte.
Bro.
This is so stupid.
Get me out, please.
What's going on?
Please get me out.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, please.
Ne može da prođe, evo. Gledaj jako štuca, evo.
Okay. Alright, I survived. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh shit.
Alright, Hans, you're hosting the next one, dude. I don't want to host it anymore. Please send me an invite. No, my god, dude. We could have watched the first 5 seasons of this TV show in the time it took us to... Oh my god, dude. This was horrendous, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, guys, there's a bug where your chase doesn't start, and if it happens, there's nothing you can do to fix it. Just quit the game and take the. If you can, just take the.
Play Civilization instead.
No, I mean like Alt F4. I don't mean like uninstall, but I mean you can too if you have to, but yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna host, I guess.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh my gosh. This is so sad.
Holy shit.
Oh.
That was hard.
Yeah. Alright, please send an invite, or I can find you and join you. But
I still don't stream. I think.
I got you. Oh my god, dude. My fucking sides hurt from laughing from that one, dude.
Do you see you got a sponsorship offer on the Death Live stream?
I missed it. I was talking over it, and people told me that like, odds watch. If you're watching, we'd like to get involved.
I've never laughed so hard at a Death Live stream, I have to say.
Oh my god,
dude. They were like completely clip farming. I think they know what they're doing.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, it's kind of like pressure. It's like, oh, let's play the game. If you don't play the game, we're going to make you feel bad. The thing is, I was probably going to play it anyway because I like roguelike games. That's kind of like my style a bit.
Okay.
So, I'll let you know if it's any good.
Bro, did you see what it said on the screen at the beginning of the trailer? It was crazy.
What? No, what do you mean?
Daju DayZ sad za novi mjesec za Sony pretplatnike.
Oh, that was a crazy live stream.
Ozbiljno, a šta ako prekineš pretplatnik?
I love how I was like, oh, sorry guys. I think I fucked up.
Znači, ako prekineš pretplatu nemaš to.
Pa nemam ništa.
Kako pa imaš fizičke kopije koje si kupio, kako nemaš?
Fizičke kopije koje opet zahtevaju pretplatu da bi igrao online.
Zašto uopšte kupuješ fizičku kopiju ako ti treba online da bi igrao?
A zato što volim da imam u kolekciji. I mogu da je prodam.
Aha. Ti znaš da svaku Steam igru možeš da igraš kad si offline?
Znam.
Samo pitam, nisam teo da flexam. Pitam.
Pa dobro, ja...
Nisam teo da budem...
Tako da igram sa Sonyjem...
Kako kaže, Steva Đubre.
Godinama. Pa dobro. Tako ti radi Sony, šta da radim?
Zar ne postoji neki lokalni nalog koji možemo da koristimo ako nemamo pretplatu trenutno?
Pa imaš neke igre koje podržavaju, mislim ono, koje ne zahtevaju online, ali to je većina zahteva online connection. A da bi igrao multiplayer, ti mora da si subscriber.
Kapiram za, na primjer, Last of Us. Treba mi konekcija da bi to igrao, šta? Treba mi online nalog da bi to igrao. To je single player igra. To je single player igra. Zašto?
Pa ne znam da li za njega treba, ne znam.
Pa ne, mislim, evo, i Red Dead Redemption, čak nema ni multiplayer komponentu, ne, Red Dead Redemption 2, ako nemaš konekciju s njih, sada ne možeš da igraš igru.
Anyway, daju DayZ,
Da, dobro, vraćamo se nazad, resetujem se konstantno.
Pa da, mislim šta, i daju ovaj Lies of P, onu, roguelike, tako reći. Znaš u tičkoj igri.
Hvala.
Lies of P, kako reći.
Ma kakva manja kašika, znam da ima. Nema veze. Bilo ima to, ali...
I mean, the skill checks are happening normally, well, mostly normally. I think that if we start like half a second earlier, maybe we can still do this.
Da, čuo sam te da su mi tortili niti talasni. A misliš da ih ne bi našao da mi si rekao?
Ne znam. How long you want to hear me for? You have like the ETA on the...
No, I'm on a jet.
Ja se znam jednom slobodno.
Wait, I'm on a jet? Wait,
I'm on...
Wait, I'm on... Wait, what?
Puče igra, au, sine.
Puče puška batove.
Okay.
Did he actually see?
This is weird. This is really weird.
Šta je sknklo ih?
Pa evo gledam njihov stream, puca im igra samo gruva. Ne mogu ljudi da igraju. Napravili su neki kurac s ovim update-om opasan.
I blackwatered it. No, whitewatered.
Svaki put tako.
Pa ne znam, malo pre sam krenuo da ih gledam, da vidim.
Svaki put
Svaki
kad stavim novi, čini mi se ovaj.
Ne, nikad ja nisam imao problema. Ovo prvi put vidim da se ovo dešava. Sad gledam kod njih.
A vidim da imaš automatical lock. Da ti potroši warplane da čita u stranu.
Pa ne samo to, za koliko levela možeš odmah da upgradeš. Sad su povećali cap s 2 miliona na 5 miliona blood poena.
Select Wraith, go Windstorm, you find the guy that has the item, you hit him with Franklin's UDC, Kigon.
Who even are you, dude? You couldn't get that out of me even if you tortured me, dude.
I was pretty petty back then.
Okay, dude, okay. Alright, okay.
I mean, nowadays keys are not that annoying, but like back then, keys were so annoying.
Yeah, Hens hates green keys, guys. He hates green keys.
Yeah, green keys especially.
He doesn't like it when you see your teammates aura from 48 meters. That's too many meters. Oh my god. Okay, so that was game number 2, everybody. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see what game number 3 will do for us.
Huh.
All right. Oh my god, dude. This is absurd.
Ok, igra je bila propast.
Not again, not the fucking beam.
Oh my.
Oh god.
Pa će oni da pečuju veoma brzo, izgleda koliko jevi.
Morat će hotfix. Tamo kad skineš 2 GB, morat će skineš još 20.
20 GB skida, 20.
Možda nisi trebao odmah da skidaš, da ne bude veliki taj hotfix.
Time to get that endurance.
Okay, what's the lesson? Ooh. We have an old professor.
Oh, Dracula je killer. Opa.
I'm gonna maybe lead him to me. Turn to a dog, chasing me and...
Wait, can you make him vault though?
I can try the back one.
Yeah, to the side.
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. He's not gonna vault this though.
True.
Oh. He's breaking it? No. Don't blind him yet. Don't make it too obvious, maybe.
Yeah, true.
Hoće da ga zaslepe kad ga diže, a?
Out of the plan?
Yeah?
Ooh, Blood Favor's kinda cooked.
Are you going around the main building or?
Gledao sam kad to radi. Padne na paletu, ja ga zaslepim.
Ima Blood Favor, to ne valja.
Što je to?
Pa, znaš, kad je u blizini killer 30, to je totem, možda ga klencuješ ako ga nađeš. Ali kad je 32 metra blizu palete, automatski ti se blokiraju palete, možeš da eskiviraš to.
My bad. I should have gone to the short point.
Vidiš?
Okay, I'm gonna see if he wants to go for a little ride with me. He does! Okay. Yeah, sorry, I tried to body block him a bit further, but yeah.
Da nije prevelik ovaj skin.
Yeah, that is good at least.
Jeste, Draculin, taj skin je baš prevelik.
Niš.
Yeah, sorry, next time I will double blind. If you rescue, it needs to be a double blind after.
Znači kako ljudi igraju, ljudi ga namjerno bire.
Sure, both injured right now. It's actually...
Yeah? You wanna heal and if he comes... Yeah, we double blind him. Okay. He's not on anyone, he's on Fong Min, I think?
Fong did the gen in front of the school.
Amazing, okay. We're now gonna start seeing each other with aftercare, which is gonna be super useful. Okay, we still have some hex, because we're still hexed up, so undying blood favors a possibility.
Jedan totem mu je klensao, nemoguće da je blood favor, ko zna.
Go through school, I'll see you on the other side.
The vault? Okay.
Yeah. You take that vault, I'll be on the side, on the other side. He's gonna turn to bad. They always do.
Cool.
If you wanna get grabbed on the thing, you can do it. No, that's not good.
Aura srca, to kao egzost, ali...
Ne, to su ubacili opciono za ove ljude koji baš ne čuju dobro. Terror radius, onda vidi se vizualno srce da kreće da ti kuca sve jače i jače, kad je killer blizu tebe.
no idea. He looks so confused. Oh my god, he just ate my ass. He just ate my ass, dude. Just stand under the pallet. We'll see how fun it is. Bro. Brother. You dying under that pallet or what's going on?
Okay, I'm dying under it. I don't know if I can with this bucket loss, I'll be honest.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay. Good luck, fella. He knows.
He doesn't know shit. I just don't know what he's looking at, man.
Touch. Ne znam ni ja.
Oh my god. This is one of the chests of all.
Blood favor nije i dalje aktivan, kurac.
Yeah, no, I dropped the pallet, but it just didn't let me, so...
Kurac.
Cool, man.
Sad je opet neko skinuo, ali i dalje je to. Dobar je taj blood favor. Ali ako te ugace odmah, onda kurac.
I don't think so. Because we're playing with two... we've been playing with different people. I think they're just targeting us directly.
Okay. I don't know.
Yeah. Do you notice that it happens a little bit into the matches?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a pattern. They take a minute. They take a minute to find us. And then it starts making it bad. You understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It's happened like other years. You know what I mean. They go through some list of servers they have. They find your ID, my ID. They take a minute to confirm it, and they put some fucking shit on.
Kako se zove, Kokonac. On lik što igra sa Hunters. Objašnjava kako hakeri imaju listu IP-eva za servere i mogu da po imenu također da uraju sebe queue sa recimo samom ili sobom. Bukvalno, već bukvalno ja radim queue, on se ugura, u isto slike vreme kad ja tražim server i njega gurnu meč. Kako je sam sebe u meču?
You got some friends that can join us? Let's see if we can at least cut out the survivor part. It might be worth a shot.
I think you're right though. I think you're right because
I
like
to kaže
it's sussy.
Juri njih
od starta. And you can tell that even though it says 300 ping on the killer did not have 300 ping. Yeah, we're just getting fucked. That's alright. Oh, thank you.
0.7k legal points.
Dude, what you gonna do with all that? Jess, you're more than welcome to join if you'd like, yeah?
It's a lot of wiggling.
Alright.
Wait, is that
you might not.
Čisto da vidim šta daju, mislim neću da igram da vidim ovu Rift Pass da vidim, pa možemo ako želiš da odigramo neku Helldivers. Pa ću ja brate poslije idem da se odmaram. Stavim prvu.
I ti odmaraj od...
Ništa, imam ja šta da igram.
Yeah, if I've got anyone else in my
family
that wants to join, you guys are more than welcome. We're gonna see if we can have a normal game.
Oh, they stopped.
I onako nema novi meč ovdje, ja sam bio, dosta mi je više onih faktora iz tradera na nos izlaz.
Thank you Viper, that's really sweet, big hugs to you.
Ne znam da li tebi, ali meni.
I love Metal Gear, yeah. I don't play the games, but I watch the story.
Tako su meni dopizdili Illuminati, kad smo gruvali za super zemlju.
Pa nisu samo tebi, nije čak ni to, ne, da smo se branili od robota, na primjer, od invazije robota na super zemlji, nema to veze, nego jednostavno nisu balansirani, svaka jedinica im ima mnogo hjota.
Da.
Mislim i na Flash Mobs, one debeljuci. Oni imaju health koliko ima Val Titan. A znaš što je iznenađenje? Iznenađenje je što njih ima neka 10 nekada. A Val Titan nema 10, ima 2-3 plafon. Ovih ima 10 i znaju da utrče u zgradu. I da te udaraju iz betona. Po nogama. U fazonu ko te jede. Kaže, gravitacija je samo predlog. Nije činjenično stanje. Ajde, kad gledaš pa uleti, ne znam, zombi. Ne znam. Gledao sam zombije da trče kroz polu. Nema veze, zombi kurac ima. Kako je flash mob taj uleti u beton i krene da te čurupa, nešto skida kill kad vas da on. I bije te po nogicima. A tvoji sentri počnu da pucaju zid, znaš da se zavuku unutra.
Why is he gray skin? Because he's blacked out, Chad. He's like grayed out because he's in a match.
Night shift code.
Is Rigas loud? I'm not too sure. He seemed normal. Yeah, the pick game was actually kind of funny.
Ne znam šta se Twitch dropao dobro.
Ma daju ono Five Nights and Freddy banner kroz kod Night Shift. A kroz ovo isto daju 250.000 blood poena, pa na 3 sata ti daju badge, pa na 6 sata ti daju banner. Nothing special.
Nothing really special.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Alright, what's there? Thank you, stupid name. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's just what Stally said, guys.
Okay, do you have people that want to join? I can accept
We got, yeah, if you could get 1 or 2, that would be great. We do have just.
Sine, kako dobro odrađeno.
Okay. We have one more spot if someone wants to join the Warren profile.
Hi.
Kože i koske kolekcija.
Yeah, that's great. That's
Ovo izgleda će to da bude forica za novi Rift
Thank you,
Pass.
Big S. Thank you for the 2 years. And Glorious Trico, thank you. Michonne, homeless Michonne. Okay, dude. Is this
7 evra ti je šta je to, Battle Pass?
Ma da, ma imam ja zarađeno, nemam tu šta. Mogu da ga otvorim odmah, samo trebam da ga zaradim.
Iskreno nije ni neka cifra.
Ma nije, i sve možeš da povratiš, bukvalno. Igranje može da se povrati sve. Kroz taj pass. Ne 50%, ne 70%, 100%. Samo igranje.
Also, we might need to ask our friends to take off their flashlights, because if they see 3 flashlights, that's a fucking lightborn, dude. That is a fucking lightborn. Entombment se zove. Rift Pass.
Let
me get adept.
Ajde.
Ready for later.
You quest.
Let's get down to work, shall we?
You Rift Pass. Ah, to.
Do I have a guilty pleasure perk? Yeah, put it on. I think it's yeah, that perk is. Make sure your weapons are cleared. Good luck.
Yeah, a flash on everyone.
Okay, come on, killer ready up. Nothing's catching going on, I promise. That's just a default, right? Nothing to see here.
Što je dobar za vreta skin, cool. Interesting.
Can I borrow some RXLs? Yeah, absolutely. Just log into my account anytime.
Za vreta?
Aha,
za vret.
Oni što cool je.
Znam koji je, onaj što se klokuje, udara u zvono i klokuje se.
Da. Pa mogu da ti bacim stream, gdje znam.
Možeš da vidi.
Ajde.
Ako će ti usporava, nemoj.
Ma ja, neću da igram, kažem ti samo da ga... Na YouTube ću da ga bacim. DBD samo ću da napišem i to je to. Live.
Man of Steel and ended with Aquaman the Lost King.
Starting sad. Dobro.
Louder, say it louder. I've abandoned my child! I've abandoned my child!
Možemo da vidim gde si. ExpCollector.
Taj.
Napiši ti meni slime fun. Ajmo nekako da ne radim ove suggestion gluposti. Jel imaš nešto još imena osim ExpCollector ili?
Ne, ništa.
Zato što svaki put mi napiše ExpCollectora za Minecraft. Koga briga za to. Live, to live?
Live, a?
Ne vidim. Imaš stream pre mjesec dana. Ako je to ovaj kanal, ne vidim ga.
Čekaj bre, brate.
Ako je to ovaj. Ako nije nešto diskonektovano. Zadnji piše stream pre mjesec dana. To piše si igra Space Marine 2. I to ti to.
Pa to je taj kanal, ali kako ne ide stream?
Neće da ide, ne šalje ništa.
Svašta. Ajde onda da idem.
Nema.
Sad ću da ga bacim na Twitch onda jevi ga.
Kalel, no!
Vidi na Twitch da li ide.
Evo ga. ExpCollector. Dead by Daylight.
DBD, samo sam napisao da.
Jest, tu si. I pokazuješ Battle Pass.
Jest.
Hot coffee. Neka striptizeta to na ekranu.
To je cijelo djelo. Evo ga, banner. To je dole free deo kao što vidiš. Gore je za premium ko kupi. Evo, zadam Francis, ali kad klikneš na full skin, to je ovo.
Za onoga doktora, da.
Pa ćemo da vidimo šta da li još. Evo, ovo je vret, a full skin ovako izgleda, full set.
Da. Izgleda fino. Da.
Badge. Čarm. To i ne gledam gluposti, lajca.
To niko ne treba.
Badge.
To ti visi kao sa opasača, šta?
Taj badge, to ti je ovo ovdje. Gdje je kosturska glava. To je badge. Profile. A ovo je banner, vidiš ove. Imaš animirane i imaš ovo, meni kavatricu sam stavio. A Miley ti visi sa karaktera, ono, tipa ili sa Cook ako si killer.
Da.
Dalje, ova riba je Talira. A full skin je set, op. Pa kao što rekao, koži i koski. Banner. Cool je banner. Gore za ovo.
Iz kog je ona uopšte chapter?
Ma pitaj baba, ko to više prati, čovječe. Jake Perk.
Kako Jake Perk?
Nije loše. Nothing special. Gornja glava mi se sviđa ovo. Ostalo ne baš toliko. Charm. Kog boli kurac. Dobro, za killere je cool kad staviš na kuke ovo da visi. A za pojas kad zadene lik baš se nešto i ne vidi, pretpostavljam.
Da.
Idemo dalje. Feng Min. Ma, prošli mi je bio mračni i žešći. Badge.
Ovo je previše svetlo. Sijaš kao jelkice.
Ovo smo vidjeli, mada. Charm. Ovo smo vidjeli. Badge opet.
Badge.
Spider. Banner. Dobro, ovaj banner je cool.
Izgleda kao prosečan aboriđin.
Puče mi Discord.
Nema veze.
Hug. Full set. Pa dobro.
Liči na mumiju.
Charm. Dobro.
Šoljica za kafu.
Ovo je Felix, gospodin. Vidi ga ovaj. Charm. Ovo je već cool.
Kao entity, šta je to?
Pa da, banner. Evo ti je community radio, izglasao community, ne ovaj skin kompletan za ovog unknown killera.
Šta su to developeri radili? Developeri i fanovi?
Fanovi, da.
Ovako izgleda strašnije nego
Charm.
Default.
Pa da.
Ovako grbavi raštiman.
Dobre, baš bolesno izgleda, da. Sa kačketom, a pazi što mu prelepljeno ono, do not cross caution.
Ima sad pitanje. Šta se dešava sa svim kontentom tim koji može sad uključaš kad prođe taj...
Postoji ti za uvek vezano na ovo.
Ne. Kad prođe.
Kao kontent prođe i teramo dalje. Ništa.
Ne, nego ne postoji način da ga opet uključamo, ako recimo ja sad kupim to.
Postoji.
Dobro.
Postoji, a da opet ovo otključaš, ne. Sam ovaj pass, ne. A content, tipa priča i sva ostala sranja u tomovima, to možeš da uradiš.
A ne priča, već recimo skinovi?
Ne. Sad što si odradio, to ti je.
Znači FOMO, a? Ono što se rekao Helldiveri su to uradili najbolje.
Da.
Počeo ti da igraš sad, ili prvog dana kad je igra bila, si mogu da kupe sve. Dobro, ima pre-order skinova. To stoji.
Vidiš ovaj banner, animiran.
Vidim.
Kako se klacka.
Ja.
Ovo smo vidjeli. Ovo je isto neki banner, statičan. Charm.
Za to je update 20 gigabita.
Ma sranje.
Zbog
Badge.
Džidža midžica.
Glupost. Šta je ovo? Ovo je za Legion.
Šta je
Legion? A vidi ga skin. Set.
Evo ti sto maček čuje?
Ne.
Nego?
A to sam ja uradio.
Notifikacija za telefon?
No ne bre, ja sam to uradio. To.
Ne.
Vidi ga badge, što je lud. Staviš ovdje ono. Dobro. To je gornji deo, donji deo, banner. To je ovaj free deo, jel te, za nesrećnici.
Čekaj, ti samo gledaš šta je free, jel ti uopšte uzimaš šta je premium?
Uvek, svake godine.
Pa što mi pokazuješ free?
Vidiš da imam već 1000. Pa i gornji donji ti je premium, kao što vidiš. Premium pass, a doli ti je free pass. Pa gledam skinove iz free iz ovog.
Ma ne možeš mi pokazuješ za free, verovatno su loši urađeni nego za ovo.
Pa vidiš kako je ovaj za free. Fenomenalno urađen. Ovo ti je free.
Ta ne
Baš je
vest?
dobar skin. Jeste. Sable.
Aha.
Badge. Dobro.
Nije free. Ulažeš vreme. To ono što radi mnogo bolje.
Evo ga Knight. Op. Dobar je. Vitez. Ima mali charm. Ovo je dobro. Već smo došli do 70-ice, do kurca. Sad idu varijacije Deep Rift. Premium track.
Šta je Deep Rift?
Isti kurac, samo s drugim varijantama boja.
Da. Aj tapni da im, šta je drugačije kod tih boja? Wow, ono je bilo plavo, ovo je crveno.
Pa evo vidi si, bravo.
Ajmo dalje, šta je imalo nešto još?
Evo viš, ovo ti je...
Ona je bila svetla, ovo je šarena. Dobro.
Jeste, šarena.
Šarena kod ciganska. Evo dobro,
u fritu vidiš, više ti sve nema.
Ovo je mračan.
Ovo je dobar, da.
Ovo je mračan.
A i ova nije loša isto ovako. Verovatno će idu i treći tir kao prošle sezone. A ovo je žešće nego ona na početku.
Šta je treći tir?
Zadnji onaj, da. Evo ga treći, vidiš, Deep Rift Cats piše ovdje.
Da.
Vidiš ovu varijantu.
Mjau. Evo ti ga.
Da.
Aha. Vidim.
Evo je sad ova, sad nije crvena nego je plava, sa zlatnim.
Da.
Sviranje kurcu. I ovi su kao
Počeo sam očima da kolutam.
Evo viš.
Ne vidiš, evo ja sam. Ono je bilo originalno, ovo je nema smisla.
I Night je ovdje zadnji, ovo je kao do stotke.
Ella Martin TTV. Welcome to my channel.
Sa skinovi sad je već repeticija.
Ma da, varijacije boje, vidiš. Hop. Vidiš, gore, u zagradi, Deep Rift 2. Taj i ovaj meni dođu isti, gledaj. Ajš, eto ti, ovo je Tozla, ona je sviranje kurcu. I ovaj je, a ne. I ovaj je, evo ovako. Ovo je možda i najlepši. A kao što sam ja otključio sad zadnji rift, jevi ga, kad da
ovo je malo ciganski, oprosti.
Ciganski.
To bi nosili cigani.
Ovo je zadnji, recimo.
Ovi Romi kod nas ni to oni ne bi nosili.
Romovi?
Ni oni.
Vidi, 4 varijante istog sranja. Ovaj. To je baš ono stotka.
Ne. Kako je to mahovina?
To je Dredge, a imam ga iz drugih sezona. Vidiš ovako nešto.
On je sad deformisan, to znam.
Ovo za novu godinu, kad je sneg, obično igram s ovim.
A možeš i ovako. Da malo razveseljiš dečicu.
Isti kurac u drugoj boji. Ovo je default. I ovo je kao malo jači, ovaj kao kad dođeš do levela 6. Ma ovaj mi je bio bre, pogledaj ovog bre, like Knighta, vidi ovog što sam otličao, ovo je skin bre sjene. Baš bolesno.
Da vidim. Lepo izgleda. Imaš ti mnogo kozmetike.
Pa mnogo sam igrao ili ja?
Pa igrao sam ja Hanshodan, pa opet sam stao. U jednom trenutku sam stao, Slavko. shvatiš da ne možeš da igraš s više kozmetike nego što imaš.
Vidi, za artista što imam.
Da. Kak je to kljun na glavi?
Na što te podsjeća?
Na Lilith.
Bravo.
Wow. To je zahtevalo mnogo umne moći. Ne znam tebe već, ono, ne znam šta su developeri mislili da će ljudi da pomisli kad su to vidjeli. Šta ti misliš da ja mislim da ja vidim? Sure.
I ovaj default. Ovog nisam uključio jedino. Nisam kupio. Dracula je skin katastrofa, ono. Evo ti je default Dracula, što je cool.
Default je dobar.
Ovaj je krvav, sve vidiš. Da kad ga naguziš na level 6, prestiž. Ovo je običan rift. Skin pogledaj, ne može stane na ekran, evo.
Da.
I deep rift. Isto to samo u plavoj.
Sve što ostao od života ja bih dao za Ljiljanu, onda ide. Ljubavi su moje bile, Slavko. Kao svaka mladost prošla. Fleksaš mnogo. Igraj malo.
Pa i to što kažeš.
Stop flexing. Si možeš da fleksaš, nisam ja džubre.
Gle. News nema. Error. Znao sam da će se prevariti.
Da ćete to da kažete. I have been asked this by many people.
Gde si Ješko? Daši. Na čoru je debeli.
A imaš mačor u kući?
To da. To je Ashley J. Williams.
Znam ja kako
poznati kao Ash.
Ashy/Slashy. Ako si gleda seriju. Kad ga oni zazaju.
Nema nam gubica bre Ilija bre, šta je ovo?
Nemaš killera.
Koji će nam kurac?
Ko ne desno skroz, ne debeli?
To sam ja, Nicolas.
To je Nicolas Cage?
Pa da.
Ali čudo mu je skin. Ja to ga nisam skontao. To što ne liči Nicolasa Cage.
Imaš ovaj.
Ima li neki da liči Nicolasa Cage?
Pa ima jebi ga, ima vjerovatno, samo ih ja nemam. Okej.
Dobro, izvini, ali stvarno nije liči Nicolasa Cage. Jer... Kako ja da znam... Kako ja da znam da je to Nicolas Cage? Ako...
Tumačenja debela.
Drone. Track. Okej.
Dogmaster. Gdje ćeš dole, koji kurac odmah?
If fucking my shop, my rules. You follow or you fuck off.
Bežim ja odavde, kurac.
You're getting on my nerves, friend.
Kako čovjek da kaže da je tu? Ako nije tu.
He's not there.
Ajde jebote ja više, ajde. Ide gas. Sada navodiš na malo, please.
You hungry or something? I'd tell you to go fuck yourself, but you did that when you didn't buy anything.
Ovdje drkaju sine. Ovo i nije... O, to daj da je skinemo. Cleanse, ovo je nešto.
Ko je killer?
Pa onaj Dogmaster. Doghound što ima, kako se već zove. Nešto sam je očistio, a šta? Nemam pojma. Edo kurac. Edo kurca baš. Gle glupa kučka uzima ovu. Ajde brže. Ne. Ne.
Zvučiš samo zadovoljno.
Pa da. Još 2 generatora, kako nisam zadovoljan. Čoveče, boži.
Pobogu, čoveč.
Off the records, baby.
Kako, ne vidite na... Ne vidite...
Tragove mi ne vidi.
Uopšte...
Za sad. Pa ne, dok mi traje off the records.
Koliko traje?
I kad me rokne... Ne, evo još vidiš kako odbrojava dole.
A to je kad te prvi put vidiš, šta?
Ne, kad me kači.
A to je samo jednom po meču da pogodim.
Ne, svaki put kad te nakači i udarite recimo ne znam za koliko, opet možeš da je skiviraš. I ovu mapu igram prvi put, by the way.
A bi samo morao da se recimo skloniš od nje, da te ne vidi.
Sada napunim ovaj, kako se zove. Što ide brzo. Build for last, vidiš, moju kuticu da napunim ponovo. Hop, hvala.
Uskočio si u ormarić. I koliko možeš puta da napuniš kutiju?
3 puta, ali ne do kraja. Prvi put 100%, drugi put...
A sve manje manje?
Sve manje manje, da. I valjda treći put i ne možeš.
Dobro, ali...
Čekaj! Ode, jebem ti mater blesavu. Jebi mu mater. Bravo. Let's shit shoe. Jao Bože. Gospode.
Gospode, uzmi me kod sebe.
Ujebote u zadnju sekundu. Jebem mu mater da mu jebem. Baš sam mislio da će da mi izleči. Sve će da nas nagna. Kako smo, ovi se zezaju dvojica. Baš se opustili totalno.
Kako si provalio?
Pa provalio sam, vidim, imam ovaj Bond. Gledam šta rade. Vidiš tamo koliko daleko vidim siluetu kako se leče. To inače ne možeš da vidiš ako nemaš ovaj perk. Znači vidim kako glupavo igraju, jednostavno vidim. More jebite se.
Neš vada da li još. A tebe su stavili na CD?
Ne. Pa vidiš da visim zajedno sa gospođom još jednom.
Da li imaju onaj bar reassurance da ti kažu izdrži?
Pa ne znam. Pa ne znam, dok znam šta je, ali ne upotrebiše ga za sad.
A kad ti to urade, onda ne moraš da tapkaš ovo narednih 70 sekundi, ili tako bilo nešto?
Tako nešto.
Ajde vidimo.
Ajde bre. Jebi ga, baš. Govno jedno od killera i ću da umrim.
I koliko ti treba faza dok te ovaj nabada?
Pa evo vidiš koliko mi gotov sam još malo. Vidiš gore gdje mi je energijica da kažem.
Ono dole?
Pa nema ništa.
Na sred ekrana?
Gore gdje je ExpCollector piše. Ne, to je koliko je killer blizu, koliko kampuje, ako dođe do cele onda mogu sam da se oslobodim. Ali ne, nema ništa gotovo.
Pa blizu jeste. Čekaj, zar ovaj tebi ne odmaže? Zar ne bilo bolje da se odmaknu?
Ne, ovaj zagovara jednog, oni dvoje ne rade ništa kao što vidiš. Evo sad jedan krenuo da radi generator.
Sad kad si ti umro, a?
Pa naravno.
To tako ide, ali? To tako treba?
Pa ne treba.
A znam da ne treba, gledao sam oca i ostale kako igraju. Igrao sam malo s tobom, vidio sam i sam kako se igra vrti. Poenta je, god jedan na kuki nema veze ako se generator radi. Čak i ako umreš, oni spet da otključaju sve, oni su pobegli, ti si poginuo, nema veze. Trojici su pobegli, jedan i umro. Koga briga. Ono. Glup.
Krenuli neki botovi da mi pišu. Jebite bre govna.
Jebite govna, mi smo šampioni. Počeo se ti reklamiraju neko smeće, a?
Pa da.
Kao što meni mas vade.
Nije im ne odgovaram, ništa. Ajde. Into the fog. A ove novu bacili su sličice, bogati mi se. Da. Matt Thomas. Što mi niste rekli, to vidiš, ne gledam.
Za?
Dobro. Pa questove su bacili sad u igru. Znaš. Vidiš, jedan sam repair-ovo, mi nije računalo malo bez veze ovaj sad. Dobro. Ajde, će da uzemo njega. Right, we all going to die.
Jeste.
Dramaturgija, može. Ide gas. Bam. Ide gas.
Malo nezahvalno igrati tako, kao što igraš taj Q solo. Bez stalne ekipe, ne bre da igraš kao killer.
To najbolje.
Što si radio, ako sad dobro sećam?
Pa radio sam. Sad malo onako, malo ovako. Ma briga me, jel ja imam toliko igara da igram ja i s ovim i s onim mogu da završim sezonu bez problema.
Znam.
Čovječe, traje koliko sad ovaj rift? Sad ću vidim ko ima. Kad uđeš, a ne može sad kad sam u lobiju. 3 mjeseca sigurno traje. Rekaš oni do ne znam kog oktobra, da li 17. oktobra, mislim, idi bre čovječe. Ajde. Već.
Koliko torbice imaš, strašno.
Već. Jebeni čaki, ima da me nagna.
Ne daj se. Tebe vjerujem.
A, verovatno. Sad više ne, sad već juri drugu. Ga vamo, majko mu je. Joj, smrad neće ni da ih pomogne. Govnarko jedan. Puši ga, majmune. Tebe će se uzdam u pičku materinu. Ma kaka mapa, čoveče. Kakve veze bre ima mapa sad? Šta će meni mapa? Uf, ovdje nema ništa. Juri onog idiota. Čoki, majstore.
Čekaj, našao si mapu kao u škrinji, šta li?
Pa da.
I to smatraš da ti nije korisno u ovom scenariju?
Pa imam dramaturgiju perk, znaš. Nije mi korisno.
To sam gledao da li Oci ili Hands kad su igrali i onda ne znam šta uradiš i vrisneš šta li, onda dobiješ artifakt šta li.
Pa vrisne dobije ili ubrzanje ili si smrtno ranjiv i novi item. Ako nosiš neki item u ruci, koji je istrošen.
Možda ti upgrade stari. Gledao sam follow sa medkitom da upgrade medkit. Dobije od belog medkita dobiješ max quality.
Naprimjer, da.
Dobiješ sljedeći level, pa kad sljedeći level imaš, istrošiš ga, pa onda skoro kad si istroši opet uradiš to, opet dobiješ potencijalno nešto novo.
Pa baš kod mene ga navodiš, a?
Što da ne, domaćinski onako.
Ne, ode gore čak. Idi gore u kurec.
Oh no.
Palavi. Još 3. Bravo, ženska. Nek juri onog pedera. Na kurac ću mu pomognem. Kao što je on pomogao nama, tako ćemo mi njemu. Jebeni peder Leon. Nema problem. Sad. Dramaturgije. Gde si sad, majku ti jebem? No neću još da ga koristim. Pozadi smo. Kvitovala kurvetina. Pizda mu materina.
Ko? Leon?
Ne, killer.
Što? Šta ste mu radili?
Pa šta, nikog nije okačio, brate, još generator jedan do kraja. Nadam se da je sve ove questove upamtilo, inače ću da popizdim. To je samo jedan, a ostali Dobro, upamtilo je, super. Briga me neki kvitov, hvala ti, bate. Heal 1, total of 1 health state, dobro. Succeed at 10 repair skill checks. Ok. Hvala vi. Evo ga level. Hop. I ide gas. Tier 2. Jest. Ostalih 98. 97,5. Dobro. Super, usrećio sam se mnogo. Šta sam dobio? Što mi kaže Meg, kakav Meg. Ne. Into the fog. Killer, to. Pa dobro, šta sad? Meg Thomas. Dobro. Jaka stvar. Može, ovo je interesantno. Šta bi?
Ukusar, šta je?
Ja, kako je, ko je... Ma bre, imaju bugi sa blood webom. Koji slepci, čovječe. Neka, nema veze, neće sad, ne vredi. Blood web im ne radi uopšte. Na, gledaš. Ali im puca server, brate, mili. €10 neko da da na skin, jebote.
Powering up. All systems go.
Ma dajte, molim vas.
Ajde, molim vas.
Ajmo, ide gas. Još ovo ću dosta, ne mogu. Mrtav sam.
Koliko sati, recimo?
9 i 3 minuta. No imaš ti vremena, barem još sat i po 2.
Zašto i mene, ja sam nenormalan.
A šta, i ja sam nenormalan nego što sam umoran, brate, neću ja sada legnem.
Ne mogu da budem nenormalan ako sam umoran, ili to?
Ali ću, znaš, da izblejim malo s duškom i ću da ležem, bre čovječe, ustajem ujutro, zašto da se... Ništa mi ne znači sad dalje da zevam sat i po vremena, mislim. A umoran sam. Pustim nešto, pustim se sa ženče i da džonjam.
Kapiram.
Snake, you read me over? Can you?
Da. Tačno i sad ispravim. Profesor izašao s kanala, nema potrebe da mu se nađe zamjenik.
Lele kolege. Pa što baš u ovim dungeonu da mi stavite? Jo, Pleg, ne seri. Kad nisam igrao protiv tog killera, čoveč. Kuku! What the fuck? Ide gas. Gledaj. Da li ovo je velo moguće? Bežite od mene. Vi nesrećnici.
Bežite od mene, dušmani. Koji ti je to karakter? Sad.
Meg Thomas.
To je Meg?
To je Meg. Dali su neku kolaboraciju pa sam tad igrao i uzeo ovaj skin.
Liči na Meg.
Za Megče, Thomasče.
Zato pitam.
4 repair skill checks, of course! Let's go, let's go! Sve će ne potruje. Dobar je ovaj bond. Jel ideš dole, a? Divno. Idi leči se, pizda ti materina blesova. Ide gasi. Divno. Divno. Edo kurca, znači gubimo. Gdje te okačila, ne vidim, ovo je gore. Ajde još malo, molim te.
Killer je blizu tebe, to ide na tebe.
Ma jo.
Ne?
Au, vrate. Ne? Poprem. Neću se izlečim ja. Ali kako ćete vi bre braćo?
Kako ćete vi bez mene da se izlečite?
Kurac. Motherfucker. Stupid bitch. Mush. Mush. Jebi ga. Jebi ga. Aj jebi ga, brate, predaste. Ste budale nenormalne. Sad, terror radius 0.
Čiji od killera?
Ma da, ne vidim ništa, sad vidim.
To je ono kao kad si Oblivious, šta?
A da, to mi je bacili. Beži odatle u kurac.
Može bolje da i da ne vidim za killer.
Oprem. Hahaha, stupid fucker. Oprem.
To mora da je neki skit. Dobar.
Muš! Slepče jedan. Neću se izlečim. Jer ja kad se lečim ono kad uzme... kurac. Kad uzme od fontane... Đokica.
Šta te onda... Karinđa?
Gle! A Oblivious sam kurac. Nemam... jebem ti mater. A ne mogu ni da se lečim, ne mogu ni da lečim. Vidiš koji mi status efekt bacila. Sad vidim, ali... beskoristan sam, ne mogu nikog da lečim. Dobre perkovine.
Kad se izlečiš na fontanu, onda ona to popije.
I ima kao da me udarila, bukvalno. Šta je ovo jebote? Pa dobro, ajde, nemoj da me skineš. Vidi šta radi čovjek. Eto ti.
Vidiš šta ti je bacio onu dimnu bombu?
Ne znam, vidiš, neće da me skine. Eto, idiot.
Šta radi sad?
Neće, troluje me.
Dobro, ništa. Ti...
Pa predala, glupa konjina. Tako, neka te ubijem, mamu, ti glupo jebem.
Pa neće da igraš, šta? Nego stoji protiv ruke i zebava se.
Baš tako.
Fine sad killer skine sa kuke i pusti da izađeš.
Sad izašao, evo ga, bot piše, vidiš, izašao. Neće da me skine, govno. Pa smrdljiva goveda, kad igraš s majmuni i to ti tako. A ne znam smo mogli da dobijemo, ko ništa. Dobro, i šta kaže scoreboard? Gospodin Jovanović na jakom drugom mjestu.
Jaka dvojka.
Jaka dvojka. I tim questovima generalno napreduješ tako kroz Rift Pass. Nema više samo bez veze igranja, nego mora da radiš određene stvari.
Kapiram.
get graped. Falavi. PLS. Šta mu to znači, Ilija?
Please.
Ma gore, get graped. Šta je, bre, ovo? Šta mi ovaj piše?
Kao da igraš bolje. Nauči da igraš. Get great.
Aha. Aha. Falavi.
Ti me nauči.
Vidi ga lik šta mi piše. Idi bro, pičko. Kakav lik je bud. Real. Real. Ne znam koji je ovaj lik uopšte, šta mi sere. Ne kapiram. Jedi govno majmune. Stari Bill. Okay. Okay. Pazi tip šta mi piše, jebote.
Ti napisa roman.
Da li sam veštačka inteligencija? Kakva budaletina, majko moja mila.
Da to treba da bude duhovito, što li?
Ne znam, nemam pojma. Gdje si, bre? Stižeš, a? Ali on je dušice još gladan izgleda.
Ti glada? Eš? Pa?
Jok, ti si. Taj bi mogo da jede dan i noć. Pa će mu damo onda visel kiši, a?
Kako on da zna, da li ga ti pitaš da li on gladan?
Pa da, mislim, kad mačor nije gladan, uvek je.
Kako mi se sere isto noće?
Sigurno.
I've abandoned my boy!
Today, you're not going to see a good performance, not even a brilliant one. You're going to see the greatest performance in the history of cinema. An interpretation so extreme, so hypnotic, so terrifying, that even among the world's best actors, no one dares to compare themselves to it. And this isn't just any opinion. Critics, filmmakers, and actors have described it as unbeatable, a performance that changed everything. Because when Daniel Day-Lewis appeared in There Will Be Blood, the bar for what a performance could be was shattered forever. But to understand why it's unbeatable, we first have to look at what were, until then, the greatest. Legendary performances that defined eras, roles that once seemed untouchable, until Daniel Day-Lewis appeared and took everything to a level no one thought possible.
Will you shut the fuck up and listen to me? Just listen to me!
Al Pacino delivers here one of the most visceral performances in history. He plays a desperate bank robber carrying an unbearable emotional weight. His energy is chaotic, yet always precisely controlled. He shifts from fear to rage, from tenderness to collapse, without seeming to act for even a second. Every gesture, every word, every pause is an explosion of truth, with a naturalness never seen before. It's the portrait of a man at his breaking point, and Al Pacino turns it into something deeply human, tragic, and magnetic. Meryl Streep's performance in Sophie's Choice is simply devastating. She plays a Polish woman marked by horror, and does so with superhuman sensitivity and precision. The choice scene is one of the most painful moments in cinema, and Streep inhabits it with terrifying fragility. What's most impressive is that for the role, she learned 2 languages and spoke English with a perfect Polish accent. It's a devastating, complex, and deeply emotional performance, utterly unforgettable. De Niro completely transformed himself to bring Jake LaMotta to life. He gained and lost 30 kilos, learned professional boxing, and merged with the character. But what truly impresses is how he captured LaMotta's inner violence. He doesn't just throw punches in the ring, he destroys himself outside of it. His eyes reflect guilt, jealousy, hatred, and vulnerability. It's a physical performance, yes, but also a psychological one, deeply dark. A total, no-holds-barred commitment that marked a turning point in cinema.
I'm sorry. I don't know why you did it. I'd do it too if I knew. Oh.
Brando gives himself over here in an almost suicidal way. He plays a broken, wild man confronting his own emotional decay. His monologues are raw, improvised, like the cries of someone who has nothing left to lose. He strips himself bare in this role. He wasn't pretending. He channeled the real pain of his wife's death and revealed himself without filters on camera. It's an uncomfortable, brutal, and deeply intimate performance. Brando isn't trying to please, only to tell the truth, exposing himself completely. But in 1957, the man was born who would eclipse them all, becoming the greatest actor in the history of cinema. While other actors were shooting film after film, he would vanish for years. He chose each project as if it were his last. And when he committed, he dove into the abyss. His first major explosion came in 1989 with My Left Foot. Portraying Christy Brown, an artist who could only move part of his body. What others would treat as a technical challenge, he turned into an act of possession. He stayed in character and in paralysis off camera, had assistants feed him, and ended up with 2 broken ribs from constant body tension. The result was brutal, his first Oscar, and with it, a question echoed through Hollywood. How far was he willing to go? And the answer, farther than anyone else. In The Last of the Mohicans, he lived in the forest, hunted his own food, and learned to track. In the Name of the Father,
Right, that's my fucking name, sir. You can write what you like.
he locked himself in a cell, refused food, and let other actors mistreat him to embody the wrongfully convicted Jerry Conlon. An Oscar nearly touched his hand, but slipped away. He didn't care. It wasn't about awards, it was about truth. Between films, he vanished. No interviews, no magazines, no content. Just preparation, or silence. For the boxer, he trained for over a year like a real fighter. Then, silence again. He retired, became a cobbler in Florence. No one expected his return. But in 2002, he exploded in gangs of New York.
On my challenge! By the ancient laws of combat.
Scorsese called him to play Bill the Butcher. He learned to throw knives, worked with real butchers, and spoke with a 19th century accent, even offset. He got pneumonia but refused modern medicine. Modern coats didn't exist back then. He kept filming, then disappeared again. It seemed like he had reached the peak, but that was only the prologue, because in 2007, Daniel Day-Lewis returned with the most extreme, precise, and terrifying performance in film history. Daniel Day-Lewis crossed a line that no one else has crossed. There Will Be Blood wasn't just a movie, it was a descent into hell. And he chose not to perform it, but to inhabit it. The transformation began long before shooting. He isolated himself for months in a desert, with no phone or contact with the outside world. He studied oil pioneers, learned every technique, every tool, every gesture. He became obsessed with the way people spoke at the time, with the exact accent. He blended real voices from forgotten recordings with the cadence of John Huston until he created an unrepeatable sound. To grasp the magnitude of the voice he created, just compare how he spoke as Daniel Plainview with his real voice when accepting the Oscar.
For whacking me with the handsomest bludgeon in town.
I drink your milkshake. I drink it up!
They are two different people. But that was only the beginning. On set, he never broke character. He was Daniel Plainview all the time. Cold, menacing, isolated. He didn't interact with anyone. He lived like a man on the brink of collapse, a predator who had lost all faith in humanity. His intensity consumed everything. The tension with Paul Dano, the antagonist in the film, was real. Dano has said it himself. Talking to Day-Lewis felt like talking to a real monster. The most intense, violent, and destructive scenes weren't catharsis. They were the accumulation of everything he had buried for months. When he screamed, when he struck, when he killed, it didn't feel like acting. It felt like possession. The famous baptism scene, where Dano repeatedly slaps Plainview, was real. Painful, brutal, like everything in that production. Paul Thomas Anderson, the director, simply let it happen. Sometimes, the camera didn't even move, because what unfolded in front of it was cinema history. And when filming ended, there was nothing left of Day-Lewis. The character had consumed him. Plainview wasn't just another role. He was an entity that inhabited him, isolated him from the world, and drained his soul. Day-Lewis himself said, after playing someone like that, you can't just go home and be yourself. For weeks, he didn't know how to return to reality. He stepped away from film, from the noise, from everything. No interviews, no award speeches, no search for recognition. He won his second Oscar. The world applauded, but he was no longer there. Because Plainview had taken everything. And from that moment on, nothing was the same. He acted once more, years later, won a third Oscar, and became the most awarded actor in Oscar history. But something had broken, and after his final film, Phantom Thread, he retired forever, as if he knew that after Daniel Plainview, there was no more cinema left to make. And with that, the big question remains. No one has ever been willing to disappear from the world for a role the way he has. No one has given their body, mind, and soul with that level of intensity. Because this wasn't just a performance, it was a transformation. And the price paid was the soul, humanity, and mental health. While others perform, he becomes. He erases himself. He destroys himself. He doesn't act from the outside. He acts from within. He lives in his character until he loses himself. And what remains on screen isn't an actor. It's something wild, real, unrepeatable. Daniel Plainview cannot be copied. He cannot be repeated. Because what makes him so terrifying is that he never feels like fiction. You don't see Day-Lewis playing anyone. You see a monster born right there, in front of your eyes. And that's the truth. Many have impressed. Some have moved us. But no one has gone this deep. No one has been so extreme, so brutal, so honest. Since There Will Be Blood, all actors have had an invisible ceiling. And that ceiling was set by Daniel Day-Lewis. No one has surpassed him, and no one will, because no one else has been willing to disappear forever. And now that you've seen what one actor was capable of, the question is, was it worth it? Is it worth giving yourself so completely, disappearing, breaking inside, just to tell a story? This hasn't been a tribute, it's been a testimony of what happens when someone doesn't act to be remembered, but because they can't do anything else. If you like the video, I'd appreciate your thoughts in the comments, a like, and that you subscribe. Thank you for watching Cineprime.
A great plot twist can take a good movie and make it an all-time classic. These are the best ones we've ever seen. When twin brothers Elias and Lucas's mother come home to their quiet lake house after cosmetic surgery on her face, the boys begin to suspect this woman isn't actually who she says she is at all. Goodnight Mommy quickly takes a dark and grotesque spiral into madness as the boys test the woman in horrifying ways, trying to prove that she is or isn't their mother. Needless to say, this movie is pretty rough. As Lanika Cruz of The Atlantic writes, "Beneath it all is the nagging and heartbreaking feeling that these boys have lost their protector. That vulnerability, combined with their isolation, their confusion, can be harder to stomach than some of the more graphic scenes." North Shore News' Julie Crawford agrees, saying, "Ripped straight from the pages of your therapist's notebook, Goodnight Mommy is a thoroughly terrifying fairy tale with a killer twist." That twist? One of the twins had been dead the whole time, a victim of an accident that has driven the surviving boy insane. The reveal tragically flips the villain and victim right before the movie blazes to a tragic end.
Usually movies are told in chronological order, but much like its protagonist, Dr. Louise Banks, arrival isn't confined to a single time. In the movie's opening, we watch Louise lose her beloved daughter to disease. Naturally, we assume this is happening early in her life, well before the renowned linguist is asked by the military to communicate with the heptapods, mysterious aliens who've landed on Earth. Her job is to translate their complex language so humans can talk with these otherworldly visitors. As she delves deeper into their circular alphabet, though, the heptapod language changes her perspective of time, allowing her to experience the past, present, and future at once. Before long, we discover that Louise actually hasn't had her child yet. Those flashbacks are actually flash forwards, visions of what's to come, courtesy of the alien language. Louise now exists outside of time, or more accurately, throughout every moment simultaneously. As a result, her perspective on concepts like love are radically altered by the heptapod's gift. Sure, she now knows that heartbreak is coming, but she heads into the future anyway, because she knows there's a lot of joy waiting there too. It might just be the most emotional twist in all of science fiction, and one that will leave you both thinking and wiping away a few tears. A Beautiful Mind finds an Oscar-nominated Russell Crowe playing John Nash, a real-life Nobel Prize-winning mathematician who lived a rather unusual life. Early in the film, Nash is drafted by Department of Defense agent William Parcher to analyze magazines and newspapers for hidden Russian codes.
You are, quite simply, the best natural code breaker I have ever seen.
It's an intense assignment, but when he's not engaged in high-stakes espionage, John seems to lead a normal life with a supportive wife and an incredibly close BFF, Charles. Whenever Charles shows up to visit, he brings along his adorable niece, Marcy, who always brings a smile to John's face. Unfortunately, of the four most important people in John's life, only one of them is actually a living, breathing human being. In reality, John is suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, and the incredibly creepy Parcher is just a hallucination. There are no secret messages, no Soviet spies lurking in the shadows, and no radium implanted in his arm. The real blow, however, is that Charles and Marcy are also products of his imagination. Unless you know the true story, the twist comes as a devastating surprise and sends this Academy Award-winning film in a disturbing direction. Colossal is one of the strangest movies ever made. This fantasy flick finds Anne Hathaway as the alcoholic Gloria, recently single and moving back to her hometown. But as the self-destructive woman soon discovers, her problems are a lot bigger than just the bottle. Gloria is psychically linked to a giant Godzilla-like monster, and whenever she stumbles across a particular playground, the kaiju mysteriously appears in the city of Seoul, South Korea.
What is he doing?
It's dancing.
Is dancing like...
Fortunately, Gloria has a good friend to help with all the booze and oversized beasts. Jason Sudeikis plays her childhood friend, a nice guy named Oscar. The moment Gloria comes back to town, Oscar does everything he can to help her feel at home. He gives her furniture for her empty house, builds her up with all sorts of compliments, and even gives her a job working at his bar, which is probably not the best place for an alcoholic to work. But then Gloria realizes there's a lot of darkness behind Oscar's winning smile. For one, he's also linked to another giant creature that appears in the South Korean capital, and while he pretends to be a good dude, we quickly learn he's a violent, manipulative control freak, more monstrous than any kaiju. And when Gloria tries to get away from this creep, he threatens to murder countless Koreans with his robot avatar.
If you drink that beer, I'll go take a walk through the park later.
This turn from best friend to abuser is pretty shocking, largely thanks to Sudeikis' affable persona. That said, there were probably a lot of women who saw this coming, well aware that the real world is full of Oscars. One of the most unsettling sci-fi movies ever made, Ex Machina finds a mild-mannered computer programmer named Caleb winning the contest of a lifetime. He's been picked to spend a week conducting a bizarre Turing test with his billionaire boss, Nathan, played here by a super creepy show-stealing Oscar Isaac. A brilliant inventor, Nathan has created an artificial intelligence named Ava, and he wants to see if his creation can convince Caleb she's a sentient being. Caleb quickly falls under Ava's spell, and soon the programmer plans to free his crush from Nathan's grasp.
Do you have people who test you or might switch you off?
No, I
Then
don't.
why do I?
After all, the tech tycoon has her locked up and plans on essentially killing her. Plus, Nathan's interest in Ava isn't just scientific. This guy has a thing for building female robots that he can imprison and control. Using his own tech savvy, Caleb sets Ava free, and seconds later, the liberated android slices through Nathan like he's a pat of hot butter. If this was your typical sci-fi flick, Ava and Caleb would probably run off together. But in Ex Machina, things take a hard left turn when Ava locks up Caleb and leaves the screaming programmer to die of starvation. It's a gut punch of an ending, especially since Caleb seems so sympathetic. Sadly, there's a good chance that he would have jeopardized her shot at freedom in the outside world. In the end, he had to be tested and switched off after all. It's no surprise that the Armitage family are the bad guys in Get Out. When Missy Armitage and her husband Dean first meet our everyman hero, Chris Washington, they're way too friendly and far too polite, which is never a good sign in a horror movie.
By the way, I would have voted for Obama for a third term if I could. Best president in my lifetime, hands down. I agree.
Then there's their super creepy son, Jeremy, who's oozing with menace whenever he comes slinking onto the screen. But with all these racists surrounding poor Chris, his girlfriend Rose seems totally on his side. She'll definitely help him escape her family's clutches, right? Unfortunately, Rose is probably the most evil member of the entire family. After finding a box of incriminating photos, Chris starts to realize he's the victim of some really cruel catfishing, but he still desperately hopes that Rose is on his side when the Armitage clan blocks his path. He begs Rose to give him the car keys so he can escape, and for a moment, it seems like she might pick her boyfriend over her own flesh and blood. She doesn't.
Where are those keys, Rose?
You know I can't give you the keys, right, babe?
The casting here is what makes the twist work so well. According to both Allison Williams and director Jordan Peele, Williams was cast because audiences would associate her with the far less evil roles that she'd played before. Sure enough, she does indeed seem pretty harmless, right up until she doesn't. Messing around with creepy European cults is never a good idea. That's a lesson our murderous anti-hero learns the hard way in Ben Wheatley's Kill List. This disturbing horror film is centered around Jay, a family man whose marriage has fallen on hard times. And oh yeah, he makes his living as a hired killer. You've got to put food on the table somehow, and Jay stands to make a tidy paycheck by killing 3 people for a mysterious client who wants his contract signed in blood. The weird thing is, the targets don't behave like typical victims. Instead of begging for their lives, they actually thank Jay when he shows up for some hammer time. Things go from eerie to straight up hellish when Jay tries to kill his third victim. Instead of finding his target, he stumbles into a cult right out of The Wicker Man. The whole assassination scheme was part of an elaborate occult ritual, and it comes to a bloody end when the pagans capture Jay, put a mask over his face, and force him to fight a cloaked hunchback. The assassin makes short work of his opponent, but after turning this guy into a shish kebab, Jay discovers a horrific truth. The hunchback is really his wife and son, kidnapped by the cult and tied together with his son on his wife's back. Jay just murdered his own family, much to the delight of the deranged cult, capping off a ghastly film with a truly gruesome ending. Bong Joon-ho's Mother has a pretty standard plot for a murder mystery. A mentally challenged young man is accused of murdering a teenage girl. The police don't have any solid evidence against him, but they need to make an arrest, so they toss the disabled man in jail and trick him into confessing. Needless to say, his devoted mother knows her son is innocent, and she goes from a mild-mannered widow to South Korea's Sherlock Holmes, chasing down leads, interrogating suspects, and putting together a case to free her son from jail. She even discovers a possible scheme involving blackmail and a mysterious old man. Now, in your typical murder mystery, the mom would discover the killer's true identity and clear her kid's name. However, Mother subverts all those expectations when the titular mom makes a simple but shocking discovery. Her son really did it. Yeah, he's a sweet kid, and yes, he's mentally disabled, but that didn't stop him from caving in a girl's head. It's a smart little twist that gets even twistier when the mom murders an eyewitness to protect her son. Mother spins every thriller trope on its head, but it also goes to show that nobody loves you like your mother. Every knife-wielding villain in a horror movie has a special talent for taking out their victims when they least expect it. But Ghostface, the sinister slasher from 1996's Scream, seems like he could pop up anywhere at any time. When the masked killer first arrives in the opening scene after terrorizing poor Drew Barrymore over the phone, he seems to be lurking around every single corner. There's no way anyone can move this quickly, but as victim after victim learns, there's no getting away from Ghostface. This dude is everywhere.
Please don't kill me, Mr. Ghostface. I want to be in the sequel.
In the big climax of Wes Craven's horror classic, we discover the secret behind Ghostface's teleporting powers. Final girl Sydney Prescott is running for her life. The mass murderer has shown up at a high school party, and he's slicing people left and right. Sydney has no clue who's under the mask, and we have plenty of suspects. Ghostface could be boyfriend Billy, horror movie fan Randy, goofball Stu, or even Sydney's own dad. There are so many suspects, and it's impossible to know who to trust. And that's when Sydney makes a horrific discovery. Her boyfriend Billy is Ghostface, and so is his best bud Stu. These two psychos are working together for a maximum kill count and providing each other with an alibi.
Movies don't create psychos. Movies make psychos more creative.
With two guys running around wearing Ghostface masks, it's no wonder this bad guy was making such good time. M. Night Shyamalan's extremely weird filmography has made him a punchline for many moviegoers, but he'll always have one indisputable claim to fame. He made The Sixth Sense, an all-time great horror movie with possibly the most famous twist in cinematic history. The film finds Bruce Willis playing Dr. Malcolm Crowe, an award-winning child psychologist. In the opening scene, he's shot by a disturbed patient he couldn't save, but a couple of months later, Crowe is walking around and seems perfectly okay. Well, his marriage is falling apart and his wife won't acknowledge his existence, so that isn't great. But at least he gets a chance at redemption by helping Cole Sear, a troubled boy who can, well, you know.
I see dead people.
However, Cole isn't the only one who can see spirits. The audience has been looking at a dead guy since the start of the movie. After trying so hard to talk to his wife, Crowe finally realizes why she won't respond. He's a ghost. That gunshot in the beginning of the film was actually fatal, and he's been a dead man walking ever since, despite never realizing it himself. It was an ending that sent shockwaves through Hollywood, and Shyamalan has been trying to recapture that glory ever since. But while a film or two has come close, The Sixth Sense still stands supreme as the perfect Shyamalan twist. Everybody knows the twist from The Empire Strikes Back. Even moviegoers who have never seen a single Star Wars movie know Darth Vader is actually Luke Skywalker's dad. The twist has permeated the pop culture consciousness and given us one of the most memorable and misquoted lines of all time.
La 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 Luke.
Back in 1980, however, the Luke Vader revelation absolutely floored Star Wars fans. Most of the cast and crew didn't even know the truth about Luke's family tree. According to Mark Hamill, the original script read differently.
The way we filmed it, Vader said, "You don't know the truth. Obi-Wan killed your father."
Famously, only Hamill, James Earl Jones, George Lucas, and director Irvin Kershner were aware of the twist. So when Vader finally announced his parentage, everybody was gasping, from audiences to the actors themselves. And this shocking moment did a whole lot more than elicit gasps. The Dad Vader reveal sent the series in a completely new direction and laid the groundwork for countless additional Star Wars films. Has any other movie twist had such an enormous impact? The Last Jedi is one of the twistiest chapters in the entire Star Wars franchise. We learn that Rey's parents are nobodies, Big Bad Snoke gets cut in half, Luke was a Force-induced illusion the whole time. It's twist after crazy twist, but the biggest shock comes early in the film when Luke Skywalker reveals his Jedi days are done. To set the scene, we have to go back to a long, long time ago to 2015, when The Force Awakens was teasing audiences with the promise of Luke Skywalker. It had been over 30 years since fans had seen the beloved Jedi Knight, and the entire premise of Episode 7 involved a group of heroes searching for the legendary warrior. Finally, at the end of the film, Rey finds the bearded Skywalker standing on a majestic cliff. As that John Williams music starts to swell, Rey hands the Jedi his long-lost lightsaber, and that's where the film ends, with Rey reaching out to the hooded silent hero. Audiences had to wait 2 whole years to see what would happen, but obviously, Luke was going to take the lightsaber and lead the charge against the First Order, right? Not exactly. In the years since we last saw him, Luke has turned his back on the Force and wants the Jedi to die out. This little twist flew in the face of fans' expectations, but really, they should have listened when Yoda told us all those years ago that the Jedi were never meant to be great warriors. If Terry Gilliam, Karl Marx, Spike Lee, and Rod Serling all teamed up to make a movie, it might look like Sorry to Bother You. Written and directed by Boots Riley, this movie is absolutely insane in all the right ways, and no description can do it justice. It is without a doubt the most anti-capitalist film to ever come out of Hollywood, and it features perhaps the most deranged twist of the 21st century so far. The plot follows a promising young telemarketer named Cassius Cash Green, who finds success in sales by smooth-talking his customers using what the film calls his white voice.
Like this young fellow.
Hey, Mr. Kramer, this is Langston from Regal View. I didn't catch you at the wrong time, did I?
Soon, Cash is promoted to the big time, which involves selling slaves to giant companies, and eventually he crosses paths with the psycho billionaire played by Armie Hammer, with big plans for the future of business. Up until this point, the movie has been incredibly weird, but when Cash discovers the billionaire's plans, the film absolutely loses its mind. As it turns out, the billionaire is turning people into half-human, half-horse monsters, so he can create a powerful but malleable workforce. That's right, Armie Hammer is turning people into horses. And if that wasn't wild enough, the movie ends with Cash suddenly turning into an equestrian himself. It's totally bonkers, and no matter how good you are at guessing twists, you'll never see this nightmare coming. From the Mandarin reveal in Iron Man 3 to the Thanos snap in Infinity War, the MCU had its fair share of shocking twists. One of its most jaw-dropping moments, however, comes in Spider-Man Homecoming, when Peter Parker picks up his date for the homecoming dance and finds something way more intimidating than the average suburban dad. Throughout this superhero flick, the wall crawler is trying to find a balance between homework and crime fighting, hanging out with friends and trading punches with bad guys. You can't really go to parties or participate in the academic decathlon when you've got an entire neighborhood to protect. And it's hard to get a date when you're constantly trying to fight the Vulture, a winged thief who sells weapons made with alien technology to local thugs. Eventually, Peter puts his crime fighting on pause and works up the nerve to ask his crush, Liz Allen, to the dance. He gets his suit, learns to dance, buys Liz a nice corsage, and shows up at her house ready for a fun evening. That's when the door opens to reveal the Vulture himself. As it turns out, this murderous villain just so happens to be Liz's father. Suddenly, Peter isn't worried about making a good impression. He's just worried about making it through the night alive, which becomes even more difficult when the Vulture realizes why Peter's acting even more nervous than the usual high school kid meeting his girlfriend's father.
Very lucky that he was there that day.
Good old Spider-Man.
Like Uncle Ben always used to say, with great power comes a really complicated love life.
El Tosh.
2 years after terrifying audiences with Get Out, Jordan Peele frightened everyone again with Us, a freakish horror film with a genuinely shocking ending. The film opens in 1986 when a young Adelaide Thomas wanders into a hall of mirrors and meets her diabolical doppelganger. Flash forward a couple of decades, and adult Adelaide is confronting her evil twin yet again. Only this time, the doppelganger, known as Red, has brought an army of scissor-wielding clones up from their underground lair, with each assigned to kill their real-world counterparts. Throughout the film, Adelaide and her family manage to outwit and defeat their double, and in the climactic sequence, our hero finally confronts her twisted doppelganger. But in a stunning flashback, we suddenly realize we might be rooting for the wrong person. As it turns out, Adelaide is actually the grinning doppelganger from the opening scene. When she encountered the real Adelaide in the funhouse, she strangled the girl unconscious, dragged her into an underworld of mute monsters, and then took the real Adelaide's place. So Adelaide is really Red, and Red is the real Adelaide. And this whole creepy scheme has been about getting revenge for having her life taken away. Ultimately, the twist works as commentary on issues like privilege and nature versus nurture. But in the moment, all you can really think about is picking your jaw up off the floor. The twist ending of The Usual Suspects is almost more famous than the movie itself. The entire film is narrated by Verbal Kint, sole survivor of a heist gone wrong. Verbal is a timid thug who suffers from cerebral palsy, and as he's being interrogated by customs agent Dave Kuyan, Verbal spins a story of how he and his crew were drafted by the world's most notorious criminal, an underworld boogeyman named Kaiser Sose. As Verbal tells his crazy story, Kujan suspects Verbal's BFF, Dean Keaton, was secretly Sose, and that he betrayed all his buddies during their bloody caper. Convinced he's solved the crime, he lets Verbal walk and takes a minute to revel in his detective skills. And that's when he notices the bulletin board. Shocked, Kujan realizes that Verbal's story was complete nonsense, and that he assembled his wild tale by pulling keywords and details from the papers and wanted posters tacked on the wall. And as Kujan figures out he let a guilty man walk free, we see Verbal Kint morph into a new man. His limp disappears, his gnarled hand straightens out, and he starts walking with the confidence of a crook who beat the system for the millionth time. This little nobody is actually Kaiser Sose, and then, like that, he's gone. It might be the greatest trick a movie's ever pulled, and it's a kind of twist that will make you drop your coffee mug in shock. Even with hits like Memories of Murder and Snowpiercer already under his belt, Bong Joon-ho stunned audiences with Parasite, a subtle examination of the relationship between one family that has nothing, the Kims, and another that has everything, the Parks. After a friend of the young Ki-woo invites him to lie his way into the wealthy Park home to act as a tutor, Ki-woo goes one step further by getting his entire family jobs. This quickly spins a web of deception that we sense won't end well, but it's a carefully calculated deterioration of everyone's lives that makes the film the wild ride it is. Parasite is full of commentary on the toxicity of the super rich, but the societal con that sees underprivileged people fighting each other for scraps is a glue that holds the whole mess together. When the Kims begin feeling confident in the Park family's dependency, they have an audacious living room gathering while the family is away. While we expect them to be found out by the Parks, what actually happens is even more jarring. Moon Guan, whose life they ruined by getting her fired to protect their own deceit, returns, begging to be let inside. We discover she's been keeping her husband in the basement of the Park family home for years, unknown to the Parks. This is just one of the developments that signifies imminent disaster for all, and is one of the most surprising moments in a film full of reveals. Marion Crane yearns to settle down with her boyfriend Sam, but his debts are preventing them from finding happiness together. Stealing the money he needs from her job and going on the lam, she's forced to take overnight refuge at the isolated Bates Motel. There she meets what she assumes to be an overall harmless weirdo named Norman Bates, who shows her to her room. Sadly, Marion has caught the attention of his mother, Norma. Marion will never leave the hotel, while Norman is forced to cover for his mother's crimes. Psycho is easily one of director Alfred Hitchcock's most notorious thrillers, and even decades later, it's easy to see why. Though best remembered for its more shocking scenes, those only succeed due to the incredible tension building of the quieter moments. Sure, it's terrifying that women are going missing at this mysterious hotel on a lonely highway, but relaxed moments where Norman Bates casually explains his interest in taxidermy are arguably more frightening, if only in retrospect. Still, Psycho has two major twists, the first being the surprise death of Marion, the film's point-of-view character, within the first half hour. Additionally, the reveal that Norman's mother has been dead all along and that Norman is channeling her in his own mind is still scary today. Friday the 13th has a unique place in film history, being an independent production that gained major distribution at a time when that was essentially unheard of. Not only spawning a huge franchise in its own right, but also helping to herald a new era of slashers. Friday the 13th is sometimes referred to as a surface-level response to Halloween, but there's a fair amount of social commentary at play in the script. Though it would be a stretch to call it nuanced, the lack of accountability at summer camps during the time is a catalyst for much of what occurs, as is the cruelty and neglect towards a disabled boy named Jason Voorhees that it allows. Though we're told that Jason drowned in the lake, the heavy boots and bulky jacket of the masked killer lead us to believe that he continues to stalk the campgrounds, killing the new teen counselors. However, it turns out that Pamela Voorhees is in fact the killer, seeking vengeance for her son's horrible death. Even if this is seldom mentioned in the franchise's many sequels, it is nonetheless a part of horror history.
Friday the 13th.
Jason! Jason! Jason!
I'm sorry. That's the wrong answer.
Years down the line, this twist is used as a gotcha in the opening sequence of Scream, in which the doomed Casey Becker desperately insists that the killer in Friday the 13th was Jason, only to be rudely corrected that it was in fact Mrs. Voorhees in the first film. In Miguel's home, music is banned due to his great-grandmother Imelda having been abandoned by a wayward musician many years before. The daughter of this tryst, Coco, is Miguel's elderly grandmother, her life having been in many ways decided by her father's disappearance. Miguel has a natural knack for music, but his responsibility to his family weighs heavily upon him. Idolizing the musician Ernesto de la Cruz, Miguel becomes convinced that Ernesto was his great-grandfather. This leads Miguel to announce his intention to become a musician, but his grandmother wrecks his guitar. Obtaining Ernesto's mythical guitar, Miguel gains the ability to converse with his dead relatives. Miguel forms an alliance with a ghost named Hector, renouncing his great-grandmother's blessings in favor of finding Ernesto. Though Ernesto initially welcomes Miguel's family, his deceptions are soon revealed. Indeed, Hector was actually Miguel's great-grandfather all along, and he only abandoned his family because he was poisoned to death by his jealous musical partner Ernesto. Naturally, this leads to a bittersweet conclusion, with Hector finally honored for his musical genius and reunited with Imelda and Coco, albeit in the land of the dead. The family ends the ban against music, allowing Miguel to finally pursue his dream and honor his family. Chuck Palahniuk's novel Fight Club inspired one of the best-loved cult classics of the last 25 years. With a 1999 movie version starring Edward Norton as a narrator disillusioned with the mundanity of his life, the more flamboyant Tyler Durden appears to echo his own long-held criticisms against his capitalist lifestyle, giving a mouthpiece to his anger. Together, they start Fight Club, which is exactly what it sounds like. Amassing a cult-like following of men desperately seeking something to lash out at, it's a pretty short road to extreme criminal behavior and increasingly bizarre acts of vandalism. As our narrator realizes that he's completely losing control to Tyler's chaotic vision for their Project Mayhem, Durden's girlfriend Marla drops the bomb by calling him Tyler. That's right, the narrator was actually Tyler Durden all along. Though he makes harried attempts at preventing Durden's plan of erasing dead by bombing buildings, even he is unable to stop Project Mayhem. On the plus side, he seems to expel the Durden presence from his mind, although the film wraps on a fairly ambiguous note in that regard. Either way, he realizes what a jerk he's been to Marla, and together they watch the buildings fall to the tune of the Pixies' Where Is My Mind? Taking place in what was then the far-flung futuristic year of 2022, Soylent Green has a twist so well known that even if you haven't seen the film, chances are that you know its most famous line. At first, we're only told that Soylent is a cheap, nutritious food staple that comes in several flavorful varieties, such as Soylent Red, Soylent Yellow, and the new Soylent Green. The narrative predicts a world on the verge of climate collapse that we assure you in no way resembles the actual Earth of 2022. Detective Robert Thorne is investigating the murder of a Soylent board member who appears to have been assassinated. Spoiler alert, it really does not work out great for him. Thorne's elderly friend Sol Roth discovers that Soylent Green, once made of plankton, is no longer possible to manufacture due to the effect of pollution and global warming on the ocean. Naturally, the Soylent board opts for the next best thing to plankton: human corpses. Roth dies by assisted suicide, using his last words to tell Thorne the truth. This leads to the famous final scene.
Soylent Green is people!
It's easy to take for granted what a huge deal Saw was for horror fans when it was first released. This is due in no small part to the twist ending, but the setup is where all the magic happens. It opens on a photographer named Adam and a doctor named Gordon, each chained to pipes in a room with a dead body lying face down between them. Each has a micro cassette in their pockets, with Adams urging him to survive while Gordon's orders him to kill Adam by 6 o'clock. This leads Gordon to realize that they are in the hands of the so-called Jigsaw Killer, known for kidnapping victims and forcing them to participate in elaborate games. It turns out that Gordon is a major suspect in the Jigsaw case, having attracted the attention of Detective Taft, who sent Adam to spy on him. This leads to a series of reveals that has the audience believing that just about every character in the film could possibly be the real Jigsaw at one point or another. Ultimately, a desperate Gordon frees himself, but only by sawing off his own foot. This in turn comes with the realization that they got everything about Jigsaw's true identity wrong. Adam looks on in horror as the corpse on the floor rises to its feet, revealing himself to be Gordon's patient, John Kramer, the real Jigsaw.
Game over.
This sleek neo-noir takes a dive back into 1950s America, introducing us to Detective Teddy Daniels and his new partner, Chuck. Together, they are investigating a psychiatric institute located on, you guessed it, Shutter Island. An inmate, Rachel Solando, who has drowned her 3 children, has gone missing, and the hospital staff is unhelpful. Daniels becomes convinced that everyone on the grounds is part of a plot to misdirect the investigation, including Chuck. This is all made worse by his constant migraines and blackouts, possibly caused by his memories of serving in the military and witnessing the atrocities at Dhaka. When Rachel Solando reappears, she asserts that she's actually a psychiatrist working to develop mind control. Meanwhile, senior psychiatrist Cawley tells Daniels that he never arrived with a partner at all. Eventually, the man we knew as Chuck introduces himself as another doctor at the facility, Dr. Sheehan, informing us that Daniels is actually Andrew, a patient under their care. After Andrew failed to seek treatment for his manic-depressive wife, Dolores, she killed their children, and he killed her. This left him with overwhelming guilt, and his delusions have as such made him a prime candidate for lobotomization. Yet even as Sheehan gives the order, he is left to wonder how powerful Andrew's delusions truly are, as he calls him by the name Teddy, and Andrew does not respond.
What are you thinking? How are you feeling? What have we done to each other?
If ever there was a film that is more a cascading series of twists and a linear narrative story, that would be Gone Girl, but it starts with a basic murder mystery. When his wife Amy goes missing, Nick's general disinterest in the subject raises red flags for pretty much everyone. He and Amy had an unhappy union after relocating from New York to small-town Missouri, which in turn saw him beginning an affair with a student named Andy. Things just get messier from there, with a scavenger hunt leading authorities to discover a partially burned diary in which Amy discloses her apparent fear of Nick. We soon find out, however, that Amy has been alive all this time and is simply hiding out in the Ozarks, getting her kicks by messing with everyone from afar. Considering that we were pretty ready to say goodbye to Nick for killing his wife, this is a stunning moment, but with Amy, the twists never end. Hapless exes are caught in her crossfire, as is an increasingly lost Nick. Though he and his allies get to the bottom of Amy's revenge plot eventually, they are never able to prove anything and are all well aware of her status as a master manipulator. In the end, Nick is powerless to escape her. Even as her crimes escalate, he ultimately agrees to stay with her, and the two of them face the press together, exactly as Amy wants. Barbarian writer and director Zach Krieger apparently loves twists so much that he decided to make a whole movie of them. The story begins with the nightmare scenario of hero Tess showing up to an Airbnb only to discover that a stranger named Keith is already staying there. This makes it seem like we're in for a fairly straightforward horror movie. Yet the danger that Keith might pose goes on the back burner as Tess discovers a literal torture dungeon downstairs. When Keith is brutally killed by a naked, screaming woman covered in grime, it's clear that Barbarian is not going to follow the story we expect it to. The story flips over to the homeowner, an actor named AJ, whose career is derailed when his co-star comes forward with sexual assault allegations. Though he denies this, it's clear that he did something very wrong. Returning to his property in hopes of rebuilding, he comically fails to see the danger he's in and ends up trapped in the basement with Tess. Taking a trip back in time, we see that the standard stoic conservative man who previously owned the house still lives in the tunnels below. He spent decades dragging women into the basement to torture them, with a naked woman being his offspring. There are actually still more twists to this film, but we're running out of breath, so we'll just say that Barbarian is a great reason to skip the apps and book a hotel room. Samuel Bell is hanging out on the moon alone, operating a mining facility with the assistance of a very anthropomorphized AI named Gertie. Almost right off the bat, Sam experiences delusions and nearly dies when he crashes his lunar rover. However, he has no memories of this and begins to suspect that Gertie is deceiving him. This is correct, and he discovers a doppelganger of himself at the site of the crash. Dragging his other self back to the base, he confronts Gertie, who explains that they are actually both clones. Though they are there to keep the station functional, their occasional deaths are expected by the company, which has granted Gertie the freedom to awaken new clones at will. This is a pretty huge twist in and of itself, but the film is not done with us yet. The company the Sams work for has intentionally jammed signals to prevent him from ever successfully calling for help, meaning he is trapped there indefinitely. The two Sams work together to create an escape plan, with the older version agreeing to stay behind as the younger escapes back to Earth. Though he's able to expose the company that doomed him, this ends on a fairly bittersweet note for Sam, whose wife died on Earth several years before, and whose other selves begin to die around their third year of life. Director Henri-Georges Clouzot has often been referred to as the French Hitchcock, which should tell you what to expect from his most famous films. A pioneer in the realm of the thriller, Clouzot's masterwork may very well be La Diabolique. Christina, a Venezuelan immigrant, is the owner of a troubled boarding school that's run by her tyrannical husband, Michel de la Salle. Christina suffers from a heart condition that leaves her physically somewhat frail, making it difficult for her to manage either with or without her husband. Enter Nicole, a teacher with whom Michel is having an affair, who bonds with Christina due to their mutual abuse at his hands. Together, they decide that the only way to rid themselves of Michel is to kill him. However, when his body goes missing, Christina begins to suspect that Michelle is still alive, haunting the grounds and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. This ends in a startling conclusion as we realize that Christina's ally Nicole never truly intended to kill Michelle. Indeed, they wanted to shock Christina into a fatal heart attack, which is just what happens when Michelle comes lumbering toward her one night. This doesn't work out for Nicole and Michelle either, but it's impossible not to feel Christina's horror in her last moments. The finale tells us that it's possible that Christina has survived, or is at least haunting the school grounds herself. Writer-director Frank Darabont waited many years for the chance to adapt Stephen King's The Mist, a novella about a town in Maine in which the residents are suddenly surrounded by an all-encompassing fog. While this is ostensibly a simple creature feature, complete with tentacled monsters lurking in the mist that pick off residents at random, the behavior of everyday people in a crisis may be the true horror. David and his son Billy are forced to take shelter with other townspeople in a supermarket as they attempt to cope with the apparent apocalypse, although not everyone wants to work together to survive. Darabont organizes an excellent ensemble cast to deliver a message decidedly more upsetting than even the original Stephen King ending. In fact, that ending is exactly where the movie's major twist comes in. When David and some of the other residents choose to take their own lives rather than face the horror of the monsters lurking outside, he kills the others, including his child, and prepares to walk into the mist to meet his fate. But almost immediately, the mist dissipates as the military arrives and takes care of the threat with little problem. Realizing that he's killed his friends and loved ones for absolutely no reason, David screams in despair, perhaps joined by some members of the audience. M. Night Shyamalan is well known for his twists, from The Sixth Sense to The Village and beyond. One of his most precisely delivered shocks is in the film Unbreakable, which introduces us to a take on superheroes entrenched in day-to-day realism. Point of view character David is traumatized, reeling due to being left as the sole survivor of a horrific train derailment that killed 131 other passengers. Soon he meets Elijah Price, known for his physical frailty, who posits that David has superpowers and is, as such, the hero of the story. Rather than donning a cape and tights, David insists that he is no hero. More true to life, his attempts at crime fighting are messy and questionable, leaving him in the midst of an existential crisis as he tries to cope with his new reality. When he uses his powers of intuition on Price, he is stunned to find that the other man has actually orchestrated a number of apparently accidental tragedies, including the train wreck that uncovered David's powers. Using his own theories of superheroes through much of the film to inspire David, we are stunned to realize that Price is actually a supervillain. Taking on the moniker Mr. Glass, he views David as his natural opposite, as seen through the lens of comic book morality. Shades of classic ghost stories like The Turn of the Screw can be found in writer-director Alejandro Amenabar's eerie 2001 Chiller of the Others. Nicole Kidman stars as Grace Stewart, who lives in a vast mansion with her two young children in the aftermath of World War II. Because the kids are painfully sensitive to light, Grace keeps the house in darkness throughout the day. That makes it the perfect stomping ground for what appears to be the spirits of a family who lived in the house previously. Although it appears that the servants who dutifully tend to Grace and the children may actually be dead as well.
I see dead people.
The twist, coming just 2 years after The Sixth Sense, is that it's Grace and her children who are deceased. The despairing Grace smothered the children and took her own life when she learned that her husband was killed in the war. The others they're seeing are actually the living family that has bought the house following the tragedy. But even though the ghostly housekeeper, Mrs. Mills, warns Grace that she'll have to learn to get along with the next occupants of the house, Grace doesn't seem quite ready to make nice as the others comes to its haunting close. In the landmark 1968 sci-fi film Planet of the Apes, Charlton Heston stars as Taylor, an astronaut who joins a deep space mission not to just explore the galaxy, but to get away from the fellow humans he's come to despise. A time warp sends Taylor and his crew barreling 2,000 years into the future, and they crash land on a planet where evolution is flipped. Intelligent talking apes are the dominant species, and humans are mute savages. Forced to defend his species and aided by sympathetic chimpanzees who discover evidence of human civilization that existed before that of the apes, Taylor escapes death at the hands of the sinister Dr. Zaius, only to have his worst fears confirmed. He's been on Earth all along, with the apes descending after humankind wiped itself out in a nuclear war. The image of Heston falling to his knees in front of a half-buried Statue of Liberty is one of the most powerful in cinematic history, and is easily one of its greatest twist endings.
God damn you all to hell!
My senses have picked up something.
Few are quite as tenured for the job of discussing a third game in a popular co-op FPS franchise that hasn't lived up to fan expectations as myself. whilst also being grossly underqualified to talk about Killing Floor specifically. As you might have heard, Killing Floor 3 released on Thursday last week, and I've been getting pangs of deja vu ever since that date was pushed back 4 months following a torrid beta reception in March. I have a very limited history with this game franchise, only really being aware of it in the same breath as Payday the Heist back during the days of the first content houses, as the original was one of those titles that creatures played. So, upon hearing even more damning rumours of the game potentially being cobbled together from the remnants of a failed extraction shooter, and being aware of the many similarities to Payday, a franchise I have an extensive history with, morbid curiosity took over, and I had to take a look. Hoping beyond hope that we wouldn't have another Payday 3 on our hands. I know there's a hell of a lot of fan overlap there, and quite frankly, we've suffered enough recently. And I'm genuinely shocked to be saying this, given how much bad press Killing Floor 3 has received up until launch, but I had fun. It's an undoubtedly flawed game developed by a team that's putting out all manner of fires at the moment, but as an outsider to the series, relying mostly on genre familiarity to get by, I had and continue to have a more than passable time playing this game, clocking in roughly 20 hours over the first weekend since launch. I say all of this from the perspective of someone with very little skin in the game. I didn't play Killing Floor 1 or 2, my only experience with those titles is from the outside looking in, which undoubtedly makes me less qualified to talk about certain elements of the experience than others, but it does also give me a somewhat unique perspective. For one, it's opened my eyes to the die-hard fans of Payday 3 who were newcomers to the franchise and just couldn't wrap their heads around why as series vets are so damn pessimistic all the time. It's a matter of perspective, expectations, and to some extent nostalgia, in a world where games, especially these safe franchise darlings, are moving in a more homogenized direction, and I'm honestly finding it fascinating sitting here on the other side of the fence this time. To be clear, this isn't a defense of Killing Floor 3. I appreciate many of the issues fans have with what are undoubtedly regressions from the old formula. Hell, I've run into many of the same issues without even realizing they were taking steps in the wrong direction for the third installment. But it is somewhat of a study into how the modern game franchise gets you, who it aims to appeal to, and why I don't think this is sustainable in the slightest, despite being one of those contrarians on the Steam review page saying I'm having fun. This goes for all media really. We're constantly bombarded with sequels, crossovers, and successful one-offs turned into franchises, regardless of whether they've already told the story they intended to. It's investor-friendly, risk-minimizing behavior. But beyond that, the worrying trend is the watering down of these incessant sequels. There's a familiarity to this game for anyone who's played any number of modern first-person PvE shooters. Your COD zombies, your Dooms, and that all likely serves to frustrate fans of the first two games, as the charm has undoubtedly been chipped away at in order to make 3 more familiar and easy to pick up for newcomers such as myself. The outcome seems to be these ultra-palatable, shiny experiences that play like they were made on an assembly line, designed to feel familiar by cannibalizing game concepts and mechanics that happen to be flavor of the month, no matter how well they fit into the game's core loop. We received overkill weapons in Payday 3, now it's gadgets in Killing Floor 3, effectively character ults that have been popularized by MOBAs and competitive FPS games such as Overwatch. I don't necessarily have an issue with how they're designed or implemented. This is more of an observation of the loss of individualism that gave these games a platform to outperform their competitors and make it to this franchise-worthy status in the first place. Killing Floor 3 is undoubtedly an amalgamation of popular modern titles. Its movements, gunplay, and grey futuristic aesthetic all feel borrowed from somewhere else. And as a UE5 game, it runs into those performance issues that seem par for the course with this engine. Not to mention that weirdly clean, instantly familiar modern UE feel that always seems to sacrifice any sense of artistic vision for ease of presentation and functionality. One of the core complaints I see online is that the game lacks the soul of its predecessors, and I can certainly vouch for that, especially as someone who's experienced Payday losing an element of what made it intangibly special in recent years. All the horror, suspense, and even the gallows humour us Brits are so known for seems to have dissipated in Killing Floor 3 in favour of a wider cast of characters who feel too quippy to be believable and detract from the tension constantly. The maps are also fairly uninteresting to look at, with a few standout locations that juxtapose a tendency towards creating grey, semi-futuristic, vaguely sciencey settings. You can't really criticize the game's graphical fidelity, but that also comes at the cost of performance on more mid-tier rigs, passively restricting their returning player base, as we saw with Payday 3. I think the map layouts are strong though, and designed with the new mobility systems in mind. I don't find myself lamenting a lack of maps at launch, as I was when Payday 3 released with just 8 short heists. It's just another feature that feels like a step backwards, not in terms of gameplay, but in clarity of design and tone. You could easily slot sections of these into any generic competitive multiplayer title and not bat an eyelid. The same is true of the Z designs. In terms of their gameplay purpose, there's a nice balance in how they function within the hordes, but whilst they look visually imposing and impressive, a key element of that very human body horror from the earlier games has disappeared in favour of edgier, more mechanical designs and very stiff animations. Now, in the heat of battle, you won't always notice these complaints. This is what Killing Floor 3 continues to get right. The moment-to-moment experience, mid-wave, either solo or in a group, is engaging. I've enjoyed using most weapons I've tried out so far, although have admittedly defaulted to Mr. Foster and his AR-focused playstyle, given I'm drawn to the allure of my fellow countryman and his cricket-related quips that me and about 10 other players will get. Where I've criticised the overall design of the Zeds, I have to equally praise the death and damage animations. Much like how the flying helmets in Payday offer a tangible satisfaction when shooting them, I don't think I'm going to ever get bored of popping heads here. This ramps up even further with a really well-weighted melee system used to perfection in the ninja's kit, enabling you to rip and tear through hordes in satisfying blood showers. The elephant in the room here is obviously how these perk kits and playstyles are tied to individual operators, an immensely unpopular decision that was met with enough derisive feedback, Tripwire intends to uncouple them in an upcoming update. But again, this leaves me questioning development timelines and the extent of publisher pressure. Surely you'd go out of your way to revert a unanimously reviled design prior to launch if given the time. So this might help give some perspective on the Embracer Group oversight I'll speak on further shortly. Regardless, the music and general audio design is also generally excellent, covering up some of the most irritating voice work and driving the gameplay forward. The game currently offers just 3 difficulties, with normal being a bit slow-paced in my experience, but hard actually offering a reasonable challenge, so much so it felt like quite a leap at first. Hell on Earth is a difficulty I've yet to explore without any fully leveled skill trees, but I do look forward to the potential challenge as Killing Floor 3 does awaken that desire in me to get good, a positive sign in terms of long-term replayability. Unfortunately, despite offering 6-player co-op, a cut above the usual 4, leading to some truly messy gameplay moments, more often than not, it feels like 6 players all having their own single-player experience. Resource sharing is an afterthought, and unless you're running medic weaponry specifically, you'll seldom think about your teammates' needs and positioning. The syringe is now a limited use mechanic that can only be used to regenerate your own health, a curious design decision that only leads to frustration and limits team play. I also really dislike the boss fights as they currently stand. They often boil down to DPS races, pairing gargantuan health pools with limited and clunky mechanics that feel like they take most strategy out of the game. I believe these enemy types will be better off dispersed through regular rounds instead of being janky showpieces that damage the pacing of a run. Not to mention that how rewards work in this game, if you go down at some point, you're often left spectating some poor bloke getting chased around by 3 gorillas for the best part of 5 minutes, and it's obvious to everyone but him that this attempt is doomed. It wouldn't take much to vastly improve these sections, which again screams unfinished. In fact, the rigid way in which the entire survival mode is structured is another oddity. 5 fixed waves and a boss fight is currently the only way to play. Round modifiers offer a little variety, but not being able to dictate game length feels like a really peculiar and frankly arbitrary decision on the part of the devs. Too much of a time commitment to load up casually, too short to enjoy more expensive weapon setups for any real length of time. Still, there's enough to this 5-round formula to keep me reasonably engaged, especially with relatively robust ways to progress your account. You'll be earning perk XP leveling up your character, locating resources to craft and upgrade attachments, with an element of passive RNG associated, perk proficiency to upgrade skills and the overall performance of that class, as well as the dreaded Battle Pass XP. Additional challenges support this leveling system, giving you more discrete objectives to focus on, as well as an overarching narrative you can follow throughout the levels, giving minor insights into the story of the game. These are easy to track and satisfying enough to complete. The attached progression systems, however, are all over the place in terms of how finished they feel. The attachment system undoubtedly has potential, but I can see it being quite polarizing as a fairly transparent attempt to drag out weapon progression. Skills are okay. There isn't a great deal of build variety on offer, and many of the most interesting passive options will only unlock tens of hours of playing the class. Some of my favourite skills, such as Hothead for Commando, providing an occasional AoE effect upon headshot kill, are paired next to uninteresting yet meta-defining adjustments, such as reduced weapon cost from the pod, speaking to the fact that granular, pure statistical improvements end up coming out on top over potentially playstyle-defining options, which is a shame. Tying other skills to your throwables and gadgets also has a slightly limiting effect on the scope of RPG mechanics. This all ties back to designing the game around these fixed playstyles. Still, being able to gradually upgrade skills is an interesting twist that expands the scope for replayability and build crafting. I do believe your perks level up a little too slowly, especially bearing in mind these additional systems supporting replayability, but never felt unrewarded for taking on a mission. Of course, the elephant in the room are these Helldivers-style battle passes, trading out FOMO for a more palatable approach to cosmetic slinging. They are incredibly forgiving in terms of playtime commitment to complete, but I and many others fundamentally don't enjoy seeing this thinly veiled sales mechanic in my games. I understand they intend to add content updates free of charge and support development costs in this way, but it's always going to be a system resisted by the older generation of players who I find myself identifying with more and more these days. If that isn't enough to get the stomach acid churning, the microtransaction store will be there, selling nostalgia out of the gate in the form of a classic Mr. Foster luck for $20, with bundles of premium currency naturally selling in awkward quantities, economic psychological manipulation at its grimiest. But what can you expect from a game published by a studio owned by bleeding Swedish giant Embracer Group? After overextending its M&A strategy during COVID, the company has been on a bit of a death spiral ever since, gasping for air by pushing games to market as quickly as possible. Embracer also owns Plaion, launch publishers of Payday 3, who had plans for a similar MTX store prior to its disastrous server incident on release, backtracking to save face in the wake of a torrent of negative press. It's simply how they do business, and they will aim to get away with as much as they can within this store over time. And this is really where my greatest concerns for the game lie. So many of the issues the community appears to have with the game stem from this being a cash grab by association. That lack of soul, shopping presentation, and trend chasing, it's the Embracer MO. The delay was a positive sign that self-interest could be put on hold, but 4 months was clearly not enough time if they're still pushing major gameplay adjustments back into the roadmap. I fear for how they'll handle it moving forward, especially once the trackable Steam player numbers start falling into the single thousands and the dead game accusations start flying around, as they inevitably will. A few miscellaneous bits for me to touch on before closing off this video. The world building around the actual Zeds is fascinating, although the way the narrative is told gets lost almost immediately. Obviously, it's a character-driven game for the most part, much like Payday, but with a cast of surprisingly sandpaper-adjacent crewmates, there's not much about this world that'll actually hook its claws into you, unless you take the time to read all those codex descriptions. Speaking of which, this is also where you can look into key details related to elemental weaknesses. Whilst there is a logic behind it, with flesh burning, metal corroding, etc., these damage types often feel a bit arbitrary. It's an almost Monster Hunter-like system, but seeing as you're effectively going to be dealing with every single weakness and resistance every match, what your weapon and playstyle is weak or strong against ends up being a bit of an afterthought. If it was easier to change damage types on the fly, I'd see the vision, but in truth, I imagine this is something that only the most dedicated players will end up interacting with. The hideout is also a little disappointing. It's a glorified walkable menu with the only real mechanical value being this bare-bones shooting range. To make matters worse, needing to wander up to the VTOL before every mission feels like a poor substitute for a ready up button, but that's a simple nitpick. Finally, I've run into my fair share of bugs, especially when playing online, where things do get a little jankier. Permanently floating bodies, 7-player lobbies, and crashes immediately after an intense boss fight will frustrate you and take you out of the action, but nothing pisses me off quite like Zed spawning outside the playable space and hard crashes voiding any rewards. So with almost all of the points I've discussed here being net negatives, why did I open this video by telling you I've been enjoying my time with the game? Well, it's probably for the very same reasons that hold it back from being anything more than a 7 out of 10. It's so accessible, picking it up was like riding a bike. The gunplay, whilst nothing special, can be punchy at times, and melee in particular is satisfying. Solid gore and death animations make simply joining a lobby and clicking on heads feel good. With no objectives beyond staying alive and killing efficiently, it's become a game I turn on to switch off and play without giving it all too much thought. Which is not how you produce a classic, but is how you go some way towards making an unoffensive, low-stakes financial success, which is in and of itself a slightly damning reflection of what the industry is settling for right now. I am a tourist here, and this game is appealing to me specifically. There is every chance I'll be gone within a month, whilst your ride and die fans won't necessarily be back to replace me. Killing Floor 3 is not the finished article. It has room to grow and get better, and likely will with a relatively promising roadmap which you can see on screen now. But the solid foundation argument leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I said all this about Payday 3 in September 2023, and whilst Killing Floor 3 the launch has been infinitely better from a technical perspective, games shouldn't be releasing as just good foundations. That's what early access is for. Pretending to be anything else is disingenuous, and the live service moniker is rapidly evolving into an excuse for not releasing complete games and monetizing unfinished products. Killing Floor 3 has earned this mixed reception. However, I sense something a little more insidious bubbling under the surface when I read reviews from fans comparing it to previous games in the franchise. I see a desire to watch it burn under the pretense that this will wake Tripwire up to eventually return to form. Sadly, I've seen this cycle before. There is no redemption. If it burns, it'll burn for good. The team will be squeezed and eventually shrunk down to the point of non-existence. I know this game has all the live service trappings of something produced by a studio in Tripwire that's getting its arm twisted behind its back by Embracer, but we've seen how willing they are to cut those losses before. It doesn't have a happy ending, so I need to warn against despising and disparaging those who choose to play the game out of sheer malice. Unfortunately, this is the state of the market at this point. The disconnect between players and developers widens, and we end up with products like this, a game that myself and thousands of others can undoubtedly enjoy, but also one that could never spark a franchise as Killing Floor 1 did some 16 years ago. It's something I've mused over in the years following Payday 3's launch. These games, the way the industry is producing them, stand on the shoulders of giants that came first. I wouldn't be making this video if the reputation of Killing Floor hadn't encouraged me to take a punt on a £35 game, and all these studios are banking on that fact. It's why we're seeing so many disappointing sequels, whilst the Game of the Year contenders are all either brand new titles or enigmas made by auteurs such as Hideo Kojima. These franchises need to start tapping into what made them unique in the first place. That's the driving force behind their sustained existence, and failing to understand that lightning in a bottle is causing untold damage and alienating fans. The alternative is that a fourth game is simply never gonna see the light of day, and that Curse of 3 will start to look like more than just a silly superstition. Killing Floor 3 is an aggressively decent game, sickly inoffensive and paint by numbers, desperately in need of something that looks like a risk to differentiate itself and avoid the current fate of Payday 3. Further evidence that there's a reason Valve seems consistently content ending its game's legacy at number 2. Thank you so much for watching. This situation is simply too familiar to us Payday fans for me to ignore, and I hope I've done some justice explaining how I feel about this game as someone who's now lived both sides of the argument. More than anything, I just hope fans of Killing Floor get to enjoy their franchise for years to come. If trying and somewhat enjoying Killing Floor 3 has taught me anything, I bloody well should be going back to better understand its roots from the first 2 games. Thanks again, take care, and I'll see you all in the next video. A huge thank you to my dedicated Patreon backers. If you want to join this crew in going infamous, check out the link below and pledge as little as $2 to see your name in the credits, or get 24-hour early access to future videos and vote on upcoming content. Take care, I'll see you all soon.
Hey, so surprise guys, we've actually won the latest major order, and I certainly wasn't expecting it. I know most of you probably weren't either,
did.
but yeah, we've won it. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to talk about an exploit that helped with the major orders, surprisingly enough. There's also the support team member that has talked about You know, just kind of denying the rumors about how they were intentionally trying to screw us over. By them, I mean the developers. They weren't at all. The way she explained it anyways makes sense. But that's not all. There's even more to cover. If you enjoyed the content, as always, show some love by hitting the like button below the video. I'd really appreciate it. Let's jump right in. Alrighty, so we need to discuss the major order. It looks like we've somehow managed to win, and the Leviathan eliminations are complete, as is the factory strider requirements. We can see from the major order that since we've won, we've unlocked new construction sites on 3 different planets. New Urian City will be built on Fort Sanctuary, New Aspiration City will be constructed on Emiria, and lastly, New Hope City will be established on Fort Union. All 3 planets have a symbol above them, oddly placed around 3 different faction sides. One on the Terminid side, the second on the Automaton side, and the third on the Illuminate side. I've got a funny feeling that those planets will be attacked in the near future, and it'll be interesting to see what happens when that day comes. To be fair, I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I wasn't expecting us to win this major order, yet it somehow happened. Sure, we can give some credit to High Command for reducing
A?
the number of Leviathans we need.
Još nisam u krevetu.
However,
Pa nije 11 sati.
earlier, players have been using a new method to rack up points for the major order, and it's all due to an exploit. Here's what Helldivers were doing. They'd locate evacuation missions, marked right here with the defense icon on the galactic map. Once you found that, you could then locate the Leviathan modifier on the bottom right corner. You started up with your favorite stratagem for taking down these whales. When you arrive, you want to head to the backside where the terminal is, if I can speak. Aim at the generators and you just destroy them. After doing this, you'll notice that the Leviathans continuously spawn, and other Illuminate enemy types won't appear because the exploit is active. Plus, the timer at the top freezes at 20 minutes, and that's how Helldivers were able to hunt down so many Leviathans and complete the requirement quickly. With that said, it seems High Command even hinted at this method yesterday, as you'll notice in yesterday's video's dispatch, where they mentioned something about innovative Leviathan hunting techniques. It's funny to see them bring that up. The developers clearly knew about it or know about it, and if they decided to patch it, they probably will. Hopefully not. Anyway, I'd love to know how many of you Helldivers out there thought that this wasn't possible, that you weren't expecting it. Just let me know what you think about this, because it's insane. Anyhow, now that you're aware of how the major order was won, let's take a closer look at the major order success message. It states that the 3 planets I mentioned earlier will become maximum security cities, equipped with the high-definition facial recognition cameras pre-installed in every block and building, increased foot and drone patrols, and dedicated surveillance satellites orbiting each planet. High Command has informed us that these are just some of the state-of-the-art safety features. So who knows what else they're using to keep citizens safe. Some might say it's to keep them in check, but I prefer the word safe, because after all, that's what we're doing, right? Right. Additionally, according to the major order message, applications have surged and citizens are applying so quickly that these spots are selling like hotcakes, I'm telling you. Unfortunately, not every citizen will be accepted, as each applicant will undergo a background scan to ensure that every resident on these planets is patriotic and vigilant, basically to prevent any dissidents from slipping through. Ah, I love democracy, and every citizen out there is going to be so happy to be, monitored and everything else in between. It's going to be a great time, guys, I'm telling you. On a related note, we've received a new dispatch from High Command informing us that after decimating so many Leviathans, we've inspired citizens to purchase war bonds. They also announced that we've gained a free stratagem slot, and the new stratagem is the Emancipator mech. What's cool about this is that you can now temporarily use a double mech loadout. Yes, allowing you to deploy 2 mechs in one game, so if one runs out of ammo, you can easily call down the second one and keep fighting. It's a fun loadout that provides a ton of firepower and control on the battlefield. Okay, now that we know this, you might be wondering why the devs decided to reduce the Leviathan eliminations yesterday. It seems they wanted to give us a real shot at winning while still keeping the possibility of losing. We know this because a support team member, B Vitamin, responded to a post on their official Discord. A Helldiver essentially claimed that the developers or game masters tried to rig the major order. In their words, fudge it or something like that. But B Vitamin replied that this wasn't their intent. They said the change was made to keep the major order challenging yet winnable. I can totally see that, considering the previous requirement of 3.75 million eliminations was a bit outrageous. I think for future major orders, requiring us to eliminate that many Leviathans should be reduced. The number should be reduced to around 1 million instead of 3.75 million or 3.75 million. Regardless, what I'd like to know is, what do you think about that? Do you believe that it was best to reduce it? Do you think they should even give us more major orders where we have to eliminate Leviathans? I'd like to know what you all think about that. Personally, I think the eliminations for Leviathans are a bit outrageous. I'd rather not do it. I personally don't have a lot of fun taking them out, and most likely I think some of you would agree with that. But let me know what you think. With that topic aside, we've got a post from a Helldiver asking the support team about cross-save or cross-progression, tomato, specifically whether they can transfer their PlayStation 5 progress to PC. A support team member replied back informing the Helldiver that cross-save is not supported and that there are currently no plans to introduce cross-progression. At this point, you might think there's no chance for cross-progression. However, we know from a past response by the CEO that it's on their wish list, as mentioned when a Helldiver asks about it. So it seems that there's still a chance we'll get cross-progression. It's just a matter of when. I'm certainly hoping for a feature like this down the road, perhaps after Xbox players join. If I see any updates on this, I'll be sure to keep you all informed. I wanted to cover this post to reassure you that there's still a good chance for cross-progression, if I can speak. We just have to wait and hope it arrives someday. Moving along, did you know that Arrowhead's senior material artists and their team created 100 materials for biome terrains? I didn't know this until the senior material artists revealed that by the end of summer 2022, they had completely made and remade all biome terrains all within a single year. They worked tirelessly to craft the biomes we've already explored, like the snow and desert biomes, as shown in the screenshot. And it makes sense now as to why they say it takes so long to create new biomes, which, by the way, I hope we get to explore some new ones soon. That'd be incredible. I'm really looking forward to a volcano biome from Helldivers 1. Speaking of which, I'd love to know what biome you're looking forward to, or at least hope the developers create. If you can, post a response below, and I'll respond to a few of you. Now let's switch gears for a minute. As you all know, sometime last year, the devs removed a mission called Retrieve Essential Personnel. If you don't know, one of the main reasons they removed it was because some of the players in the community found it too difficult. Plus, the developers confirmed back then, about a year ago, that they pulled it to give it the proper attention and care, as they felt it wasn't fun enough, or that it wasn't performing as they wanted to, as you can see here. Some of you already know this, but for those who didn't, there you go. That's the main reason why. I think it's time they brought it back and introduced new and different mission types. However, before they do that, I think it'd be best for the developers to focus on patching as many bugs as possible. Besides that, new missions would be awesome to see in the future, as well as this old mission here. What do you think? Should they bring back that mission and drop a few new ones after fixing as many bugs as possible? If so, post a response below with what you'd like to see, and I'll check a few of your comments. Lastly, we've got the top 3 comments. First from Beta, that basically talked about how the rail cannon strike needs to at least get 3 uses before it cools down, and I think that's a great idea. Possibly maybe 2 if people feel like it's OP. I don't know. I think 3 is perfectly fine, but maybe 2 would be better. I don't know. If anyone has any thoughts on this, let me know. The second top comment is by Samuel, and you talk about how players have asked for another 60-day patch dedicated to only resolving bugs, and working through all the technical debt, apparently. I think it's a great idea, but there's also the other side of the coin where some might be like, well, where's the content? We need content. You know how it is. Last but not least, we have Dizzer that said, don't let the Redditors have any voting rights when it comes down to voting on possibly Discord because of the whole map voting, or maybe it would be something on the Super Destroyer. I have got no idea here. But yeah, I don't know. Interesting comment. With that said, I hope you have enjoyed the video. If you have, tap the like button, subscribe, turn on notifications, and if you have any questions, let me know. I appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you to the subscribers, lurkers, and members. I appreciate everyone. See you in the next one.
Okay.
Dobro večer, dobrodošli sa vama, prijateljima. Nekad smo bili dva oka u glavi, ali nas mi, drugo ih mi, jedan što se ostaju, stižu. Evo ga Zonjo, čusmo se telefonom, evo ga Goran, s devojkom onom, tu je i Popaj, što je s Panača, evo ga Gajo, ma svi smo braća, a ja njih ne znam, al ko da znam.
Nobody's here. I guess.
Jer ja YouTube-u ne mogak da odolim, gledak i svatih da volim. Da Buksov knjige ja volim.
ste dobrodošli. Evo vam se svidjela ova pesmica što vam otpevali?
Nije. Ništa gore u životu nisam čuo.
Izvinjavamo se, to je bugarski pesma.
To je dobro bilo. Ne, loša je pesma, ali muzika puno gora.
Padaš, ti padaš malo. Padaš pred kraj pjesme.
Ja neke pesme mogu da otpevam, da izvučem, a neke ne mogu. Ja sam baš mislio da ovu mogu.
Znaš što je problem? A sad ne šalimo se uopšte, ako se neki ljudi smiju. Ti gubiš tečnost dok pjevaš. I meni se čini da neđe ti pušta neka guma, nešto, jesi ti treba pođeš da se pregledaš. I to gubiš energiju.
To je
diktum, su ti neđe pošta.
Ili da piješ tečnost dok pjevaš.
Vidi Kneževiću, nije ti ovo dobro, nije ti ovo ni trebalo.
Kesić. Dakle, Buksov knjige, naši dragi gosti sa Cetinja dolaze nam. Cetinj je jedan lep grad. Nisam bio, ali čuo sam.
Zašto u Vukmiroviću nisi bio?
Kesić.
Ni Kesić nije bio.
Pa evo, naši gledalci ovdje u Beogradu, mnogi znaju za vas, a koji ne znaju, evo sada će da vas upoznaju. Pa hajde prvo da se upoznamo ponaosob. Evo, počnemo od Gorana. Goran je nešto u horoskopu.
On je, ali ne zna.
Ja vjerujem što da ne znam. Dobriloviću, prvo da te pozdravim i tebe i ovu divnu gospodu koja su ovdje.
Hvala, Vujović.
Prijatno se sjećam sa vama u goste. Sam dobro, ovo neka stoji sa vama u goste. Sa vama u gostima se zaista sjajno sjećam.
Gorane, vi nam možete ispričati nešto o istorijatu Buksov knjige?
Ne bih ja da davim ljude, što to njih interesuje.
Istorija je majka znanja.
Oni imaju svojih problema. Plata po 150 eura i stalo je njih za naš istorijat.
A i da im se ispriča, oni će to da
zaboraviti.
Mislio sam više kako ste se upoznali, znate se od malih nogu.
Nikako, da ti proračun, nikako. Pazi, Vujoviću, u glavi postoji, mi imamo hard diskove i imamo određenu memoriju i imamo foldere. I sad ako ti prepunjaš foldere koji su nam u glavi glupostima, a mi večeras ćemo pričati gluposti, onda za neke stvari koje su bitne, kao što je recimo slijepo crijevo, zdravstveni problemi, genitalije, vođenje ljubavi, nema mjesta. I zato ja ne bih da pričamo večeras gluposti, ja bih o religiji da razgovaramo, razgovaramo o zdravstvenim problemima, kako ćemo izbjeći.
Hello broader, where are you man, how is the game, how are you, how many food you eat?
One. Well, I ate ice cream. Also, your server is empty. Interesting. I think that Danny came and wanted me to show him a pigeon. I don't know who told him that. I do wonder a bit. I'm watching a couple of comedians from Crna Gora or Montenegro, whatever. Watching this comedians from Crna Gora. They are.
How did he know the pigeon?
I don't know. You tell me. He probably told him, son of a bitch. You told him!
Kako bi izbjeći? Da ti ne prije, ne pri tebe, razumiješ? Jer ako ti prije neki hemoroid pri tebe, ti ga ne možeš otresti, nema šansu. On se prilipi kao guba.
Jeste. Zonjo, vi se znate od malih nogu, jeste? Drugari ste bili.
Mi hemoroidi.
Ne, mislim Buksov knjige, vas četvorice.
Znači da Buksov knjige i hemoroidi.
Nisi mi se pripremao za ovaj razgovor. Jesi ovu pjesmu se naučio, ali nisi mi se pripremio za razgovor.
Još kao mali dečaci ste se družili, igrali. Iz te igre je nastalo posle sve.
Mi smo, evo ja ću malo da ozbiljim. Imali smo komšiju Svetozara koji nas je seksualno zlostavljao. Svi se smiju, ovo mi je potpuno nenormalno. Ja potpuno
Uživaju.
I mi smo morali da idemo, on je imao jedan podrum i mi smo tamo išli, on nas skine gole, mi smo bili baš mladi dječaci.
Naročito Gaja.
I onda nam je razvukao naše male penise kao lastiš.
How come you are awake?
I to udari u naš stomak.
It's 1 hour before midnight. I go to bed at midnight, so you know, mystery solved.
Ljudi misle da su oni izmislili riječ penis. Mi smo izmislili riječ penis.
Tako je.
I penis i klistis. To ne znaju što je.
Da li ste i dalje u kontaktu sa tim komšijama Svetozarom?
On je srećom umro, ozbiljno. Da. On je umro. Ali to je ta priča, da Bukso knjige, otprilike to ima veze s penisom.
Nervirana ovaj stolnjak, klasični imitacija, ludilo. Ove jabuke su li domaće da mi bačiš jednu da probam?
Jesu, evo izvoli. Sigurno će naše gledalce zanimati ponaosob od vas ko je šta po profesiji.
Ovo je travlja.
Ja se bavim gulim.
Gulite šta?
Što god mi donesu, imam radnju za guljenje. To je kao neka, to nije normalno zanimanje, ali sam ja, pošto nisam mogla da završim
You are at work tomorrow morning.
Odlučio sam da je lakše da se nešto guli. Recimo, ja sad mogu sve ovo da ogulim, treba mi naravno mašina.
If you want, I'll be home like tomorrow. Like after 2 o'clock. And I guess Tuesday, Wednesday, from 2 p.m. to midnight, and on Thursday up until I guess noon. So if you, I don't know, like you probably have like stuff to do. Like you always come late. I cannot even ask you to play like Elden Ring. Like you're super busy, dude. So it doesn't make sense. I have to go to bed like soon-ish. So like playing 1 hour is like...
I'll come see if you'll be here to ask for bling of the Elden Ice Ring.
Yeah, nice. Thanks. It's a deal. Bling. The Elden Ice. Sure. Oh look, a pigeon. You want a pigeon? Here is a fucking pigeon. There. Pigeon. Happy now?
Homing pigeon.
Yeah. Uh-oh, he's having an issue. Or teddy bear.
I dovode ljudi tako životinje da se gule.
Actually, the pigeon is good.
Neku stvar.
Ljudi smo...
You deal guaranteed critical on a full enemy hit.
Kad pođu pase gule,
znaš kad koža pođe
guli za 5 minuta.
Šta se najviše guli u Crnoj Gori?
Pa najviše koža se guli.
Žena kad izgori dođe, ja to ogulim, namažem losionom za poslije brijanja. Ozbiljno, uopšte se ne šalim, svi se smiju.
Što se mene tiče, ja ću biti kratak. Ja gledam glimericom, ima li struje. Znači, ljudi me zovu ako mi fali struja.
Elektrika.
Pogledam samo u šteker, ima li struje. Konstatujem, ima, neđe nema. I napustim prostor.
Dobro, to je lep čist posao.
Pa, čist posao, kao gospodin čovjek.
Da. Dobro, Gajo?
Ja za praznike dolazim. Ljudi me zovu za praznike, uglavnom da donesem novine, jer tada ne izlaze opijane se, ne grde se. I gulim u slobodno vrijeme, imam ga dosta s njim.
Lepo, Zonja?
Pa uglavnom fudriram cijevi.
To ne znam što.
Znači, kad neko dođe u WC da šedne na neku cijev, ja je presvučujem fudriranje. Kožom, somotom, skaje imitacija kože.
A somot je imitacija
kože, isto.
Ono, samo ti kažem, ako si planira da staviš linoleum, ono je užas.
Ono ti Ne valja.
Nisam planirao, ali ako budem nameravao, neću.
Ne valja.
Ako hoćeš da ti se odradi, dogovorit ćemo se. Sve ruke
Ili
za
ako ćeš
materijal.
nešto da gulim,
Dobro.
znači ja ću ti ostaviti broj telefona kad si u Crnu Goru, bilo što da ti se...
Izguli. Dolazim ja na more, letim. Pred Rosije ću svratiti kod vas. Evo, naš kolega, urednik dezinformativnog programa, ima jedan omiljeni skeč Buksov knjige, pa čujemo o čemu je reč. Sada od nove godine, kada Srbija konačno bude stavljena na belu Schengen listu, građani će moći bez viza da putuju po evropskim zemljama. Za to će im biti potreban jedino pasoš. Postupak za izdavanje pasoša veoma je sličan u Srbiji i Crnoj Gori, pa pogledajmo kako to rade komšije.
Naprijed.
Dobar dan.
Dobar dan. Izvolite. Što ste trebali?
Dure u Turinović, majka me poslala izvadim iz voza pasos. Idemo na ekskurziju sutra u Grčku, polumatura.
A vi ste vodič ili vozač, što ste vi?
Dure u Turinović, majka me poslala izvadim iz voza pasos. Sutra na ekskurziju u Grčku, polumatura.
Za koga?
Za mene,
Za mene, Dure Turinović.
Vi idete na ekskurziju?
Mi idemo sutra u odjeljenje.
Koliko imate godina, vi Durio?
14,5 ukupno.
14,5 godina?
Ukupno.
Tolike brke imate, Durio? A što nije majka došla, nego ste vi došli?
Ona je bila prije 2 dana u Turinović Milanka. Turinović Milanka je predala sva dokumenta, tu danas nije mogla, kod očnoga je.
Dobro. A imate li što dokumenta kod sebe? Ili je sve predala ili čekate nešto? Čekate li neka dokumenta da dođu?
Ne čekamo nikakva dokumenta. Dure u Turinović, majka me poslala za ekskurziju. Za ekskurziju.
Nema što Durio, nego sad ćemo brati ovoga Rušovića. Rušoviću!
Turinović.
Rušović.
Izvolite, šefe.
Rušović.
Izvolite, šefe.
Što će ti te bučice, Ruš?
A Boga mi oslabila mi malo cirkulacija u ruke i u noge, pa malo vježbam, ležim uveče i vježbam. A i vidio sam nešto nemoćalo u ruke i cirkulaciju je nikakva.
Koja vidio sam?
Majka mi od buraza što živi u Plovdiv gore.
Majka ti je živi u Plovdiv?
Neno buraz ušo.
Ušo ima ja druga uša, sve prdine casuje.
Što je trebalo?
Trebalo je ovom gospodinu, 14,5 godina ima.
Za ekskurziju.
Da ide na ekskurziju.
Grčku sutra, polumatura.
Što je trebalo?
Treba da izlobuješ ovome gospodinu ličnu kartu. Izvolite, gospodine Rušović. Ili moj dobri prijatelju Ruš.
Koliko vidim, ovaj dokument nije izrendovan. Da li da globujem?
Samo ga izlobuj, jer mora čovjek da ide na ekskurziju sutra. Majka ga je poslala ovolikog čovjeka.
U redu, na vašu odgovornost. Pristupam globovanju. Hop! Od kad sam nabavio ovu kapu koja leti, puno lakše globujem.
Stvarno?
Vidim u kapu.
Pristupam globovanju.
Glob, 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 glob,
Globulanju.
A.
Izvolite.
Durio, odlično je, sigurni budi. Pozdravite majku.
Majko!
Da li je Durio na kraju otišao na ekskurziju, da li vam je poznato?
Nije otišao.
Sa ovakvim dokumentom teško.
Nisu ga puštili.
Buba ovo ne velja.
Ali sad kad gledam ovo, ne sviđa mi se.
Ja sad gledam, vjeruješ me, sramota me...
Koliko se ovo bolje mogu uraditi?
Koliko se ovo bolje mogu napraviti.
Ali dobro. Tada nije bilo sve
Tehnički, kakve smo mi ovce.
Evo, kad smo već kod pasoša izdavanja tih dokumenata putnih, Srbija je na domak Evropske unije.
Svaka čast.
Hvala.
Nema. Svaka čast.
Milo nam je, stvarno nam je.
Konobar!
A, Crna Gora, kako je kod vas? Jeste blizu na domak?
Bravo! 500 metara. Nema 2 kilometra, znači sad to je...
Ali to treba preplivamo. To je zajebano, jer naša ovdje je pliva.
Treba da odgovorimo na određena pitanja.
A mi ne znamo.
A mi ih ne znamo. Znači treba samo da ćemo da naučimo pitanja, da odgovorimo i ulazimo ladno.
Nisu vam još dostavili?
Jesu, ali nismo mi. Treba jednom tu čitati. Ako će pustiti gluposti čitati.
Da li vas brine ta tematika Europska unija, da li ćete ući ili neće, da li vam je uopšte nešto to na pameti?
Brine Kneževiću, brine kako ne brine.
Kesić samo.
Pardon. Šta bih ti rekao na to bez...
Bez da te brine.
Bez da me brine. Baš me brine.
Da.
Kad razmišljam uveče, ja ne mogu da spavam, čovječe. Ja stalno razmišljam o Evropskoj uniji. Non stop.
Tamo je legalizovana prostitucija. Tamo je... Ima država gdje je marihuana legalizovana.
Ima dosta ljudi koji se...
Tu bi svezali glavu za neke stvari.
Puno bolje zooloških vrtova, ima više zooloških vrtova. Mi smo u Beograd došli između ostalog da vidimo lava. Znači nismo samo došli, imamo još da završimo neke obaveze, ali nama je sutra, čim se probudimo, idemo da gledamo lava. Znači toga ima u Evropskoj uniji i za to je dobro ući tamo. Prostitucija, lake droge i lav.
U Crnoj Gori je li ima zooloških vrtova?
Nema. Ima nešto malo, ali lava nema.
Nema lava, ima mali zoološki.
Mali zoološki vrt imaju pacovi, imaju kokoške
i jedna glista.
I glista.
Drže ljudi živo po kuće, ali...
Nema lava, to je veliki problem Crne Gore u ovom trenutku. Mi bismo sad kupili lava, ali ne znamo gdje se kupuje.
Imamo pare. Vlada je odvojila pare za lava.
Upravnik zoološkog vrta Vuković je mala lava, je takozvani glaviće.
Ne, ništa ne glavići nego.
Ne doćemo lava car. Lava car.
Treba da uložiš u njega dosta para dok on poraste i onda umre.
Pošto je lav?
Pa ne znam, mogu da se raspitam pa da mi...
Ne može biti preko 300-400 eura.
Mi idemo šuto, stvarno, ako ćeš nam, da gađamo kršima lava pa da idemo, da ga ne razdražimo, da nećemo gledati lava kako leži.
Pazi, može polova, nije problem.
Javit ćemo upravniku zoološkog vrta, gospodinu Vuku. Vidite, upravnik zoološkog vrta zove se Vuk, to je zanimljivo, jel?
Da sam trebao da budem ovce, vjerovatno bi mi dao ime neko.
Ja znam jedno da piše, ali to stoji.
Da, lepo.
Mislim, nema nekakve veze stoji, no sjeti se njega. Pa, Rus, što neće izmisli, čovjek lav.
Crna Gora, jasno, isto kao i Srbija, zemlja u tranziciji, zemlja koja mora da neguje svoje vrednosti. Da li vas u Crnoj Gori tretiraju kao nacionalno blago?
Da. Mi imamo nacionalne penzije i možemo da posjetimo bilo koju sportsku manifestaciju ako ugrabimo, znači nekoga pošaljamo kupi karte i možemo da uđemo slobodno tamo i imamo još jednu, znači kao tu olakšicu, tako da kažem, u slučaju smrti bilo koga od nas imali bi džabe.
Trojica bi dijelili njegovu zaradu.
I on ima otpremninu 24 plate.
I možemo da idemo na sve fashion weekove na
svijetu.
A zašto nas ti samo pitaš ove stvari? Jer smo se dogovorili, hemoroidi, možemo o religiji, ti si pripremio tu tranzicija.
Ne, na drugoj strani su mi hemoroidi, na četvrtoj mi religija.
Dobro je da su na drugu stranu, kad pređu ovamo, to je...
Da, to su mi hemoroidi. Lepo, idemo sada na reklame, ali na reklame iz kuhinje ovih ovde momaka. Pogledajmo.
Problematika noga za 15 metara. Vidi što sam našao. Bravčika, brate moj, a baći to! Gospodaru, ninja pobraslima brata moga je bomba zopno zakazila. Izgleda da mu je prsto slijepo slijepo. Možemo li doma ja i on?
Comtech Shop prodaje servis računarske opreme i bijele tehnike. Ekstremno niske cijene.
Šta znači network kabler iz Unpluged?
Uđi u control panel, gospodaru.
Ah, mene, pardon, sine.
Zovite vatrogasce. Majku usisala Mička, opet je bio drogiran.
Ne dozvolite da vas život usisa.
Pin, bači drogu, đavli je popio.
Alo, Vera, bravo. Evo vidjeli smo jedan primjer angažovane reklame protiv droge. Vrlo ste aktivni u borbi protiv droge, to je zaista lepo.
Može ovo bolje... Baš sam
može ovo mnogo bolje.
Mnogo bolje, Knežević.
Suština je, Iliću, znači kad su ovakvi zadaci u pitanju, malo je zeznuto, znači reklamiraš, boriš se protiv droge, a droga donosi mnoga dobra ljudima. A ti se boriš protiv toga. Znači ima dosta ljudi koji uživaju u tom. I onda tako, imali smo neprijatnosti, što vi imate protiv droge.
Da li je droga veliki problem u Crnoj Gori?
Jeste.
Dragutin,
malo je.
Da ti kažem. Nema je puno. Nestašice. Problem je, kad je ova reklama bila u pitanju, što malo ne takneš ove dlake.
Ne hvata kamera, ne vidi se.
Ne, rekao bi ti voditelj, nemoj me dirati. Neno, bilo ko.
Kad mi reka, roditelj bi mi reka, nemoj me dirati.
Što si htio da mu kažeš? Diraj ga da...
Kažem, htjeli smo da pobjegnemo od onog...
Poljubi ga.
Klasičnog...
Poljubi Kragujevac.
Idemo sada na ove naše prave reklame. Ko promeni kanal, majka ga usisala ko Mička.
Ajmo cijela sola, ajmo cijela sola.
Fajront Republika, Books of knjige. Vi imate radio emisiju, pravite reklame, imate skečeve, muzička karijera. Mislim da se u svemu tome lepo zabavljate, ali šta vam je najbliže srcu, ono što baš najviše volite?
Građevina.
Građevinarstvo. Tačno mi je oduzeo, a ne baš građevina. A da znamo svi što nam je. Evo, građevina. Izvodi. Evo, Zoljo će.
Pa ništa, sad je mala kriza oko stanova, krediti mali ili ih nema, a mi stvaramo stanove i onda višak stanova i što ćemo? Što ćemo ga?
To je ljubav. To se ne može kazati riječima, znači...
Morali bi se popeti na neku zgradu
da vam pokažemo. U stvari to je zidanje, ne samo građevina kao građevina, arhitektura kao arhitektura, nego zgrada. Znači, kad vidimo lijepu zgradu, mi se hrlimo srećom. Mi smo tada više od majke prirode.
Ima li kod vas puno lepih zgrada?
Ima. Ja sam se jednom uzbudio, mislim, ozbiljno ti kaže, da. Mislim, malo je možda... A nije vulgarno, što? To je prirodna stvar.
Zbog oblika zgrade ili ulaza?
Ne, jednostavno vidim lijepa zgrada. Vidim lijepa zgrada.
Ima dva ulaza pa?
Vidim sise na zgradu.
Prelipe,
dvije velike sise, razumiješ?
Da.
Nismo čak i vidjeli vaginu, nego ne znam da li je to možda dobro da kaže.
Nije, pa to nemoj ne reći.
Da, neću ni reći. Nemoj to pričati.
Nemoj pričati.
Jer sigurno vagina se ne smije pominjati u emisiju.
I onda da je ne pominjemo.
Sme, ali mi imamo te japanske cenzurne pipove koji tačno kad vi zaustite da kažete on...
Dobro, za ljude koji gledaju onda ovako će biti vagina. A sise ovo.
Drago mi je da smo se upoznali.
Vidio sam u zgradu sa...
Vi ste poznati po vašoj radio emisiji, pa da li još uvek radite na radiju? Kako to je?
Radimo.
Ona ide kada petkom, jel, uveče?
Petkom od ponoći do 1:30 bješ uveče. Radili smo do 2, ali nas je to strašno iscrpljivalo, gubili smo veliku tečnost i sad smo skratili pola sata i sad je bolje. Jer ti ako ne izmokravaš, recimo, poenta je u tome da čovjek što duže drži mokraću u sebi. Jer ona u određenom trenutku kad vidi da ne može da izlazi kroz genitalije, ona se vraća i mi nadoknađujemo tečnost.
Hoćeš da popiješ nešto?
I pazi, čovjek, evo to je savjet da se okrene na glavu. Znači da stane i da mokraću vraća I ne bi bilo potrebe da se piju sokovi, voda i duže bismo živjeli.
Čovjek kad slini, to je u stvari višak mu kraće koji mora nekako izbači.
Da. Gaju, u emisiji vašoj na radiju često zezati neke estradne zvezde. Slušali smo ovde pa...
Lažu.
Više oni nas zezaju. Ali desi se, kolega Kaluđerović.
A da li desi se da i mi nekoga oderemo?
Desi se da nekoga oderemo kao da oprostite junca, ali...
Ne.
Koga biste u nekoj sljedećih emisija rado ovako?
Možda, ja sam...
Ne bi što.
Atraktivan ovako.
Duško Sirtaki.
Znaš koga nismo nikad dobili...
Možda Selma Vivaldi.
Stalno je bio uput. Mitar Mirić.
Ne bismo, što?
Znači, svaki put kad smo ga zvali, javljao mu se kum. Ne znam je li to, sad vidiš, razmišljam da je u stvari to bio Mitar Mirić.
Predstavlja se
kao Duško Mirić.
Kao Duško Mirić, kum njegov.
Da, može je to njegova igra, Mitrova.
Vidiš...
Zove ga sad, hajde. Probaj da vidiš, ako se opet Duško javi, to je Mitar.
Dragojloviću, kako ti živiš? Ima li što od ovoga Foxa? Radiš ovo za džabe ili ima li što od toga?
Ima, nije loše. Može se.
Bravo.
Hoćeš li da pričamo malo o venama? Vene na noge.
Ja sam razumio o nama.
Nisam čuo vene.
O vama, to je prošlo.
Pa vi pričate.
Duško!
Koga je Mitra?
Duško!
Ne.
Možeš li mi dati Mitra, molim te?
A, ovo je ekskluzivno sada.
Da. Sigurno se Mitar javlja.
Ovo još nismo imali u emisiji.
Ne glumi tu, brate. Ne
laže. Še da vamo?
Nemojte gađe i poslije kao neranđo.
Stavimo.
Da. 2000. album Moja domovina, od onda ne izdajete album, bilo je par singlova, da li ste se muzički ulenjili, da li će biti neki novi album?
Radili smo toliko drugih stvari, sad da bude malo neozbiljan, toliko smo radili drugih stvari da ne stižemo, ali evo, radimo na tome. Jer
hoćeš ovoga...
Intencija je da to bude zaista dobro. A dobru stvar ne možeš napraviti...
Preko noći mora da se podrži.
Mi jednu pjesmu radimo otprilike od pola godine do 7 godina. Sad ti...
To za album treba 90...
Pazi, mi hoćemo da napravimo ono što je radio veliki Michael Jackson. Da napraviš jednu pjesmu, a da to, kako on kaže, budu 4 hita. Ista pjesma. Znači da su to 4 hita.
Kao remix ili jedna
ista pjesma? 4 hita. To je zaista teško, to niko nije...
Zbog čega 4 hita? Zato što ljudi se rode, umru i onda nas sluša, znači njegovo pokoljenje, onda je njemu hit.
U tom smislu.
To je tako. Znači mi trajamo otprilike 100 godina, 150 godina.
Lepo, drago mi je zbog vas. Evo, lepa i edukativna pesma, jedna na kojoj je gostovao i Edo Majka. Isto angažovana, pa evo predlažem da ova divna deca koji nisu gledala...
To je opet u okviru kampanje, malo da se našalim, to je opet ovo protiv droge. Radili smo 4-5 tih stvari i bilo je lijepo.
Kako vi zovete narkomane?
Ne zovemo ih, oni se pojave.
Sami dođu.
Tako je što treba.
Nije, nego meni simpatičan taj crnogorski drogaš.
Drogaš. Ne, drogaš, ali sad opet kažem da se malo šalim. Ja stvarno mislim, to jest bolest i te ljude treba se truditi u stvari da im se pomogne. Mi smo ovo radili uglavnom za osnovne škole, za taj uzrast djece i išli smo čak po osnovnim školama i razgovarali s djecom. Tako da, jer ja mislim da čovjek kad napuni tamo 16, 17, 18 godina, tu više nema što da utičeš.
Kako nego i Mitar.
A javi se ti.
Pre nego što najavimo spot, samo Zonju kratko, šta je bilo, s kim si se...
Sa Duškom Mirićem.
Duškom Mirić, to u stvari nije ni kum, nego komšija njegov.
Komšija.
On mu drži mobilni.
On mu drži mobilni.
Jer zrači.
Buksov knjige i Edo Majka, ja suludan neću biti.
Gledajte, to mi še divno ne tice na vrh kuće. Na vrh kuće, dobro.
Ste ovo na kraju zbog društva za zaštitu životinja stavili da nijedna ptica nije zavoljena?
Ovo može mnogo bolje. Bolje.
Dobro, uvijek može bolje.
Ne, vidimo mnogo.
Pa uvijek može bolje, ali od ovoga...
Da li znate viceve o Crnogorcima?
Znam. Sve.
Skoro sve.
Sve što je zadnje izašlo, ja možda ne znam...
Izašlo na DVD. Ima onaj kad Crnogorac leži u nekoj travi. To su uvek ti neki standardni momenti. Crnogorci su lenji, Bosanci su glupi, Slovenci nemaju smisla za humor, ali šta Srbi?
Jebači strašni.
Jel to?
Strašni jebači.
Ja ću ti sad ispričati.
Znači, da mi idemo polako.
Od dva goluba, tako se zove. Bili dva goluba.
Čekaj, prvo neka ispriča ovaj...
Ma koga to interesuje, vice o Crnogorcima, Bosancima, Srbima i Hrvatima. Ale tamo. Bio golub pismonoša i ovaj obični golub džukela.
Čekaj, izvini, jer to pravi vic ili ćeš šta da izmišljaš? A nemoj onda da ga pričam.
Nemoj onda. Bolje bi bilo da izmišljaš.
Slušaj, kratak je. Znači, golub pismonoša i golub džukela.
Nemoj.
I dolazi golub pismonoša na vrata od ove džukele. Zvoni na vrata, otvaramo ovaj golub. Dobar dan. Ja sam golub pismonoša. Izvolite što ste trebali da vam uručim poštu. Vadi ispod krila, razumiješ, pismo. Kakva si, vidim, ovaj golub džukela, ovaj golub. Kakva si ti džukela? Kako sam se smijali sa
Dobar švica zubima, isto odlično.
Ovo je isto.
Tri zuba. I ćede usta. U ustima, kako vi kažete. Mi kažemo ćede usta. I ovaj zub, pošto su razdvojeni, a braća su, jedan je tu, a ovaj je tu. I ovaj zove ovoga kao Duško, što to radiš tamo? A ovaj kao odgovara s ove strane, pušti ga.
Ne znam jesi li čuo vic dvije Kamile kad idu pustinjom i jedna će drugoj. Što bi ti uradila da nas napane NATO? Kaže, ja bih se sklonila u pećinu. A kako kad nema u pustinji?
Ko izmišlja svaki čas?
Zonjo, hoćeš ti možda neki vid?
Idu 3 šupke ulicom.
Meni je već lepo.
I prdnu dvojice i kaže ovaj treći, nemojte zajebavat momci.
Jasno, šale o mentalitetu su uvek najzanimljivije, a evo jednog primjera. Idemo u maleno selo Klitorići kraj Vaginova, ne znam da ste bili.
A čekaj, ali ispričaj to o Crnogorcima?
Pričaj taj.
A neću, ovo je pravi vic.
Pa ništa onda ne valja. Ako ćeš da izmisliš neki kasnije.
Idemo u Klitorići.
Nego Milorade, šta tebi dođe onaj Milorad Krušica? Koji bre Krušica? Pa onaj bre što mu žena Milodarka. Pa ne dođe mi ništa. Kako bre ništa? Pa taj ti je isto koji mi plod imaginaciju i postoji jedino u sferu umetničkog stvaralaštva i rađa se u trenutku nadahnuća autora. Ono neupipljivo, a blistavo što se zove inspiracija. Znači, privid i poigravanje sa tipičnim karakterom.
Koga ste tražili, ali definitivno koga ste trebali.
Nisam tražio nikoga, ali ono, dobrodošao.
Ja, ne znam. Eto, ne znam kako sam te vidio ovdje, rekao ja čekaj da se
Ja sam da odradim vratno ovaj challenge i da idem u krevet, ali dobro, drago mi je si jako kasno došao.
To. Ja, danas ovdje razvlačim se, znači, sa stolice u krevetu, u kuhinju i tako u krug, ono, ceo dan tako.
Nikako da
Znači,
se
neka
pojaviš,
kiša, tmurno, znači, nije mi se dalo
Lepo,
ništa,
lepo,
ono.
lepo. Fino si to radio.
Znači, dan je, Šta ima kod tebe, kako je tebe?
Kod mene? Pa ništa, dobili smo skoro nemoguće onaj major order, tako da sam bio prilično zadovoljan što smo ja i Slavko gazili Helldivere zadnjih, koliko je bilo, 4-5 dana svaki dan, ono kao nenormalno. Bilo je, ne znam, 5-6 nekih stavki da se uradi, mi smo samo se zinatili na ovaj bot frontu i ove Factory Stridere smo, nismo ih lovili, ali ono, kad god ne iđemo nekog da gledamo da ga koknemo. Bar 100 komada smo
kupili. To je
kupili.
ono, da, mislim si mi pričao to.
A likovi se izgleda da naši način kako da zagličuju onu defense misiju da ti ne ide vreme. I ako ti ne ide vreme, bukvalno failiš misiju. I ne startuje ti onaj timer. Piše mission failed, ali ne ide timer. I onda ti se spawnuju ovi leviatani i samo ih ubiješ. Retardirano. I ljudi su na foru glitcha nakupili ne znam koliko miliona kilova za leviatana. Ali trebalo si toga seti, prepostavljam.
A šta je nagrada za to?
50 medalja. Ako si mislio neki novi unlock, zajebo si se. To bit će nešto tek kad developeri dođu. Oni su bili, rekli fanovima kao igračima, jel? Tek 4. augusta se kao vraćaju sa godišnjeg odmora, kao u kancelariji bukvalno nema nikoga.
Znam da si mi to kao pomenuo da su dali baš neki bolestan broj, brate, tih levitana koji treba da se ulove.
A jesu, ali palo je za pola je palo.
Ujebote.
Oni su bili dali 2.700.000 i to je palo sa 2.700.000 čini mi se na milion. Ili milion i nešto, zaboravio se. Polovili su ga. Jer ne je bilo šanse su. I sa glitchom nisu mogli da uradimo normalno. I sa glitchom bi trebalo mnogo vremena.
Samo 50 medalja, sam očekio da će da daju neku, ne znam, oružje.
Pa neki, ne mora oružje, ne mora.
Ne mora oružje.
Mogli su da daju, na primjer, ne znam, upgrade za vozilo. Recimo da ima, ne znam, gume koje se automatski naduvavaju. Bilo šta. Mogli su da daju, ne znam, smanjen cooldown trajno za nešto, XY, razumeš, šta god. Ne znam, kao što je bilo Nomad, ne znam, posle jednog od onih zajebanih major ordera kad su bili kao, ne znam, napravila se fabrika oružja, pa je ta i ta, ne znam, korporacija donirala igračima i dobili smo free unlock, neku tehnologiju, zaboravio sam šta je bilo. Svi su dobri igrači. Svi koji su tad radili major order i svi posle njih. Znaš, ja volim takve stvari, koje onako su smislene. Za 50 super medalja ja već nemam gde s tim medaljama.
Pa to se htio da kažem, često se desi da ljudi nemaju uopšte gde s tim.
Mislim, ili da bar daju 30.000 experience ili 50.000 experience, umjesto 50 medalja. I to da biraš za koji ćeš oružje. Token, na primjer, za XP. Ako već unlockuješ attachmente za primarno oružje. Bar XP da uzmem, razumeš, kao šta god. Kao booster neki, pošto se jako sporo grinduju. Bar da imao neku vojdu. Ako ima ledene magije, vas ima. A i Cloud isto, onaj momak iz Hrvatske. I on mi se javio u 11. Ja mu napisao, rekao sam mu da ako bude sutra imao vremena da se javi ranije. Da ga ono pitam da igramo taj Elden Ring.
Što ima smisla, da.
A ne u 11 sati, šta da radimo 11 sati? Da ne spavam.
Pola sata,
I ovo sad isto da povuci potegne, razumiješ, da završimo ovu mapu i da se čistim. Evo, radio sam juče one challenge-a, ono što sam skupljio bio. Radio sam sve osim zadnjeg, ali dobro, to polako. Od tih oko 4 tih biom challenge-u radio sam, ne od 5. 1, 2, 3, ne, 4, ta progress questu radio sam 3, ostao mi je
samo... To znam da si rekao da se vratiš neku još pređeš u zonu, da završiš.
Treba da odem u onu radioaktivnu zonu da ubijem 20 onih mutanata, oni su napadni kao proliv. To mi se ne radi. Mislim, morat ću da uradim, radi progresa, ali ne radi mi se. Najjači samo opstaju i kad se ne predaju, najjači samo veruju u zakon pobede. Imam 24 poena na led. A primarno oružje mi radi bleed i kinetik. Blago meni. Moram da čekam dok ne upgraduje treći put primarno oružje da bi dobio onaj ice thrower, da bi imalo smisla boostovanje. Bleed je dosta poremećen. Bleed radi procenat healtha po sekundi od bossa. Koliko god ima healtha. To je baš busted. Svi ostali rade na fiksni modifier. Bleed radi na procenat maksimalnog.
Ozbiljno? To nisam znao.
Nijednog nisam počitao. Radi... Ali to tek kad ga levelaš, samo da vidim. Receive 10, 5 i 2% damage-a based on enemy type. Regular elite boss. Boss prima 2% healtha po sekundi, svakih 5 sekundi. Regular neprijatelji primaju 10% po sekundi. Oni brže umiru. Boss malo sporiji, ali ono mi reći. No problem. Chainsaw. Nećemo chainsaw. Not today, lady.
Not today, girl.
Onda ćemo freeze thrower.
Sam gledao danas jedan stari film.
Da?
Ali baš mi prijao. Mutant Chronicles.
Da to nije ona 3 lika što kao skontita. Ne, nije taj.
Nije taj. Mi ovo s ovim, kako se zove, Ron Perlman.
Dobro, ajde, objasni čemu se radi, pa ću razmisliti da li je...
Alternativna...
Prošlost.
Alternativna da kažeš zemlja, ono, kažeš neka...
A nije
pa
prošlost.
Jesu, na neki način... Pa mislim teško je reći, ali kažemo...
Alternativna istorija.
Pa da, znaš, kada tehnologija otišla tim nekim alternativnim putem, malo drugčijim putem. Onako krasi je izgled Prvog svjetskog, znači nekao trench warfare. I sad su se ono kao podelilo manjak resursa i zemlja se ono kao podelila na, ne znam, 3-4 imperije i svi se kao ono bore za te neke
statke. To ono kad svaka imperija pošalje najbolje ljude da urade neki zadatak, je to?
Pa na nešto takav način, da, znaš kao ime kao... Desio se da ih je pogodio neki meteor koji je sve ono preokrenuo. I taj meteor je valjda ono izmenio nešto ljude, počeo praviti te mutante i izgradila se tu još neka mašinerija u koju su oni krenuli da izvlače kao duše ljudima i da ih zamenjuju. I ne znam, tu se kao našao neki red vitezova koji su uspeli da se ono kao probiju i da ugase mašinu, da je zazidaju i ostaje kao neki taj religiozni, da kažeš, red koji je, znaš, kao držao neke te skripte o tome i onda kad se desili ti ratovi i ono silna bombardovanja, uspeli su da sjebu tu zakrpu, znači gdje je to bilo, kažeš, ono, zakopano, pa da. I ništa, i onda mutanti krenuli ono, da izlaze i otprilike shvatili su da imaju novog neprijatelja protiv koga ne mogu, krenuli da se evakuišu, jer alternativno, kažem ti, ono je malo napravljena ta tehnologija, znaš, imaju taj način kao da napuste zemlju, ali neki ono kao neće, jer znaš, ono u fazonu, znaš, ono, osvojit će zemlju, osvojit će druge planete, znaš, ono kao nismo nigde sigurni, moramo da se ono kao borimo protiv ovoga. I znaš, ono kao gde možemo, ono kao šaka ljudi, a gde ne može ono vojska, i znaš, onda se kao našli tu par heroja i ništa, krenuli na put. Da vidi da ugase mašinu.
To zvuči poznato, sad ćemo da vidim.
Pa da,
možda sam gledao.
2008 ili tako nešto, ono.
Mutant Chronicles.
Glumi onaj Nemac, brate, ako si gledao Ring of Nibelung. Stvarno mu zaboravim ime, jebote.
Thomas Jane, Sarge, John Mitchell, nije. John Malkovich, Konstantin.
Da.
Benno Furman, Maximilian von Steiner.
To je taj.
Benno Furman.
Benno Furman, da. To je taj šalda. Ima još jedan isto zanimljiv film, Sin Eater, ja mislim da se zove. Sa njim i Heath Ledgerom i kako se zove nešto glumio prvi Robocapa. I Screamerima isto.
Peter Weller.
Peter Weller, da, i Peter Weller, da.
Kako ne znaš Peter Wellera, jebote. Go kill yourself!
Pa ne, to
Peter Weller.
je pomoglo da mi pobeglo njegovo ime, znači gotivim ga, on je meni takva pojava od lika.
Teško da imaš lika koji možda ga zameniš.
Soldiers from the giant corporations that controlled our world joined hands for one last battle.
Mislim da ostabujem ovo. Ne znam da se film zove Sin Eater ili ima neko drugo ime. A ne, ima neki Sin Eater 22. godine, to nije to.
A few pockets of frightened, starving men survived the annihilation. Their safety lay beyond the vast armies of mutated creatures that had once called themselves men. These soldiers were not the fortunate few. They were the survivors.
The Order se zove film, 2003.
Zanima igra The Order.
Da. Pa jedan od tih, da kažeš, generičkih imena. Tri. Master set, dobro, 2030.
Kaže, usporava neprijatelj 64%, 5 sekundi. Level 40 ice stack.
5 GB.
Za film? A šta gledaš, 1018 piksela, 1440?
Ne, pa nema ih mnogo stari filma, nije mnogo popularan, ali ono, okej sam vidjeti. Gdje si, evo, znaš. Evo ti ovdje. I što sam rekao, mutant. Mutant.
A gledam trailer za Mutant Chronicles, znaš? Na drugom monitoru.
O, ne ulazi.
Ma šta ću vidjeti, to nije čak ni full trailer, to je nešto traje 6-7 minuta, ne onaj što traje minut i po. Baš verovatno neki kao reveal trailer, ono kao teaser, pretpostavljam. Znači sve vidim, ništa ne vidim, mrakčina, vojnici u rovu, razumeš, bulje.
Jeste, mračniji film, ali ono možeš ga nađeš, znači, evo ti isto na...
Pirate Bow?
Ne, na ovom 1.3.7. Imaš više verzije, on se lepo skida, pa da. Pa samo klikni, izaberi koju verziju hoćeš. Ali jedan i drugi su ono fini za gledanje, zato što su... Šta ja znam, onako manji... Mislim, Order je dosta originalniji, mislim da nisi gledao ništa na tu temu, jer nema mnogo te teme, mislim da su oni prvi to pokrenuli, pa onda posle je počelo u tim nekim, kako da kažem, tim hrišćanskim hororima da se pojavljuju ta neka tema Sinitera. Ali ovo je prvi put da se svi neko upozna sa tim, da kažeš tako. I onda kasnije su krenuli u tim nekim, kažeš, hrišćanskim hororima da ubacuju pod Siniter. Kao neki lore.
You start off with a girl with fire in her blood and you gotta follow your instincts. Now ideally you let out this anger release on some player 7 monsters, as those are a free source of XP in the beginning of the game. That is because they're not that hard to kill and will get you to level 2 pre-cold planes. That you can use as an opportunity to improve your firepower, so to speak.
Ne, ovo je neki hardcore čini mi se. Na svaki mod koji pređeš uključavati nove iteme, to znaš?
A, to da.
She does get better though. Sure, you may have to slow it down for a little bit, but she does climb
Koliko se
around
ženja?
her levels as her fireball gets stronger with every level.
Ah, koji svaki drugi karak.
Level 6, I got Frost Nova for some CC, and level
A je,
7
sad
Svaki-
ti zjebaš,
more
svi
of
isti
those
nisu
levels,
svi
so I
isti.
got to
Neki
level
su ti onako
12. Yep,
interesantni.
gone are the days of wailing at
Ah,
enemies with just
sva ti je no brain.
Now you
Uzmeš
get
automatsku pušku i to je to, zaboraviš, razumeš. I onda se fokusiraš, levelaš mu automatsku pušku i onda uzmeš da levelaš drugog karaktera, pošto nemaš problema, on će sve da pobije, razumeš, oko sebe, što misliš.
Frost Novas come out of our ass because Blizzard loves us and we can crowd control the countess and the minions in one moment and dismantle
Ninja je dobar,
with
temele
fire
klas,
next
čak i
to
Piro.
get level and some runes to go
I
on.
meni se da
This
podinjava.
build needs a predictable addition to the
Da kažem, interesuje mi ko će bude poslednji startac koji budu bacili.
Da, Tizu, ali si vidio? Pre nepunih nedelju dve. Nisi vidio? Train update.
For now, the act is the source oyster, especially with an FCR wand in hand. Things really do
Glad.
start looking smooth. Now, post the Countess leveling session, I reached level 17, enough that I could wear stealth before going to complete the
community
final
page.
quest of the act, helping Endario finish herself. Don't judge. Now, I decided to finish the Act 2 quest on P1 for the ease of access to the quest.
Right.
That meant that reaching level 19 was something that I was able to accomplish in the tail end of the act, post which I could build and wield Leaf.
Trebalo bi da sam ti linkovo community page sa tim, s tom vesti. Train, valjda nova mapa i novi server, recimo da shvatim.
All the tombs on the map at Claire's Aid. This was the method behind my madness.
Ja mislim da će ovu igru završiti, ne znam za onu vikinšku igru, ovo će završiti sigurno.
O dobro, na vikinška je relativno mnogo.
Ali se skonto, oni su mali tim relativno. Relativno. Nisam ja ne puno platio, tako da ono, meni je okej.
Pa ima, ne znam ono koliko je, ko 5 euro, tako nešto.
Ma smešnici. I na sale i bez sale.
Pa to.
Now, keen-eared Diablo 2 enjoyers would have noticed that I hadn't really mentioned teleport till now at all. Now, although I got the skill at level 18, as one does, I really don't like using it extensively pre-full mana potions. Till then, it sees sparse usage in Act 2, mostly acting as a pseudo-teleport staff of sorts. While actually continuing the teleport staff metaphor, I have to be careful of how
Box
much
and
I
gloves,
use it,
box and gloves, kako
Da,
bi stavili
prećiš
igraš.
ti, gledaj ovo. 1600 damage.
That obviously takes
Ima level
time to build
50,
up and definitely
moj
is
ice
helped
tag,
by
vidiš ti
incidents
ti ovo.
like this.
Pogledaj.
Having no fire res is actually a really good idea.
Ja mislim da ti
especially when you have round roots
Rain
just
radi,
chilling in your chest.
ne znam da li spalio ledene strele, što mi nije
Now, I
jasno.
didn't level much in Act 3 on
Bilo bi logično,
Trixia
bilo bi
Turbo.
logično da ih spalja.
Welcome to my channel.
Ne, mislim ti Rain da zavisi koju mu budeš, valjda su kinetika,
Ne, kinetics.
a onda imaš da uzmeš ono napređenje, da budu lighting ili isto kinetika, mislim da su to dva napređenja za njih.
if you choose to drink them indiscriminately. It is also the first act since early Act 1 that makes her look a bit weak. I guess that's not entirely fair. Normal Infector is a
Ok, slow down, 75% slow down. I traje 9 sekundi.
Just a bit of a far cry from the
Ne traje 6 nego 9.
one fireball explosion, something that she was able to pull off in acts since the leveling school. Not to mention the fire enemies. I wonder if someone predicted this before.
Ovo je kraj.
Now I could have gone all strong in
Šta će im boss damage, viš da ne mogu da se maknu. Stavim Grand Health.
A, ne mogu sada, ali za 10 minuta.
Ma i za 50, ne, ovo je kraj. Neš više map. Svejedno ne mogu, ovo je debuff. 75%. Dobro rekao bi. 75%. Blood make the grass grow.
What this meant as a whole though was that my leveling route had been working pretty effectively en route to Nightmare. The next place I leveled at was the Ancients. Now I started by staticking one of the brothers and then proceeded to run and gun, turning back and fireballing at any instant. Now the decision to static Corlic is questionable. Talic can be considered the mathematically better target due to the higher fire resistance, but Corlic is pretty fat himself. I regret nothing. With a clean and open heart, I entered the throne and got destroyed by Wave 4 and 5. Well, Wave 4 I was able to overcome, but seeing
Onda gledam da su svi manje više istine, onda vidim koja najmanje level igra s njim.
with the
malo glupa, ali...
Tako je isto.
Next up, I showed the
Zato
door
što,
out
znaš,
to normal bail.
da izbacim one kao favorite i to.
Poised to start Nightmare, I turned the
Ko
other
je
cheek
zadnji,
to
ne
my
znam.
resistances
Ovo mi nije
and
jasno.
started blasting.
Svat
That is
plus.
because the solution to the resistance problem lies in Nightmare as
Ne znam, u
well.
tom testeru nisam siguran da mi se sviđa kako radi.
Now with some rudimentary
A,
farming,
to
I
ti
ended
ako
up
ideš, ja
performing
mislim,
the
Ghost,
spirit
Pyro i
sword.
Mechanic.
Standard, the
Onda igraš
total
full
of
melee.
XCR isn't really much of a hindrance at the moment, so I'm not
Ili
grumbling
igraš
too much.
svata,
Especially since I found
mislim
the
da on ima
base
par
of this
tegova na
worked
Blitz.
hardest farming. Sockets
I
and
Ninja
all.
ima
It was so
Blitz.
incredible that I
Skilla.
even clipped it. You're welcome.
Oh,
Helmet
dang,
is gold
green
to make
shell.
up some of that lightning
My
resistance
God.
with +1 to skills.
Aj,
Shield
hita,
makes up
next,
more of that
sustić.
res with Ancient's Pledge in a kite shield for 0 movement speed.
Možete mi ne pokazati koji su
Stealth
novi
is a
itemi.
must need because the
Ili moram da
FCR,
pređemo ono da
FHR
bi
and
dobio
fast
novi.
forward
Pokazao bi ti da si ih
benefit
otvorio, ali
this
ih najvjerojatno
more
nisi
than
otvorio
any
zbog
other.
toga.
And that way my
Dobio se
jewelry
neki
is
badge
FCR
kao
focus as
green
well,
beret
taking me
ili tako nešto. Evo ti all aboard the hype train, samo mi nije jasno kad.
Pa nisu napisali koliko sam ja vidio. Ali ako je ovaj debeli lik, novi lik, mislim da će biti super.
Koji debeli? Ovo je ovdje?
Pa oni tamo što je protrčao sa prevoza. Sa nekom motikom.
Ovo mi dele kao The Boss. Znaš?
Ne, ne gore. Vidiš voz kada se pojavi, istrči, vidiš, ne to.
Pretoči ga s frame.
Mislim, deli na onih sekiraše, ali ne znam.
Omlet au fromage. A znaš ako ti je omlet au fromage? Jaja sa slaninom, ja mislim da je tako, jaja na oko. To ti iz one epizode Dextera. Dexter laboratorije, kad Dexter stavi gramofon i ono kao ploču koja uči francuski, znaš, na gramofon i pusti preko noći, razumeš, da sluša. I sluša on tako, razumeš, međutim počne da preskače i gleda gramofon. I on čuje samo omlet au fromage, omlet au fromage, omlet au fromage. On se probudi, kaže dobro jutro, ono kao Didim kaže dobro jutro, on kaže omlet au fromage. Ja ne znam, ode u školu, pita učiteljica, kako se kaže jaje na oko? Ono oko. Omlet au fromage? Ono, to Dexter, bravo! Vidite kako Dexter pametan.
La fromage je sir neki njihov. Omlet sa sirom, da, najvjerojatnije.
Da, pa neka klopa sir.
Da, fromage je sir.
Jaja sa sirom.
Omlet sa sirom, da.
Ovdje piše on lokalnosti.
Jo, vidio kuća.
Piše.
Vidite ovo, kad ti jednostavno 2 monitora više nisu dovoljna, ti ubaci treći.
Možda je lik developer.
I meni to palo na pamet. I u stvari, znaš kako, iskreno se nadam da jeste.
Šta je ovo? Curly little potato. This achievement is an easter egg that requires going to a certain area with a certain item. This achievement can only be done on the Wild Wasteland map and only after you have completed a very easy part of leveling achievement. The goal is to take potato from item chest. I recommend going for this on endless so that you can have extra time to try and get the potato. Once you have the potato, you have to go and stand at the edge of the map on the east side. And Sanji the rabbit will appear in the window of the building outside of the map. To ovdje? Kao Zeko se pojavi.
A to neki od onih kao skrivenih achievementa, no?
Pa to je easter egg. Find
Znam ovo.
Sanji the
Znam.
Rabbit. Si radio to što?
Ne, nisam, ali znam ovo, prepoznajem sliku prepoznajem. Samo što nisam imao to u prozoru.
Once you're able to... A ko je to ćošak mape? Edge of the east side.
Desna strana.
Once you're able to find a potato, you need to rush to this...
Znam da mi je bilo cool zato što je kućica. Ali ja nisam imao potato zato što sam potato davno još banovo, ne pojavljuje mi se uopšte.
Pa ja sam ga isključio, nemam pojma šta radi.
Potato ti daje, da li valjda jedan lak ili tako nešto?
A moraš da uzmeš achievemente da bi dobio iteme, to znaš? Tako ti ide.
Da, ali mislim, ne znam da li je ovo za nešto.
Da, ne znam šta se otključava. Ali znam da, na primjer, morao sam da stojim u kiselini, kad sam stojio u kiselini i radio taj achievement, dobio sam item. Unlock, znaš to?
Prvo ti kažem, možda, šta je znam, ja ti ne sjećam se. Znam da ih jebe ga otvoriš i knjigom sada.
Jeste, ali neke, imaš achievement da, evo ti, imam 100.000 pojena, bože srču. Ovo ćemo dati više, nema veze. Ovo je dobro valjda u koopu, nisam siguran, bar sam sete gledao da igra Outward. Scarlet Nexus je na popustu, ima very pozitiv, ali nije moj tip igre koju bi ja igrao.
Koji je Scarlet?
Scarlet Nexus.
Nexus?
Action RPG. Prvi ti preporučuje za punu cenu da uzmeš onaj, a dobro ti si već, jesi ga prešao, nisi prešao onaj... Scarlet.
Nexus, nešto mi to...
80% popust. Anime, JRPG. Onako flashy borba. To bi se vidjelo, šta ja znam. Nisi siguran za priču, znaš, to ono što ja kažem, neke igre imaju dobru borbu, ali ono priče, ali neubedljiva je priča, kao ona igra, kako se zove, što ono, borbe su dobre, a dijalozi i priča, ono, kao šta je ovo pisano za decu, razumiješ, za decu, kao, ma kaki miči to. Hvala na podrški.